Deadpool. Deadpool starts the show. Deadpool. Unbelievable. Deadpool. Really, Deadpool? Really, Deadpool?
Prepare yourself.
Really, Deadpool? Really, Deadpool? Really, Deadpool? Thank you for starting the show, Deadpool. Yes.
Prepare yourself.
You're my favorite. Right now, you are my favorite. Heavy P! What's up, Heavy P? Good to see you, bro. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. Yes, we've got the music playing in the background as we start the show. Okay. That's good. Ooh, my grapes. I don't have any grapes. I'll grab them.
It starts with an L.
Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that? Buck Biden. Buck Biden. Buck Biden. You're going to like this show. Hello, everyone. Trendy. Hello. Everyone, Trendy. Nate reporting in live from Orlando, Florida, home of Trendy has dabs and all things trendy. You'll find me and hashtag Trendies on all forms of social media, especially Rumble. It's the Ox Project from Orlando, Florida. I forgot my thing. Hello, Trendies. Oh, boy. Yes, we are here. We're doing the thing, man. We are doing it. Okay. We've got the chat on screen here, and we are looking good. Yes, we've got a beautiful, beautiful day out. It's not too sunny, so you can see inside and out simultaneously. That's fun for the whole family. We've got the kafefs going. I just had a nice breakfast. You can see I bought a wax carving kit. They're great, man. They have scrapers and stuff, so I scraped all my concentrate down in the jar because I'm OCD, and I just like the way it looks like that. So, cool. You got that. And, yeah, this is the wax carving tool I used right here to do that with. This little scraper tool works great for that. So if you're ever trying to scrape resin or, trying to scrape concentrates or oil or rosin or any of that, those wax carving kits are awesome for that. They are great. We're seeing a market recovery here. So Cardano's almost back up to 25 cents. Matic's at 52 cents. Harmony, Ethereum, and Bitcoin look like they're about to turn around as well. They're following those. We've had a lot of deer coming through the yard. And those of you that follow me on Twitter probably laughed your asses off at a couple of my tweets this morning. So I'm at Nave's Garden on Twitter, and if you're missing that, you should go check it out. You should go check it out. I have, there's a special someone on Twitter that I love doing exchanges with. He's a local Florida teacher. And I just think he's amazing because he makes a lot of sense almost all the time. But I noticed after reading his post for a while, I noticed he was always putting an American and Ukrainian flag at the end of his posts. So one day I asked him about it. And he's like, well, I support Ukraine in their fight against Russia. I said, so you support endless war? And he goes, how is it endless? And I was like, all we did was transfer it from Afghanistan to Ukraine. I wonder if he was flying an Afghanistan flag. I should ask him that. Were you flying an Afghanistan flag at the end of every post when we were having a war in Afghanistan? Even though it was America that basically invaded Afghanistan. But the exchange has nothing to do with that. It's really much deeper than that. It's more about war. And if you go and you look at the exchange between Brant and myself, you'll notice that I may have inspired him to actually create the post that he put up today. Because a couple of days ago, I kind of asked him about the war thing, and he answered me. And then all of a sudden today, he has this out of the blue. And it seems like it was spurred on by nothing else except his and my conversation about how he supports our military and how it's important that people support the military. And my response to him was, I don't support anyone that chooses war as the solution to their problems. And I'm surprised and sad, actually I just said sad, that you do. That you support people who choose war as an option to settle our differences. He even makes a comment about people losing their lives. And I'm like, you're literally saying the words of what is so wrong with what you're supporting. Yes, people's lives get taken. And it just right over his head. Doesn't seem to sink in. You know why? Because he's completely sold on the narrative that America should be the police force of the world, and that anytime anything is happening somewhere else in the world that we disagree with, that it's our job to go in there and risk our lives to make it right. And that might be okay had we not been the instigator of this thing from the beginning that he doesn't want to look at. He doesn't want to look at John McCain and Lindsey Graham going to Ukraine in 2014 and letting them know that we were going to support them all the way up until today with financing and weaponry and American might and technology and training, planes, tanks, mortars, rockets. For a country that seems to like war, like Ukraine, that was a very enticing deal. They didn't seem to have a problem when they were shelling innocent Russians in their own region. They didn't seem to complain about that. Just like I didn't see Brant posting any Afghanistan flags after his posts back in the day when we were in Afghanistan. All of a sudden, I guess he's got a dog in the fight. The sun's in Tampa. The virtue signaling is wild. He's in support of Department of Defense contracts just the same as how people argue blindly for Big Pharma immediately. Yes, and it's like I want him to see the military-industrial complex for what it is and why he's been indoctrinated into thinking that war is good. It's like he's part of the 1984 George Orwell, war is peace narrative. We're in the Truman Show. Bingo. Close. Yeah, Buck Fiden. Exactly. Well, anyway, I'd like to go through this exchange with you guys because I know most of you won't go to Twitter, which is, par for the course. But I'll bring it up and I'll show it to you because this is a really good exchange. We'll see if he responded to me. Do you believe that the revolution? He's asking me. This is interesting. He says, "Do you believe that the Revolutionary War was legitimate? World War II? People in history often do not choose war. Often when it happens, as in Ukraine, which was invaded, the choice was already made." Whatever the cause, I feel the solution could be handled better. You know. War is a money-making tool for the elites. Why support it? There's got to be a better way. I mean, him and I could go back and forth on this all day. But I noticed he didn't finish that statement with his flags. So this started out with something about Donald Trump, and I thought it was very interesting. So let's bring this up, and we can read what he said, and I can cover it for you here. There's a lot of people on the right that really hate this guy, Brant. But he's actually a very good person. He really cares about people. He cares about kids. He cares about the truth. And that's why I care about, trying to talk to him at least about what I feel is important here. So this was the tweet that I feel like I may have inspired by engaging him about war the last couple of days. All of a sudden, out of the blue, today, he posts, "Donald Trump's disdainful comments about one of our wounded and decorated veterans reminds us of the respect we should have for all who serve our country." Now, I'm curious, does anybody know when Donald Trump made this comment about this guy who was missing a leg? Does anybody know when this happened? Was this when Donald Trump was president? I'm assuming it was. And if it was recently, I wonder when and where this transpired. And if anybody knows the answer to this, please let me know. He does not give the context of the date when this occurred. But it says, Donald Trump's disdainful comments about one of our wounded and decorated veterans reminds us of the respect we should have for all who serve our country, whether on the battlefield or any other capacity. We must model our commitment to the greater good. And I say, if achieving the greater good involves war, then I don't support the greater good, because getting there ain't the answer. The war ain't the answer. And if that's, to him, using war to get to the greater good, then it's not good. It's not great, and it's not good. It's not the greater good at all. In fact, it's the lesser bad, not the greater good. I guess, he wants to say World War II achieved peace. He wants to say, the Revolutionary War achieved peace, the Civil War achieved peace, or whatever. So what is sitting down and talking? Before the first bullet was ever fired. Before you ever got a whole bunch of people together and gave them a bunch of weapons and trained them and put uniforms on them. Before any of that ever happened, we could have been sitting down talking, but you wanted to spend money on those shiny uniforms and those nice new guns, tanks and planes and bombs. That's where you wanted to put your energy. That's how you wanted to reach the greater good. Every country has an army. Every country has, a tool for war. I think he's missing the bigger picture here. So he says the greater good, like he thinks he's seeing the big picture, and I don't think he is. I think it's going right over his head. So let's go ahead and let's listen to what he has to say about this.
Good afternoon. Thank you as always for your kindness and for your insights. Why do you bring people like that here? No one wants to see that, the wounded. You know who said that? Former President Donald Trump. And that should surprise no one.
When did he say it? Was it at one of his rallies recently? Was this something that just happened? I don't know.
But he was talking about Army Captain Luis Avila, a man who was at a ceremony being honored for having served 5 tours of duty in Afghanistan, and a man who lost his leg in combat. A man who is an undeniable American hero. But Donald Trump said that to the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley. And then when he was done, he said to the general, he's not welcome here again. He, meaning Captain Avila. Think about that for a second. The disdain, the disrespect, and for members of our armed services. You know, of course, this is the same man.
So this is just Donald Trump being prejudiced against somebody who's disabled. That's all that is. He's got prejudice against a soldier, and he thinks that if you put someone like that out in the public eye, people aren't going to want to sign up for his army anymore because they might lose their leg. That's literally the depth of Donald Trump's thought process. That's pathetic, and it's sad, and that's Donald Trump. And he's nailing it right here. He's right. I totally agree with him. Donald Trump is a fucking human piece of garbage. He absolutely is a fucking human piece of garbage. Okay? No one should ever say something like that about someone who lost their leg in a war. So, Donald Trump's a piece of fucking shit. Okay? And if you can't admit that over the things he says, then there's a problem with you. Okay? And it's almost, you suffer from the same delusion that Brandt suffers when he thinks war is the solution to our problems. You guys suffer from the same brain worms. You know, you're just different directions is all.
Who said of John McCain, I like people who are not captured. So one thing is for sure, in my classroom, I make it clear to my students, when we talk about combat, we talk about wars, one thing we're never going to do is disrespect the honor and the integrity of people who serve.
Why? They've made a choice to use war and killing people as a solution to their problems, Brandt. You're not allowed to speak out against that? Well, I'm going to speak out against it right now. Every single person who ever enlisted and ever thought that joining an army or going to war was a solution, they're fucking wrong and they're stupid. They're dumb. The solution was to sit down and talk it out. To get to that point. You know, and you keep doing it until you get it, but you don't grab a gun and you start shooting people. That's not how we solve our problems. And I can't believe him and I are so far away on this, you know, but hey, man, like I tell you guys all the time, you know, I'm not going to agree with everybody on everything, and I will call you out on your shit when I feel like I should call you out on your shit, and I'm going to call him out on this for sure.
Because the one thing is for sure, people who serve our country in combat, they always have to prepare for at least 2 things.
That has no, so what? So what? It's got nothing to do with anything, Brandt. What you're about to say has nothing to do with anything. Yeah, they've offered up their lives. Yes, they're making the absolute the greatest price you could ever pay is your own life. And these people, because they risked their own life and they went to the military, you know, we should be thankful of them. Hey, do you ever think, Brandt, maybe they're suicidal? Maybe they just didn't have the balls to kill themselves, so they were like, well, maybe I'll just go to the military and let somebody else kill me. You ever think that? Do you commend a suicide victim for their actions? Well, they killed somebody. Well, they gave up their own life. You see how that doesn't work, does it? We're not going to honor someone who takes their own life. You're not going to give them an award. Well, they gave their own life up. That's some kind of no. People give their own lives up all the time, you know. It doesn't mean shit. And you don't have to be thankful for somebody that chooses to give you their life for whatever their reasoning is. I don't have to thank them for it. You know, just because you've been indoctrinated to think that, I mean, I don't think you should be telling your children that your students this. I don't think you should be explaining this to them in that way. We're gonna talk about this, and no. War's wrong. Okay, Brandt, war's wrong. And, you know, if there's a kid in your class that says, you know, my uncle, when he went to war, went to Afghanistan or blah, 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 he committed a whole bunch of fucking crimes over there. They raped people. They murdered innocent people. They killed people's pets. They did all kinds of bad shit. You know, and if you people like you, Brandt, weren't supporting war, then people like that wouldn't have the opportunity to go over there and do evil. But you don't want to look at the evil side of war. You don't want to look at war at all. You just want to act like it's some kind of a glorious, you know, red, white, and blue flag, you know, blinding you, waving in front of your face so you can't see all of the atrocities.
One, to give up their life, and two, to take the life of another.
Okay, so they want to be a murderer, and that because someone is willing to go murder someone else, we should be thankful for that. Listen to yourself, Brant. You're telling all the students in your classrooms that they should honor people that choose murder? Really? Oh, it's not murder, it's just it's taking another life. Well, to me, it's murder. It's a choice someone consciously made to pick up a gun and pull the trigger. Premeditated murder. You know, every single person that goes into the military is a potential premeditated murderer, dude. They all go in there with that expectation that they're going to get to see someone drop dead in their scope because of something, because of the fucking bullet they sent through their fucking brain. Don't kid yourself, bro. You're totally in denial about war. You're in complete denial about war.
Sit with that for a second.
Oh, I did.
I
sat with
all
it.
Americans, whether they serve in combat, whether they serve in a classroom, whether they serve as a secretary in one of our...
I like how he grouped himself in with the military. Did you guys catch that? It's like we need to honor the people that serve. The military, the people who go out and murder for us. Me, the people who are teaching your children that they should honor the people that go out and murder for us.
Our government agencies, anybody who's a public servant in this...
Oh, really? Do I have to honor Nancy Pelosi? Really? Do I have to honor Donald Trump? Because you were just talking about what a horrible person he is. He did 4 years of public service as President of the United States. That's the highest position anybody could hold in this country. You're not making any sense, Brant. I love you, bro. But on this one, I think you've completely missed all of it. You know why? Because when you try to explain something that doesn't make a lot of sense, you end up strawmanning your argument, and that's what you're doing. And you have no legs underneath this argument, bro, at all. I've completely swept your knees, and you have nothing left. You've got nothing.
This country must be respected. And I have to tell you, as a teacher, I do everything I can to make sure my students understand that public servants are at the heart of our democracy. I don't tell my students what to think, but I make sure I model what I would never ever say about anyone who's a public servant.
Huh. Let's go back to what he says about Donald Trump.
Good afternoon. Thank you as always for
public
your
servant Donald Trump.
For your insights.
This is so hypocritical.
People like that here. No one wants to see that. The wounded.
Well, but he's a public servant, Brant. We're supposed to honor our public servants. Huh. Weird, right? Isn't this hypocritical?
You know who said that? Former President Donald.
Oh, and public servant Donald Trump. Just pointing that out, Brant. He's a public servant, and we should honor our public servants. And, I would think when Donald Trump said he was going to pull us out of a war, he said he doesn't want to be in a war. He wants to get us the hell out of a war. That's good. That's good. He wants to get us out of Ukraine. I think that's a good thing. Yeah, I'm sick of war.
Donald Trump. And that should surprise no one. But he was talking about Army Captain Luis Avila, a man who was at a ceremony being honored for having served 5 tours of duty in Afghanistan, and a man who lost his leg in combat.
Yeah.
A man who is an undeniable American hero.
Right.
But Donald Trump said that to the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff,
it was wrong.
General Mark Milley.
It was wrong of what Donald Trump said, and you can criticize him for that, but you're not showing him any honor by speaking about him the way you're speaking. So you're very hypocritical, Brant. You're very hypocritical. You preach about public service and how they should all be honored, and then you bash Donald Trump. Who's a public servant? Who's the public servant number one, dude? So, very hypocritical, and I hope you guys can appreciate the fact that I'm able to attack everybody on their bullshit. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. I don't care which narrative you hoist above your head and wave in my face. As soon as I hear the bullshit coming out of your mouth, I'm going to hear it, and my hair's going to raise up on the back of my neck. It's going to make me feel uncomfortable until I actually go and spill the beans for everybody, and then I feel much better. So speaking about Twitter, I got a good one for you guys. Are you ready for this? So this guy on Twitter, shut the fuck up, shitlib Joe. He doesn't like me anymore because I've had to call him out on his bullshit constantly. But I want you to see this video that he put up on Twitter.
With a zoom camera.
It's a really weird video. I don't know what's up with the talking in the background and shit. Like someone else is watching it and trying to comment on it, but they're like whispering and not making any sense. But you know, what would you expect from a video like this? Watch this.
Have you all
They look
seen
at a
this?
different one of these COVID test swabs with a high zoom camera. Or maybe that's a microscope, I'm not exactly sure. But it looks so much different than a cotton swab, which they also do a comparison to.
Listen
It
to
looks like
the music.
a toothbrush or something.
Wait,
All of these different
what
strands sticking out.
is a toothbrush?
What are these strands? And it gets even more concerning when they apply it to a little slab of meat. These strands appear to be sharp and rigid. And there's one of our little black fibers, which we've been examining.
Dude, it's fucking cotton, you idiot. It's a cotton swab or whatever the fuck it's made out of. What are you fucking worried about? You found a little piece of speck of dust in there under a microscope? Wow. Is it one of the black fibers? Wow, really? You found a speck of dust? Oh, wow. Dude, dust might go in your nose, everybody, just so you know.
In other videos.
You know, like it does all fucking day. You know, you're breathing dust particles in your nose all day. You can't stop it. It happens.
As well.
Black
Unless you
fibers
wear a
and
mask.
You don't want to
and
focus on
other
these
bits.
white
And nobody wants to wear one of those.
sticking out from this test swab. And watch what happens when they rub it up against some meat.
What? It
The
better
shards
not be
come
gross.
off of the swab
Nope,
and
that's
lodge
gross.
themselves into the flesh.
You don't say.
So
You can
stupid.
see them poking out, being left behind.
I mean,
Why on
such a horribly produced video with this horrible audio, and this guy Joe, he looks at this as a legitimate scientific discovery about the man trying to poison us with fibers from the nasal swabs of a COVID test.
earth would anybody design a test so
I know,
horrific?
man, humans are savage sons of
This
S.
is awful. Is this some sort of a delivery system?
Oh look, it's a black fiber, everyone! It's a black
Flesh.
fiber!
Remember, they're sticking these swabs up people's noses, twisting them around,
Not me and Newt.
and leaving
Not
them
this man
in
cave,
contact
never.
with that soft, fleshy part of the inner nose for an extended period of time. So this is very concerning to see some of these swabs.
It's moving. Why is the
Might be
fiber
doing this to
moving on
people.
its own?
Why is
No,
the
like,
This is
fiber
an
moving
actual
on its own?
COVID test swab, apparently. But instead of sticking it up somebody's nose, they tried it against a little piece of meat with horrifying results.
Horrifying!
Flying hundreds.
Horrifying!
So this is a bit of a PSA. Be very careful
Y'all
if
do
you let
not
people
take
stick up your
PCR
nose.
tested.
Look!
You might leave
Oh
a bunch
my-
of shards sticking.
Oh, shards! They're shards! The cotton shards are in your nose, and the mucus will never remove that. That's going to be like asbestos in your lungs, everybody. You know, because science.
out of your flesh.
Wow. And so shut the fuck up, shit lib, the fucking idiot of Twitter. He puts that video up there and he says this. Yes, test up, everyone. I will. You think I'm worried about putting a cotton swab up my nose, dude? Really? It's a new system for injecting government control. There's a camera and they've got a tracking device in the black fiber. They've got a tracking device in the black fiber. I want to read some of the comments from that video. So I put up a video. I put up a couple of videos of my own. Check this out. Here's one of my videos. Here's one right here.
My God, this cotton. Oh my God, this cotton swab has fibers coming off of it. Oh.
That's the first video. Here's the second one. Here's the second video.
They're poisoning us with. Oh my God, look at all the fibers on this cotton swab. They're poisoning us with fibers. Oh. Oh.
That's
Oh
what
my
a cotton
God,
swab
look
looks
at all the
like.
Fibers on this cotton swab. They're poisoning us with fibers.
So let's go through some of the... I have some buddies that test every day because it gets them out of work if one comes up positive, lol. If I could get one of those tests for free just to see if under a powerful microscope, I'd do it just to warn others about the danger of them. Yeah.
My God, this cotton swab has fiber.
I got 5 replies so far. And then this.
Their house. We encourage
Here's this.
The American people can now access 4 free tests starting September 25th. Order those and have them sent directly to their house. We encourage people, don't let them sit in your medicine cabinet. Use them this fall and winter when you're gathering with your close family and friends as we move indoors to make sure you know whether you have it and to prevent anyone else from having it.
That was weird.
By the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
That was weird.
The American
That fucking flash of logos at the end, that was really weird and almost seemed like subliminal. It's fucking weird, dude. Anyway, so he only got 5 comments on this, but I shared it, so maybe more
Coming
people,
off of it. Oh.
maybe more people will see it. But as you can see, you know, cotton swabs or whatever, they've got fibers and they're going to collect dust because dust is everywhere. You know, there's dust right here on my desktop. I can see it right now and I clean it off constantly. We're breathing it in. There's little black fibers everywhere. It comes off of clothing, comes off of animals. That thing that was moving, that could very well have been some kind of a little worm or something. You know, who knows what the fuck it was. But, you know, on a microscopic level, dude, you should see what's crawling around on your own eyebrows and your eyelashes. You know, we've got crazy freaking microscopic life on this planet, and it gets everywhere. You know, we've got germs, viruses, molds, bacteria. They move. They little worms, little parasites. You know, parasites have fucking parasites. Worms have worms. You know, there's tiny shit out there. But for them to find a little fiber on a cotton swab and to say that, you know, this is what they're poisoning you with, this tiny little fiber that's going to go into your nose, and you know, next time you sneeze, that little fiber is going to get blown out of your nose. Of course, whatever it was. People are skeptical because they glow under black light. Yeah, so does semen. I mean, who cares if it glows under black light? Everything, I mean, god damn. Everything, did you know that white things glow under black light, Dabs for Days? You know that, right? You know how black light works, right? If it's white, it's going to glow, right? You know that, right? Cotton swabs are white, so they're going to glow. Right? I just want to make sure you know that. Right, good. I just want to make sure you realize that. Good. Fucking idiots. I mean, they should know that white things glow under black light. They should know that. Rogie, what are you doing under there? Are your paws itching you? What's wrong, buddy? Is your paw bothering you? You need a pill? I think his paws are itching him. I gave him too much bread yesterday. His ears are everything. Everything's itching today, huh? No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Hold on, guys. Don't scratch your ear. Here. talking about rushing a flight for this woman. I thought she was in some kind of a medical emergency. She had to be at a show so she could perform. So they rushed the flight for her. Russia said they blew up a German tank and it was full of Germans and they have a German prisoner now? Billy Bond Thornton, no shit, where'd you hear that? Purified pumpkin and fish oil. Huh. Well, I just gave him his pill. He has a little anti-inflammation pill that I give him every day. Oh boy, I told you guys that the crypto was going to take off, didn't I? I hope I told you that at the beginning of the show. Did anybody hear me say that? I don't know if you heard me say it or not. But look. Yeah, I did. I told you guys that Ethereum, Cardano, and Matic, Matic and Cardano were taking off, and I said everything's about to follow. Look at Bitcoin, guys. Look at Ethereum. The only thing that's not shot up yet is Harmony. So Harmony will go eventually, but boy, oh boy, man, look at us. Look at us. Look at this crazy, crazy market. Oh boy. Okay, and then it drops right when I say it, right when I point it out, then it starts dropping. Okay, whatever. Market's gonna market, I guess. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. All right, we'll see what happens here. All right, cool. So I haven't smoked yet today. I want to see what. Well, okay. So Russian caught a German soldier. Okay, I guess that's not really newsworthy. Who cares? Brent hasn't responded to me yet. Heavy P, thank you for liking my tweet about I want everyone to see what a conspiracy nut job looks like. Thank you. Thank you for that, man. Thank you, Heavy P. Exactly as I predicted. God damn. Thank you, Heavy P. Yes. All right, so what else? Anything else before we get into these dabs, folks? I got kafefe. I'm going to mix my milk in with my kafefe. Yes. That's going to be delicious. Delicious. It's a little OCD of me, isn't it? I don't always do this. Just because it's milk, I don't want milk. And I know I'm not going to get up for a while, so I don't want milk sitting at the bottom of this thing. Sometimes I'll drop a little water in the glass if there's milk in there, so it won't get gross. Also, I use fat-free milk so it doesn't spoil as quick. My mom pissed me the fuck off this morning. Oh my god. God, man. She goes out to the restaurant and pick us up some breakfast, which is really nice. She brought it back. And this one restaurant, they give you these syrups, and the syrup is full of high fructose corn syrup. It's all poison. It's straight fucking poison. It's not maple syrup. And, when people put that in their bodies, it makes them sick. The shit kills people over time. And I meant a while back I was going to call them and request that they stop using that poison, that they get something more natural, something better. They're a good restaurant, and they should have a nicer product for their customers and not be poisoning people that want to put some syrup on their pancakes, right? So, I had made the comment. I was like, I forgot to call them. I'm going to call them. And she starts arguing with me about it. And I'm like, why can't you just be supportive of that? I'm just going to make a phone call. Why do you have to say that I shouldn't waste my time, or that it's there? She's making excuses for them. Oh, well, it's cheaper for them and blah, blah, blah. And they have the real stuff there. And I'm like, who the fuck are you? The corporate representative? Who are you, their fucking spokesperson? Are you kidding me? Why can't you be supportive of something I want to do? I mean, I said, I want to help people. You don't care about anybody but yourself, I told her. I was like, it's okay, because she said, well, we're using the good stuff here. And I go, what about everybody else? All you care about is us? What about the rest of the fucking world? You don't want to go out of your way and make a phone call so that maybe some lies will be... And she's like, wow. She starts going in that shit. And I'm like, you're so unsupportive. I said, it's like you just fucking hate me, it seems like. And something I say, and you just want to disagree with it. It's a good idea. They shouldn't be giving people poison. It's a good idea. You make a call. Sometimes a company like that will respond, and they will change their ways. Once they realize that you're not too fucking dumb and lazy to make a call and realize that they're fucking poisoning you, once they realize that the jig is up, they'll fucking change their shit. They're like, oh, somebody read the ingredients. They're really small, but somebody read them. So I'll fucking call them at some point today. I will call them. And I'll speak to the manager, and I'll just tell them, look, you guys are using this Smucker's poison. You should change companies and get some real maple syrup, since you're a great company. You shouldn't be, and if you read the ingredients on that, you wouldn't give it to your fucking, to your worst enemy, because this shit is so bad. Read the ingredients, Good luck finding actual sugar in there. So, I just want someone who's going to support me, someone who's going to agree with me on just the silliest shit. Just be like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. That's good. Do this, do that, whatever. Thank you. Yeah, I will. That's all I need, is just a little pat on the back and an attaboy. That's it. I don't ask for much. But I do ask this. If I'm making sense, give me some fucking credit for it. Don't just sit there with your fucking thumbs up your asses. When you're on the show and I say something and you agree with me, and you're like, you know what, Nay, you should act on that. You know what, Nay, I'm going to go tell some of my friends they should come here and be watching you. You're making a lot of sense right now. Yeah, that's why not do that, Nay? That's a great idea, Nay. That's the kind of support I like. More of that, please. If you agree with what I'm saying, man, if you agree with me calling Bran out on his bullshit, and you liked that kind of stuff, let me know in the chat. Be supportive. If there's one thing I fucking can't stand, it's people that go against me just so they can go against me. There's no other reason except maybe you fucking don't like me or whatever. What are you fucking achieving except proving to me that you're a fucking idiot that doesn't like me? That's all you're fucking proving. You're willing to go against your own set of beliefs because you don't like me as a person? Well, fuck you too. How about that? Billy Bomb, what did Ben Armstrong put up? Is he all cracked out this time? Because we just watched one yesterday, and it is pretty hard to watch. We watched him with Carl the Moon. Oh, you got me, dude. I'll go check it out. Two Republicans jumped ship to help the Democrats with the spending, with the government shutdown. Which, let's just say it one more time, man. There shouldn't be an option for government shutdown, just like there shouldn't be an option for war. How we've made this into our own set of rules blows my mind. It's like, hey man, we're going to play a game of Monopoly. 4 of us, we're going to sit around and play Monopoly. But I want to put a rule in, okay? Let's say we get to one point in the game and we don't agree on something. Okay, I'm going to burn the fucking board. I'm just going to set it on fire. That's fucking government shutdown, man. That's how dumb it is. How idiotic do you have to be to fucking, those are the rules? Okay, I want to play that game. We're going to burn the board as soon as we have a disagreement. Oh, that sounds like a great game. You step into that. You don't say, hey, maybe we should change that one rule. Let's have a vote on that. Does anybody else think that shutting the government down is a good idea? Okay, great. Well, y'all think it's dumb, right? We do too. Okay, let's vote it out so we don't do it anymore. That's all. You disagree on something, you disagree, and you keep working on it until you get it. But you don't shut the whole fucking government down over it. Because that achieves nothing except hurts a lot of people. Oh, but, we're too fucking dumb to fucking put that together. Ben Armstrong. Hit Network exposed 9 hours ago.
Welcome to Ben Armstrong's Crypto Show. Today we are not talking crypto. Today I'm going
course
to be
not.
discussing 2 audio calls I have in my possession.
Of course we will.
One from TJ Shed. The other one from Carlos Diaz, a.k.a. Larry Smith. Not scared of you, Carlos. The fact that anybody's scared of you is hilarious, actually, now that I understand your intricate plot. Guys, as you listen to these calls, I'm going to be breaking down what's happening in these calls, and you guys are going to understand.
This is an hour?
Who is lying?
Oh my God.
Who is telling the truth? To the Hit Network employees, by the end of this video, I promise you, there will be zero doubt that TJ, Carlos, and Justin have extorted me, and they have blackmailed me. We all know about the death threats. There will be no question about this after these videos, just so you understand, or just after this video, after this audio plays.
He's living in a fucking hotel room.
This is so bad and so damning because you have to understand, when I recorded these 2 weeks ago, I didn't know everything that I know today. I went back and listened to these calls and I realized...
And he's been reading the Bible, which is sitting next to the bedside.
Now that all of the pieces are into place, you're going to see the kind of person that TJ is, and you're going to see the kind of person that Carlos is.
Okay.
You're going to hear me, Ben Armstrong, scared, confused, hurt, not understanding what's happening, still willing to be merciful. You're going to hear TJ, robotic, and he doesn't know what's going on at his own building. He doesn't know what's going on with Carlos. You're going to hear Carlos come on later and expose that.
Hey, hippie
And
chick.
you're also going to hear Carlos scared like a little bitch because he's extorted me and he knows it. And
I love Ben so much,
trying to
man.
get me to audibly say on a call that he did not extort me from my Lamborghini. TJ knew. TJ called the shot. We're going to go over all this. Let's get started. This is the beginning of my
Be
call.
blessed.
TJ, now let me set this up. TJ and I were supposed to mediate, and we agreed to no phones, no recordings for our mediation. I chose the third-party mediator, Dave Thiel, Thiel. He works for C12, a Christian organization that TJ and I were both a part of, which
Doesn't
is
mean
hilarious.
doesn't mean
at this
anything.
point.
Right.
The fact that
Well, oh wait, I thought your Christianity was a shield that means you're perfect and beautiful and Jesus loves you.
TJ ran a conspiracy.
Doesn't work that
extorted
way,
black
huh,
men, threatened
Ben?
to kill my family, and
Huh.
still at C12, TJ? Is that what you're doing? Still going to the Christian organization after you threatened to kill me? Dave Teal, this guy. I chose the third party mediator.
I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
TJ, as you'll see, decides not to do the mediation. He calls Dave, and instead of Dave calling me privately and explaining to me what TJ has told him, they both ambush me in a supposed phone call to explain we're not mediating. Dave, TJ lied to you, my friend. You should have called me. It's going to look like you're involved in this. I know that you're not. Dave Teal is not involved in this, but it's going to sound very suspicious as we go on here. So let's start this call. We're going to start it. The first 45 seconds are pretty much blank.
Hey. What's up? Can I convert some number David real quick? Yeah, sure. Okay. No problem. Hey.
I'd also like to say here that as we go into this, you have to understand, this is the first time that TJ and I talked on the phone this entire situation for almost a month, I guess, 3 weeks probably, since TJ and I had even talked at all. TJ would not talk to me. Carlos was acting as the mediator on behalf of Justin. He was an agent for the company, Vumio and Network, on behalf of TJ and Justin. Carlos and Justin refused to let me talk to TJ. They wanted to insulate him. As you'll see, he says we're no longer doing mediation. Now, since this is only on a phone recording, I'm totally within my rights here to be able to record this phone conversation because we did agree to not record a phone conversation. We agreed not to record an in-real-life meeting of mediation. I also want you to keep in mind, right before this meeting, I've finally got access to our organizing documents, and I know TJ doesn't have a leg to stand on here. But he tries to make me confused, me think I'm going to prison, make me think I've done wrong things. You hear me say I haven't? That's the setup for this call.
Hey. It's real. Yes, I got David. I know. I want to talk. Yep.
Okay.
We're not going to be able to do the any kind of in-person meeting today. Just because of the nature of the whole situation. There's just too much, going on. I don't know what the heck is real and what's going on. I don't know who to trust. I know I want to talk to you. I know you wanted to talk to me.
It's a lie. Never talk to me.
I don't know, but I assume nobody wants to be in this situation. And yeah, so I wanted to talk to you. I mean, I saw your thing. You're non-negotiable. It's not separating. So I don't, I just want to hear where your head's at. I think. Are you against that? I mean, yeah, I have to be. I have to separate, man. We have to go our at this point. It's not. There's too many lines that have been crossed. You and I we have to go our separate ways. Not out of malice. Like I still want the best for you, and you and I have to be separated. But what?
And when TJ says separated, just so you know, he means I separate from the company and give him the company. That's what he means. That's gonna be very key in a little bit.
Why can we not talk? Because what do you mean by you don't know what's real? Because that's the whole thing here is you and I haven't talked, so neither one of us know what is real.
I'm still under the illusion that Carlos is calling the shots over TJ and over Justin at this point. I know that's not true now. I know Justin and TJ were calling the shots on Carlos. What TJ's trying to do here is he's trying to pretend like he's under someone else's control. Listen to what he's saying.
And so because of that, I believe that we're both being led in a certain direction by Carlos. I mean, look at his name. He threatened to kill me. I don't know if you know that. He absolutely threatened to murder me. He told my wife that he's extorting me. If I did not pay him $3.2 million, he's going to put me under the concrete. And then he said it to my wife. And then he said, when I called him on it, because we have it recorded, he said, no, I meant put you in prison. That's what I'm facing. And I'm not facing prison because I haven't done anything wrong to face prison. But I'm facing reputationally the fact that everything is being held against me right now. And I don't know I don't know if the problem is between you and me. The problem seems to be a third party that has taken over our building and our business.
Justin Williams and TJ Shed allowed Carlos Diaz, a gangster, to come into our building and take it over. The hostile environment and the hostile tension and the people being scared and me being scared, all coming from Carlos, directed by TJ and Justin.
And if you are siding with that party, then I guess you have to be involved in it. And that's why I wanted to talk away from everybody else, because I don't know what you're operating under. You and I have...
You're going to find out a little bit later, Carlos is in the room with him.
You and I have not gotten to talk. No, what I'm operating, where I'm at this point, and my hands are tied. I don't know.
Once again, I'm not in control of things.
I don't know where the heck Carlos stands on stuff. I have no idea either. He's
Liar.
All over the place. Yeah. Well, he blackmailed me for the Lamborghini.
Hey, Justin.
This is key.
Yeah.
Hear the hesitation. Do you hear his break there? He doesn't know how to respond because he knows that this occurred. He's lying. He's about to say, I didn't know about that. Where's the money for the Lamborghini, TJ? What did you do with it? Where's the money for the Lamborghini? At the office this week, TJ has been telling all the employees that there's no issue with the Lamborghini. It was a company car. He could sell it. No problem. Then why, TJ, did you not sign the title? Why did you not sign the title and hand it over to Carlos if you were able to sell it on behalf of the company? Why? Because he couldn't. He sent Carlos to extort me and make me sign it over under duress, knowing I've been under death threat. These people knew that. TJ knew this for 100%. The fact that TJ's trying to say he didn't know what happened to the Lamborghini, this is an all-out lie, guys. And if you're in this building at Hit Network,
Billy, if you can make any sense out of this at all and somehow credit him, I give you credit, bro. Because he's not making any sense at all. He's not making any sense at all. I want you to realize that. You might listen to him and hear the words that he's saying, and to you, it sounds like what you said. He might be right. He says he's got evidence, and I mean, I'll watch this, bro. We'll see how I feel at the end of it, but man, I'm not getting it yet.
you need to listen to this stuff. You need to pay attention. TJ is the biggest liar that has ever existed in the history of mankind, and he's so great.
Dude.
He's a sociopath. He's so...
If TJ is lying about the who's behind the wheel, okay. So he's lying that so Carlos is behind it and he's not. Okay, what else? So he's lying about that. What else is he lying about? It sounds like he's just being like, I don't want to be in the middle of this. This is between you and Carlos, and I'm getting dragged into it. Leave me the fuck out of it, because this is Carlos's deal. But what kind of a company has a company Lamborghini? A crypto company, man, that wants to show off how much money they're making. That's very common in the crypto space for people to buy Lamborghinis. It's a big fuck you to society. That's all that is. It's cool. I like it. I think every crypto guy that's got a lot of money should have a Lambo. A Lambo. I'm waiting to see his evidence about the death threats. I thought you watched this video. Did you not watch this video yet, Billy?
At emotionally
Dude.
manipulating the employees to feel like he cared.
If they threatened him with death or whatever, oh well. It's business, bro. It doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't take away from anything that this motherfucker's guilty of. And he might find fault in the way he was dealt with, but he's not talking about all the shit he's guilty of. And all he says is he cheated on his wife. That's bullshit. There's a lot more to the story. And he's not telling you.
And he's on their side. I want you to listen to this call and understand this man has no care. You'll hear me in here. Ben, I love you. Ben, I care about your family. But every action that he's taken shows otherwise.
No, I don't. And you said you didn't even know about that. No, he told me that you knew about this for sure.
Or maybe TJ just wanted you to hit bottom so you could get better, Ben. You ever think about that? They take everything away from you because you're when you got money, income, in a Lambo to drive around, you're driving to Cracktown and getting fucking meth or crack or whatever, and they know you are. So, I mean, if you just look at Ben's face, you could tell he's been doing some serious drugs. He does not look healthy at all.
And that there's some kind of lawsuit in the building against me from for humping Nick DiMondi or something like that.
Nick DiMondi, the guy who forever wants to be known as the guy that Bitboy humped, apparently, by making this up.
And Jack,
he's so twitchy. His face is all twitchy, man.
And because
I can't believe you don't see that. I see it as plain as day. I see his mouth twitching all over the place.
I don't know. Yeah,
his head movement, his body movement.
Doesn't know anything about any of that. Doesn't know one thing about any of that.
And we do have to sped up, but still.
Notice what he says. He goes, he's always trying to wiggle his way out of what he knows is true. He says, I don't know anything.
You know what he's doing here, man? He's doing the same fucking conspiracy thing that everyone does when they're backed up against the wall. And he thinks he's going to prove some kind of a big conspiracy against him, and this is just going to work out against him, man.
I don't know anything about what Carlos has told you about that. No, TJ knows.
Because it wasn't his Lamborghini, that's why. He didn't own the car.
I can tell you is that when the attorneys came and people started making statements, I was shocked at the stuff that started coming out.
Of course, when you coerce your employees to say bad things about the person you just kicked out and said was a horrible person and stealing from them, of course, they're going to say bad things.
And at this point, everything that I'm doing is, and I know it may not feel that way, I still care about you and your long-term interests and taking care of your family. I care about Bethany. I care about your kids. I care about you as a person. I don't want to see you in any kind of long-term trouble.
He's got kids.
Do you hear the threat? What you've done this I don't want to see you in long-term trouble.
It's not a threat.
The psyop they tried to create in my brain.
Dude, you're a psyop.
I
You're
haven't
your
done
own
anything.
psyop.
Are you saying
You're
I
like
would?
shut the fuck
I'm
up
going to
shit
prison, I
lib with
guess, based
fucking
on what-
nasal the way they're trying to poison us with
Nobody
fucking
knows.
nasal swabs, dude.
You and I.
It's the same guy.
But what does that mean? Like
Conspiracy nut. They all look the same to me.
Everything has been baked, and that's how I don't know what's real and what's not real. I have no idea what's real and what's not real because basically the way that I look at this for 100% is that like I'm being blackmailed and extorted. Like all of this stuff are threats. These are all threats that have been made towards me. Not stop. Hold on, let me turn this stupid thing off.
I'm good with tech, guys. Really good with tech.
I'm gonna turn this off. I don't know any threats or extortion. All I know is, from
Really?
my communication with you,
Look,
I got back into a corner.
if you cannot see the addiction in this guy, if you can't see these movements and the body movements for what it is, guys, if you think that this guy is not on drugs, I mean, he might not be on drugs when he made this video, but he's been constantly using them, and that's why his body is so out of control right now. I can't help you see it, man. I know because I've been there. And I know what that's like to have your body doing shit that you don't want it to do. He's completely out of control. He's put so many drugs in his body, he can't stop all of his tics.
where there was really only one option as far as,
It looks like he's on a
what-
train
you know,
driving
you were-
down the
you were
road.
tracking me for weeks.
Look at him. Look at the movement.
So right here, what you're about to see is I'm about to bring up the Telegram AMA, where I called out all the people that were involved in this plot and what they were doing. I clearly say here, I didn't lie. Everything I told was true. And notice, TJ just skips right past that. He doesn't address that at all. Why? Because he knows he can't reference it, because everything that I said in that AMA is true.
I mean, I was attacking you for weeks. I did one AMA where I said, and everything that I said was true. You weren't lying about anything. I'm saying you were attacking me
Oh.
here, what the heck? It wasn't for
He's trying right here to make it sound like I've attacked him and I've done all this bad stuff to him. And I'm saying, what are you talking about, TJ? And he just keeps saying the vagueness over and over and over and over again. TJ's now claiming that he wants to go on Altcoin Daily and Cryptos R Us and Crypto Banner, and he wants to go do. And by the way, guys, if you let him on your show, I will never speak to you again. I will never speak to you again if you let TJ on your show, ever. This man's a lot.
Really? He was on your show for years, dude. So no one should talk to you then. You see the hypocrisy, guys? I see it instantly. If you don't think that's hypocritical, I don't know what it is, man.
Liar. He's spreading propaganda. He's tried to destroy.
Really? Then why did you partner up with him for so long if he's such a great liar? It's almost like that was working for you as long as it worked for you, and now it's not working for you anymore. So now you're exposing him for the people that you know you are.
Destroy my life. And if any of
I'll
you
be right
consider
back.
yourselves on any level to be my friend, you will not allow this man on your show. No one will. He cannot be allowed to spew this. He's now claiming I threatened his life and him and his wife are scared. It never happened. Normal people file police reports like me and my wife did when we were threatened by a credible threat, Carlos Diaz, aka Larry Smith. TJ and Ali did not do that. And it's interesting, in this entire call, there's not one mention of me intimidating him or talking about threatening him or where his life is on the line. He's trying to create this general vagueness of attacks. There were attacks. Nothing specific, no evidence, no credibility.
weeks because it was only 7 days. From the time, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Hey,
You made it very, sorry.
go ahead, TJ, and then I want to interject something, but go ahead, TJ.
I was just basically, you made it very clear that there was no, you and I were not going.
I want you to hear this, guys. This is the key to really this entire thing. TJ did not kick me out of the company because I did anything wrong. TJ's about to explain why he kicked me out of the company. It's because I told him we needed to separate and I was done with him. Meaning, I was telling him, me as 67% owner, I'm kicking you out of the company. And when he realizes that, he says he had no choice but to do what he did. I wanted to separate from him, so when I go out of town, him and Justin Williams and Carlos launched this plan to get rid of me using a clause. It's weird. No one cared about this until I told TJ that he was done.
Going forward. We were not moving forward. We were done. We were separating. You made that very clear. And you committed from the time, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Hey,
You made it very, sorry.
go ahead, TJ, and then I want to interject something, but go ahead, TJ.
I was just basically, you made it very clear that there was no, you and I were not going forward. We were not moving forward. We were done.
Basically
We were
fired.
separating. You made that very clear. And you communicated.
Dude, I haven't smoked yet.
Like, and I didn't. And you
How
knew-
long into the show
and I
are we?
didn't really want that.
I'm I'm 67% owner, TJ. You don't get a choice.
Right? Okay. And I had no choice.
He said
And this
60%?
has gone way further than anything.
He had no choice but to.
And you knew that I didn't really want that.
I'm 67% owner, TJ. You don't get a choice.
If he's 67% owner in the company, none of this should have happened at all. That Lamborghini would have been his. And there's no way he would have ever let them take it away from him unless he had done something that they were holding over his head. So, yeah, he may have been being blackmailed or extorted or something for that. If he was the owner, I didn't realize he was the owner, 67% owner of the company, and that was a company car. That was his fucking car, his company. So, maybe he was on meth and just not thinking clearly, and they just only had to just say a couple things, and in his conspiracy-laden mind, it's all they needed for him to sign that car over, but the car probably was in his name. If he's 67% owner of that company, the car probably was in his name. So he's an idiot. It was his car. And if he's making payments on it, my guess is he can't afford the payments on the car anymore. He's staying in a hotel room. I think he's losing everything. Who knows what he fucking did? I have no idea. I couldn't believe he was flying around chasing fucking Sam Bankman-Fried and shit. And Alex Mashinsky flying around. That shit traveling costs a lot of money, dude. And he was spending it like water. They would have kept his affairs hush hush. I don't know. One thing's for sure. I'm going to put 99% of the fault on this guy right here. He had it all and blew it. He had a wife, kids. He had a great job. He had everything. He was doing good in crypto. He had a good knowledge of whatever. And he had to get back on drugs. And he claims, oh yeah, I cheated on my wife. Dude, you cheated on yourself, bro. You fucking went back to your addiction. Whatever it is, you're doing it. We know you are.
Right?
And I don't understand what he thinks this is going to do for him.
And this has gone way further than anything.
He had no choice but to make up allegations to expel me from the company so I would not fire him. Wake up, Hid Network employees. Wake up. He admits it. He admits it right here. He had nothing. I fired him. Then he launches this plan. And they're using something called the 33 Strategies of War by Robert Greene.
Excuse me. What did you fire TJ for? If you fired TJ, why don't you tell us what he did and what was the basis for the firing? Is it possible that maybe he was talking to people about your drug problem and you found out about it, so you just wanted to get rid of him? This is not going well for him at all. No matter how you guys are viewing this, he can explain as much as he wants, but it doesn't seem to be adding up.
I was told today by an employee who has been on the corporate computers and says that in the cookies are these books. 48 Laws of Power.
How long have we been live for? Over an hour! No smoking yet. This is me, totally sober.
And take all the people that are on your side.
Pretty cool, huh?
Great committee, great teamwork, and make sure everyone understands on your team, you have to corporately and together go after the person that is the villain. TJ made me the villain when I left the building that day. And he had a plan to overthrow me and expel me and hopefully go to the employees and find things maybe that I've done wrong and then retroactively try to say that these are the reasons why we need to separate. Guys, he literally says it right there. Go listen to it.
I ever would have thought. This is way out of my control. This last week or 2 weeks was the most stressful, other than my divorce. That was the most
You did this,
stressful
TJ.
life. I am at my wit's end.
Unbelievable.
He did what?
I know you are. That's why I'm talking to you right now, because I'll be honest with you, the reason I can't talk to you right now is because...
Once again, I'm not in control, but I'm willing to throw you this one little thing.
Of what the council is. And I still am talking to you because I care about you as a human and as a person. And
Lie.
I don't want any of this, man. And once it started, yes, this is much bigger than me and what I can do.
Remember, it's much bigger than him. This is bigger than TJ. There's someone above TJ calling the shots.
Here, I'll tell you very specifically.
Isn't it Carlos?
I can't tell you. They are conducting an internal
Who is they?
investigation.
But once again, remember this, guys.
No, the company.
Remember this.
Asking you right now.
They're
I still am talking to you because I care about you as a human. I don't want any of this, man. And once it started, yes, this is much bigger than me. And what I can hear, I'll tell you very specifically what I can tell you. They are conducting an internal investigation to make sure no company doesn't have to do any kind of self-reporting, any kind of government agency or anything like that.
I'm in trouble with the SEC, the FBI, the IRS, the DEA, the FDA, the Department of Homeland Security, the Oval Office, any organization in the government, like, ooh, we've got stuff we have to report to them. Guys, it's clear who's been in charge of the finances in the company this week. It's TJ Shedd and Timothy Shedd.
He said TJ and pointed at
Dr.
himself.
Bauman was also one of the people who was in charge of the finances, but he's no longer there. But all of those people are liable and accountable for what occurred on those books. I've never once laid eyes on the books in my company.
What?
It's my role. It's my CFO job.
What?
I don't know.
67% you're not looking at the books?
Right now,
Dude.
the sooner it stops, the better for everybody. I think what they're telling me. But they're also telling me
That's a recipe for trouble right there.
what's going on. Because it's illegal.
Confusion. They wanted me to be confused. Guys, there is no they. There is a lawyer hired by TJ Shedd in order to try to find something that I've done wrong and I have not done wrong. He called them in to try to find, but TJ's also scared because him and his dad have cooked the books. And so someone has to come in and get leverage against me without opening the Hit Network books.
13:30.
So, I don't know what...
An hour and 13 minutes and 30 seconds, and I haven't smoked yet.
TJ, let me interject something. So,
Because I'm addicted to cannabis.
So Ben, you're maybe hearing that for the first time. So
Iceman! Cheers, buddy.
So
the
stupid.
counsel given TJ.
All win so
Guys, you
top,
hire the
all
lawyer.
win top.
The
No,
lawyer
what's
doesn't
up?
hire you. You get to tell the lawyer what to do.
He would have kept his
The lawyer may have
affairs.
his own opinions of
Maybe
what to
run
do,
your company and you would
but
still
you
have
manage
it, Ben,
He's
right?
making it seem like the lawyers
Do the work,
are working
bro.
with
Show
government
up.
agencies, and
Look
they're
at the
inside of
books.
Hit Network
They're
building,
yours.
And they're trying to make me question what I've done in my life. They're trying to make me scared and confused. That's been this entire thing.
And indirectly to you.
Dude, the drugs make you scared and confused, Ben. The
Indirectly.
meth, the coke, or whatever, the alcohol,
No, Dave.
whatever it is you're
No,
putting in your
Dave.
brain.
TJ told you.
You have
This was
destroyed
not
your mind.
indirectly. TJ directly told you what the deal was on a call before you got
Iceman, cheers, dabs up. No longer gonna cannabis, everybody cheers.
Supposed to be a neutral third party to have a private conversation with one of the parties without alerting the other party.
Today is not for today. Now,
So
maybe
disappointed in
down
me.
the road there's mediation, which I am a believer in because God's word's real clear. Don't take things to the court between brothers in Christ.
TJ's not a brother in Christ. He already sold his soul.
That aside, the counsel right now TJ's given is not to have the meeting and not to have conversations until they finish up with their due diligence.
Who's that guy?
And that,
Well,
that
I understand that, but
that puts
TJ
handcuffs
and I
on,
are the owners of the company, and we have the ability to pull all this back.
well, that puts handcuffs on TJ and it puts handcuffs on you right now.
No, handcuffs. Great language.
Unfortunately. And so
Oh, is this the lawyer?
I can appreciate the difficulty of the situation, but
Useless.
TJ's got the trust of the council at this point.
Can I ask what you want, then?
Oh my goodness.
I want you guys to hear the mercy from my side compared to what they're doing.
The mercy?
What about Mark?
Bro, you're in no position to be merciful. Okay, you're the victim. Okay, Ben, you're the victim, and granted, you're the victim of your own doing. But you're in no position to show mercy to anybody right now. They got you up against the wall. He's in denial about his own situation. And this video, putting this out there, is not helping him one bit.
You know, I don't hate you. I don't want to be
Katarine.
I don't want.
Katarine.
You know, I want
You've been playing this
to
around.
move
24.
forward with my life. You know, and you move me up, and not be devastation for all of us. I mean, this is. I know this is hard for you. I know this is terrible for you. I know.
Well, the
I can't
problem is
imagine
this.
the last week or two have been like either. You know.
It's a good question that you asked, Alwyn. Okay, Katarim 24. It's a good question. What happened to them saying CEOs could no longer claim ignorance of the goings on of a company? Well, the fact between that is, if the CEO isn't implicated in crimes, then, you know, they know everything that's going on with their corporation. When they're implicated, when they're guilty of stuff, oh, I didn't know what was going on. You see how that works? Oh, I wasn't looking at the books. Oh, I didn't know what was going on in my own company. 67% stockholder of the company. You know, driver of the company, Lamborghini. Oh, I didn't know what was going on. I just show up and do my show. You know, and it was their job to do everything behind the scenes. I would love to see all of this go into a court of law so we could hear both sides completely revealed, you know?
I can
Emotional manipulation.
I don't want that for you, and I don't want it for me. Like, I want to move on in peace. You know, like, live my life, have a family. You know, I don't. Yeah. Well, like that's what's frustrating me is in the very beginning of this.
Ben did not get
all
fired
that
because he cheated on his
was
wife.
that Justin moved downstairs. That was it. That was it. That was it. Justin moves Vumio to a nice office. We make it incredible downstairs, and it makes sense because we're trying to. There needs to be some separation between me and them, anyways. Like, so that's all that had to happen, and you and I could have eventually worked it out. We could have eventually figured it out. Eventually. There could have been a time where we would have been tense.
This is the mercy he's showing.
I wasn't going to remove you. I was never going to remove you. And if I did ask for... Hold on.
He literally just told us he had fired TJ. And then he just said, I was never going to remove you. So now he's the liar, Ben. I'm so confused now. And I wonder if he's going to stop here and correct himself.
And let me finish real quick. Is that when we were in the office and we had...
You guys see the
blow
head...
up, okay?
You guys see the head movement? You see the uncontrollable body movements? These tics that Ben has?
Big blow up between the two of us. The fact was, is that even then, well, first of all, before then, I was willing for us to work it out in some way. Like, I was willing to let you come into work and do your job, and we could operate, and just our personal lives are going to be out of it.
Listen.
And so the point here is that it was after the blow up, things went to like a much, much different level. But the whole time, all I was going to do was...
So we hear after the blow up. Can anybody define the blow up? Can anybody, I mean, was it made public? Does anybody know the blow up? The date, the occurrence, what happened? Is it on the show? Can we go back to BitBoy Crypto and find the day?
Buy you out and give you a nice offer. Or I didn't even care about that, DJ. You could have stayed owner. And this is still on the table.
Not anymore.
I would like to throw this out. This is still on the table.
It wasn't.
If you just step down.
I'm just kind of curious. I mean, you would think that BitBoy Crypto started from just Ben doing a YouTube channel, right? Am I wrong about that? And at some point, did he sell part of his channel to TJ or something? I wonder how that transpired. You know, or was it always the two of them from the start, or did TJ start it and then he took BitBoy on?
From day-to-day operations and just basically retire. Go to your house, collect your money, pursue whatever you want to pursue. I know you enjoy being at home with your wife and your kids, and you still will get to keep a third of the money, and I will run the entire thing, and there will be safeguards put in place. Your dad cannot be the CFO.
Listen to this. Listen to what I'm about to say. I tell him, even though his dad lost $3 million on Celsius, even though his dad...
God, his dad lost $3 million in Celsius, guys. So that means his dad's going to be getting $2 million back. Because we're about to get our money back. They're about to pay us. Ben said he took a drug test a day after this happened. Everyone would believe him, but he still hasn't shown the evidence. He does all this talk, but never any evidence. Well, no, he showed the drug test. We saw it. But the problem is cocaine, meth, they don't stay in the body very long. So, you know, he waits a week or whatever, you know, and has the drug test, or, you know, has someone else pee for him. You know, you go into you know, sometimes it's a blood test, sometimes it's urinalysis. You go into a bathroom and pee in a cup, they don't watch you. You know?
has been involved in the plot. I'm still willing to let him still work there. He can't be CFO any longer, but listen.
I won't even fire your dad. Your dad can move to a different position if he wants to keep his job.
You could just take a urine sample to a place and say, I want urinalysis done on this.
You get the same amount of money
you know?
before. We can keep the steak deal. I'm willing to concede that. I'm willing to give you all your money, and we don't even have to legally separate. We can just do it in a way to where we end all
cocaine's out of the body in 24 hours. Could be coke,
We have
man.
the power to do that. We're the owners. We can tell people to stay out of our building.
I thought his thing was meth.
They don't have. They're only
Smoking
representing us
meth.
legally. They're not criminal lawyers. They're civil lawyers. So it's easy for us to cancel all this, and you get the best of both worlds. You get all the money in the state deal. Everything comes back.
Do you see the
Everything
twitching
comes
in the
back.
movement, guys?
Like,
TJ single-handedly lost the Stake deal. Stake
It's so
contacted
weird
the
to
network
watch.
and told them to remove their logos and ads.
I'm
going
gonna speed it back up
They
again.
would not be moving forward with them without me. And then TJ lied to the employees and told them that it was still coming back. Stake told them to take their logos off. They were already not paying them. They didn't want to be associated with the network.
We're more than halfway through the video.
We're way past that because it's not just.
We're way past the point where TJ and I can negotiate. The two owners of the business, me 67% and him 33%. No, TJ. You and I had all of the power together. There's no line that was crossed where someone else. Remember, he's trying to make it sound like someone else is in charge.
This isn't about money. This isn't even about me. This isn't.
TJ, Ben,
There's some other things that go on in this call. We're going to move to the next call. What you need to understand here is that basically, when it comes to that call, that was TJ talking to me on a mediation, supposedly by himself, that we're supposed to do that he canceled on me. He says he doesn't know anything about the Lamborghini. He doesn't want to negotiate right now or mediate. He wants to. He's being controlled. Someone's telling him he's got to find something wrong with what I've done. Maybe report it to the IRS or the FBI. Funny thing is, TJ, I'm meeting with the FBI this week, and unlike Carlos's fake FBI agent Rico out of the Atlanta office that doesn't exist, I actually am talking to the real FBI this week. You guys better buckle up. Move on to this next one, Carlos. I want you guys to understand that here's the order of operations in that day. I received the operating agreement from our CPA from 2021. I see I'm still 67% owner. They have not taken me off. I then decide, against my better wishes, Cassie told me, after we read the operating agreement, that they don't have any leg to stand on, and I should not mediate with them. Guys, Cassie's involved in this 100%. So I know I had an affair with her, and I know that, me and my wife are trying to work things out, but she's intricately involved in this entire thing, and you're about to see Carlos bring her up several times. My uncle's role, who will be named in a lawsuit we're bringing, was to create dissension between Cassie and I and isolate me to make me think I had no one I can trust. That will come into play here. After TJ's robotic tone, unwillingness to negotiate, now we're switching over to Carlos and the aggression. And you will see him later in the same day doing the work on behalf of TJ and representing the companies, okay? This was right before I did a Twitter space as well. The night I did the Twitter space, and I kept saying good things about Hit Network, it was because I was playing coy, because I was scared that because I was about to file another lawsuit, that Carlos Diaz was potentially going to kill me. This phone call is me drawing hard lines and hard boundaries with him, but at the same time, still trying to diffuse the situation so he's not going to kill me. So as this phone call plays out, you will see where it moves by the end, where I make the decision in the moment, come hell or high water, I'm going to stand my ground. And this was the moment on this phone call 2 weeks ago that everything changed for them.
How much? Look, I'm still operating under the agreement that me and TJ had today, which is there will be a time for mediation. That's what he told me. He said,
they wouldn't do that.
They're willing to do the deal, make it all go away. I know he's a little hard to understand. He's not the smartest guy.
Ben, but listen, you have to stop the manipulation and thinking that you're holding the You're not holding the force, bro. Okay, go to the meeting. Go to the meeting today. You call the meeting, I'll put my name, I'll tell my story.
Okay, I want you to hear this. You started the mediation out today with me talking about extorting Carlos to TJ. How did Carlos know that? Did TJ go to him after the call and tell him? I doubt that. TJ and Justin Williams would have been in the room while TJ was talking to Dave the entire time. There's no doubt about that. You will see Carlos knew everything about that call.
all I asked him you about what was going on.
Everybody knew what was going on, man. You're talking about I'm extorting you, bro.
Everyone knows what's going on. TJ and Justin know what I'm doing. Why are you accusing me of extortion?
No. I got a text message. He's on there right there. Did you get text message? Huh? So did you get text message when you were texting him?
You guys can tell Carlos is a fast talker. All he wants to do is get you to agree. So he says, "Did you see the text message?"
He is a fast talker. I
The text
can't
message
hear
said,
it.
"You were forcing me to sell my Lamborghini." That's what the text message said. And then TJ's text to me back said, "I don't know anything about that." What is it, Carlos?
Yeah, I know what you sent me. I got it. I understand.
Okay, that's dead then. Now, let's move forward. That's dead then. All right, that's dead then right now.
Okay.
We ain't going nowhere
But can I just say one thing? Which is, you have to understand, TJ lied to me. I asked TJ if he knew what was going on with Lamborghini on Saturday or whatever day it was that I signed that over to you. I need to ask because it's his business. It's not his business. And so, if I'm doing it,
Ben, I got you got the receipts. You got the receipts. I got the conversation.
Okay.
Got to the guy that Ben, Cassie recorded it. I recorded it. Everybody had a deal. I put Cassie some money. You know this already, all right? If I was starting you, I'm the one saying, "Oh, I'll come back another day for you to sign the titles." All right? Just think about it. Okay. So.
Think about it. If I was going to extort you, I'd come back another day. I wouldn't do it the same day. That doesn't make sense. Carlos, you've never met a logical argument in your life.
So if you say no, I come meet you right now with my family. That don't sound like nobody's fucking nobody then. Okay? So let's stop that, bro.
I told him I didn't want to meet because I was with my family because I didn't want to meet to sign over my Lamborghini. But he's forcing me to. And then he started texting Cassie and telling her she needed to encourage me to come sell the Lamborghini, hand the Lamborghini over to him. Not sell it because I got no money. To come hand the Lamborghini over to him so we can end this and make a deal.
Stop it. That won't play well in court. You will go to jail.
I'm going to jail for his extortion.
That's what happened with that. That's another crime you're going to commit. All right.
I committed another crime because Carlos extorted me.
And I also got recording from somebody right on that you spoke to, from them recording you. You ain't have the half of what I have. You ain't understand what's happening right now.
Hey, Uncle Tim. Hey, Uncle Tim.
I keep telling you, playing checkers. And I'm telling you right now, I have been your friend. Justin has been your friend. Trying to get this deal.
You can see Carlos and Justin linked together. We've been trying to be your friend by trying to force you to say illegal things on the phone. We've been trying to be your friend by extorting you over the Lamborghini.
Done. Trying to get it done, Ben. We've been trying to get it done.
He works for Justin.
You keep
Listen.
going in your corner and going in there thinking that you're going to create some things and come back with a different situation. And all the people trying to do is get a deal done, sign off it for these allegations to go away.
Sign off. All you got to do is do a deal and they'll make the allegations go away. It's weird, isn't it? If the allegations were real, why would they not be addressed?
What allegations?
People that got the allegations to go away, and that's it. You don't want to play ball. I do. I tried to mediate with TJ today.
I did.
And on the way to mediation, he calls me and tells me he's not going to because we got somebody right beside, because they have somebody. Listen to me, Ben. I'm going to say it one more time. Please listen.
Uncle Tim.
You think you have friends. You don't. You have
The plan was to make me believe that Cassie is the one that's telling all the information to Carlos and TJ. Trying to make me think that Carlos and Cassie actually had a relationship before I even knew him. When in reality, they were preying on the trust of my Uncle Tim, who was like a father to me growing up. I was more of a son to him than any of his real kids have ever been. And he chose to backstab me, and he chose
Uncle Tim.
to give all of the information and explain every step of every lawsuit I was pursuing
No,
in
Uncle
order to throw up roadblocks so Justin and TJ and Carlos could continue to
No,
intimidate me,
Uncle
to wreck
Tim,
my
the
life,
betrayer!
to extort me in an attempt to steal
Uncle
my entire
Tim.
company and make me walk away with virtually nothing.
the closest person that.
It's always Uncle Tim, son.
Okay?
Tim.
So when somebody thinking they're going to be with into a trap or some shit that you've been sleeping
Damn
with,
Uncle
they know,
Tim.
Bro.
Anytime I'm trying to do a lawsuit to protect myself legally and try to get my company back, we know, bro. We know your slick
bro.
tricks.
We
Getting
know,
a lawyer.
bro.
We know that. Because your Uncle Tim told us.
Uncle Tim,
You understand?
back to Uncle Tim. It's always
You
about
think that
Uncle Tim.
I've been recording you.
They're
Think
all
of
good.
other people have been recording you, Ben.
They're all going to prison.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You in a fucked up situation.
Listen to him. Yeah, I am in an effed up situation because of all of the conspiracy around this by these people that are close to me. Listen to how aggressive he is. Guys, I'm scared on this call because I'm trying to diffuse the situation because I'm literally scared for my life. I'm going to take a lie detector test tomorrow. You guys are going to see all this is true.
Knowing that,
He's gonna take a
you
lie
act
detector
right,
test.
and you do what you do and move on to your family.
When did he put this video up? 12 hours ago. Tomorrow he's gonna take a lie detector test.
They got been recording you. They got other people have been recording you, Ben. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You in a fucked up situation. You need to start knowing that.
Here's the
so you
deal.
act right, and you do what you need to.
Ben's not making any assertion. He's not making any points at all. I mean, anything that he tries to say right now, that all of these guys are working together, is old news, where we can tell they're all working together. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, if you ask them personally, they'll probably tell you, yeah, we're all talking. They're all in the room together. We're all working against Ben. Absolutely. Okay, so what else is there? So there's, 4 or 5 guys that are all working together because they're going to make a lot of money once they kick your ass out. You did something. There was some kind of a blow up, whatever. I want to know about that.
And move on to your family. You told me you want to move on to your family and start this channel, and you want to head up on being bit network, being a patient for a year, and all this stuff. Some dudes was willing to agree to them terms, and you would think you had control and talking shit to them again.
And by that,
3
you mean
weeks ago, right?
Getting a lawyer.
We should go back 3 weeks on Bitboy Crypto and see what happened.
No, he wants me to.
Who's the mastermind? Who's the victim? Who's the victim here? Listen.
If somebody, I keep telling you, if somebody feeding back the information, Ben, that's right around you,
Uncle Tim.
and giving your game plan up.
Uncle
listen to
Tim.
me
Here
right
goes
now.
Crypto, guys.
You keep strategizing, Ben. And that's what I'm saying. You keep going in the corner, and I keep telling you, the worst thing you can do is think you're the smartest person in the room and talk to yourself. Because now you got 2 crazy people talking. And I keep telling you that these dudes ain't trying to hurt you. You're making it happen.
Listen. TJ and Justin, they're not trying to hurt you. You are forcing them to hurt you. You are forcing them to hurt you. Punishing me with the Lamborghini. Sending Carlos to threaten me. extorting me, telling my wife he's going to kill me if I don't give him $3.2 million.
You're making that happen.
Uh-huh. I'm making
Like,
them hurt.
why you don't want to be in business with them? Why you don't want to do a deal? I don't understand.
I do want to do the deal. I wanted to be the business. You heard TJ say keeping us together in the business was not an option. They keep me confused between each person I talk to in order to distort reality and make me paranoid and feel like I have nothing to go off of. The 48 Laws of Power, the 33 Strategies of War by Robert Greene. Go look up these books, read these rules, and you will see everything they've done is a game plan based on these books.
I do want to do the deal.
Of course.
We can't make the deal.
Right now. Let's have a people right now.
This is key. What you're about to listen to is you're about to listen to Carlos beg me to audibly say on the phone call that he was recording that he did not extort me for the Lamborghini. Why would someone try so hard to get someone to say something like this if they did not actually do it? He wanted to use this as evidence if I ever brought this case to them, which is getting brought. Carlos is going to prison no matter what. There is no deal for Carlos. I offered Justin and TJ today a deal where they can walk away with nothing, except I'll let TJ keep his house, and I will let them both keep their Vimeo shares. They both resign and walk away, and they will not go to prison. This is their only option. Unfortunately, now the FBI is involved, so I could decline to meet with them and refuse to talk. But it's already in motion this week, guys.
Right now. So you want to do the deal, right? You want to do the deal, right? And make everything go away. Answer my question.
Make it go away. Make everything go away. Make all the stuff that we've created go away. Hidden Network employees, open your eyes, open your ears, use your brain. Critical thinking skills here, guys. Step out of the cult mentality that you allowed TJ and Justin and Carlos and Nick Diamandi to build around you so that you're basically in a cult right now, guys. Hidden Network employees, you are basically in a cult right now.
We're all
Everyone
in a cult,
on the outside
man. Just depends
sees what's
on
happening. Everyone that's watching this
cult
video
we're in.
can see what has been done. I've had countless
We're all
lawyers,
in a cult.
judges, law enforcement.
There's all kinds of
people
cults.
from the Georgia Department of Revenue reach out to me for my story I've been telling in the last few days because everyone can see the criminal activity here.
All right. So we ain't got to go. After this conversation right here that we talking right now, we don't have to worry about no more bullshit, and no more back and forward, no more this dumb ass shit, and I'm going to make this happen. I want to hear it. I want to hear you say it right now. Yeah,
Dude, that was a good dab.
No, I can't do the deal, but I'm about to make it happen. I want you to say everything, and I'm about to make it happen.
I can't do the deal until I sit down with TJ. I told you yesterday, that's my hard line. And TJ said that probably next week or maybe the following week that we would be able to sit down and we would be able to mediate and have the deal. And that's what I'm operating on, which is what TJ told me on the call.
But Ben, I just listen to you. Now, I want to say right now, I want you to say that I want to do a deal. I want to hear, and the rest of that bullshit you're talking about, it stops and it is not true. I want to hear that first, and then I'm going to get the deal done.
I'm waiting. Carlos, I have to talk to TJ. I have to talk to TJ one-on-one in person. And if that's your hard line, if you're saying that's not allowed, or I'm not allowed to do that.
No. I want you to stop. I want you to say that you're going to stop with all the bullshit with me. And all that lies and allegations.
You're allowed to talk going forward. I will never say your name.
All right. And so, and I want you to say I never told you because I know that didn't happen. And then I'm going to go handle my business and get the deal done. Say it. I need that right now.
Listen, I want you guys to understand that this here is actually the key moment of the last 5 weeks. This is the moment, guys. In this moment, you will listen and you will hear my pause. During this pause, I'm thinking, Carlos has already threatened to kill me. He's already told me he's killed people before. He's told me he's hurt people before. He's beat entire gyms of people up with baseball bats. He's been shot. He's shot people. He's a gangster. He's telling me right now, if I don't audibly say that I did not extort him, that I'm going to have severe consequences. And in this moment, I thought to myself, come hell or high water, Carlos, I'm not going to give you what you want. And the moment that I stopped negotiating with the terrorists, that's when I broke out of my psychological prison. That's when over the last 2 weeks, I've been able to win. I've been able to show everybody what's happening. Because Carlos, I'm not scared of you. I'm not scared of you, Carlos. I'm not scared of you, TJ. I'm not scared of you, Justin. I am not scared. I don't care what you have. It's irrelevant. Because I do not negotiate with terrorists. And you're all going to prison.
And I want you to say I never told you because I know that didn't happen. And then I'm going to go handle my business and get the deal done. Say it. Because you're gonna say the truth, and I can move on, and I will get this done. Because I don't have time for it, man. Like it's nothing. I don't know not a fucking thing around in that company. Let me think about it.
Remember this, guys. Part of Carlos' strategy was pretend like he's not part of the company. I don't own anything there. Once I didn't give him what he wanted, now he moves to, I don't have anything to do with the company. Let me tell you, TJ and Justin and Tim, Carlos is going to be the first one to roll on you. He's going to get the first knock at his door from the FBI agent.
Carlos, look, I'm going to tell you, and this is, if you have to go nuclear and you have to go do whatever you have to do, you have to go.
Carlos, if you think you have to kill me over the fact that I will not say this, do it.
But I understand. But what I'm telling you is that I will not commit to anything until I talk to DJ.
No.
So that's my hard line. If DJ and I sit down on Friday, I can't do it tomorrow. I've already promised my family. You can't. I can't go do nothing for you if you can't tell me what I want to hear about my situation. All right, anybody can lose. All right, goodbye, Carlos. Do whatever you feel like you have to do. Thank you. All right.
If you have to kill me, Carlos, I'm right here. Come and get me. Everyone's going to know it's you. Everyone knows you're involved. And I've got a list of all the people who you're involved with. And I have specific instructions for, if something happens to me, for every single one of those people to be exposed. The producer, the leader of the gang, every one of them. I got all the information. I do not want to get another person involved. This is on you, Carlos. You did this. You extorted me. You threatened me. You blackmail me. You created a psychological prison for me to live in. And TJ, it was all your call. You had him do this. How can anyone listen to these two phone calls from TJ? I don't know what's happening. I'm not in control. To Carlos, do what I say. I will make a deal for them. I work to make deals on behalf of TJ and Justin with you. Guys, this is a criminal conspiracy. My uncle, Carlos, Justin Williams, TJ Shed, Timothy Shed, Allison Fiveash, Nicholas Demandi, Aaron Curry.
He's running out of fingers.
All 8 of these people are involved in a criminal conspiracy to overthrow me from my company. Why? Because they were jealous that Cassie made $50,000 a month because she brought $1 million per month sponsorship to our channel that saved our company. There was no respect for her. There was no appreciation for her, regardless of my relationship with her. Between the employees and her, it was nothing but hatred and jealousy. And every time I was not in the office, they were plotting on how to overthrow me. Allison is dug in so deep, there's no going back for her. Aaron, same thing. I'm suing, that's the list, by the way, of people that I'm suing personally in court. I will not sue my own uncle personally in court. He will be included on the largest lawsuit that we're going to be dropping that's going to include all of those people and all of the companies. And it's going to be a whopper when it hits. The charge that we're going to give these people civilly, the criminal stuff is with the FBI. I don't have any control of what the FBI does criminally with these people. But civilly, the lawsuit and the word that's going to be attached to it that we're going to drop, these people are going to want to run as soon as this thing hits because it is going to be hella dramatic. Because if you can't tell, this is a hella dramatic situation. I know a lot of people are tired of me talking about this.
It's
Guys,
hella dramatic.
This is my only audience. This is my only way to connect and communicate with the Hit Network employees. If you work at Hit Network, and after you listen to this, you don't see what's happening, I don't have any help for you. The cult that you're in, everyone from the outside sees what's happened. I'm telling you guys, this is not a joke. They've been telling you for a month I'm in trouble. I haven't done anything. They have ran a criminal conspiracy to steal my company.
What
and
did
they're
you
all
do?
involved. Every one of them. If you're not on that list of people that I just named, it would be in your best interest not to show up to that building ever again until I take over. And then you may be allowed back, you may not be allowed back based on who you are and what you've done and what you've said. The fact is, guys, the only way for me to tell my truth and to explain to you what has happened to me and the drama and the hell that has occurred to me and my family and to Cassie is to show it and play it and talk about it. It's the only defense that I have against this. This is the only way I have to try to communicate to the Hit Network employees what has been done to them. And if you are a Hit Network employee and you've been complicit in this, then you need to get a lawyer. You need to get a lawyer if you've been complicit in this, because this is not going to be good for any person in that building that is involved. I can promise you that is not a threat. That's simply based on the civil lawsuits I'm bringing towards companies and individuals, and then the criminal charges that will be coming down the road as this is more and more and more exposed. Guys, that's a fraction of what I have. Once again, TJ and Justin, go look at the deal that I sent you. look at what's happening, reevaluate your situation, and you may be able to get out of this without going to prison. But I'll be honest with both of you. I don't care. I don't care if you take the deal or not. It means nothing to me. If you decide to take the deal and you reach out to my lawyers or you reach out to someone on my behalf and you want to work the deal, it's open to you. But I don't care. I'm going to enjoy seeing you both in prison. The only reason, and your dad, TJ. Your dad's definitely going to prison if you are. That's for sure. Carlos is going to prison anyways. Carlos got no out here, guys. Carlos is going to prison. Like, you guys heard it. I've got the visual evidence. I have the audio evidence. But Justin and TJ, I want you guys to know that when Allie and your baby visit you in prison, Justin, when your wife and your baby, who will grow up, probably be, 3 or 4 by the time you actually start doing your time, by the time these people visit you in prison, I want to sleep at night knowing that I extended one last olive branch to the people that made my life a living hell, and you tried to publicly humiliate me and destroy my entire family and everything that I built and steal from me. I still had grace and mercy at the end. And
dude,
one last
he's so guilty.
To go to prison. This is your last warning.
This is quite convincing.
It's moving forward. Once I meet with the FBI next week, I cannot stop what is coming. And no, unlike what you did to me, this is not a psyop. This is real. How do you think I know that Rico is not a real FBI agent? And yes, guys, I know Rico is a charge. They claimed the agent's name was Rico. And I tell you guys what, you better research up on that RICO Act. Be blessed.
Be blessed. He still says it. He perpetrates me with that every time. Troll with his be blessed. He's a be blessed troll. He's gonna meet with the FBI, huh? Nobody cares. Right? Nobody cares. Oh, it's interesting. I wonder what's going to happen. We'll be waiting and watching, Ben. Okay, we got another spike going on with Matic right now. Matic is spiking immensely. 52.20, but not really going anywhere. Staying right where its median is. It's just spiking right now, going back to where it was, basically. Ethereum is trying to walk up to 1600. It's not quite making it. I don't see... I do see a trend. So the trend is your friend, right? But this is a 24-hour trend, so they usually end after 24. But we've got growth going up here. Even if we go like this, let's just bisect it. We got growth going up there, right? We're going to bisect these. Growth going up here, right? We've got growth going up here. And here, we definitely have a trend downward on Matic, which is just suddenly turned around, right? But we see that downward trend on Matic, and look at Cardano just not doing anything. No trend, just straight across, right? So you always want to look at Bitcoin first. And I see a slight trend upwards. The trend is your friend. We might hit 26,600. We might hit 1,600 on Ethereum if this trend persists. I would be watching for it to break down, though, because these trends don't last forever. Right? It did shoot up at one point, but it formed a giant head and shoulders pattern. That's this right here. This is the head. Shoulder, shoulder. Head and shoulders pattern. That means a big drop comes from that. It went from there, drop. Then we had another head and shoulders pattern. Shoulder, head, shoulder, drop. And then we tried to form an inverse head and shoulders, and we ended up going upwards. It didn't form though, but it did go up. This is Bitcoin. And according to this, we didn't get a full head and shoulders. And then, but we did get a W. There, you see that? You guys see this W pattern here? W. That's a legit pattern. We formed a W and shot straight up. We formed a W here and shot straight up. We formed a W here. It's a double bottom, straight up. Right? When they match up, it seems to really crank. So that's the pattern we're looking at, is a double bottom right now. We had a weak double bottom right here, and it was a massive shoot upwards. Here's another weak double bottom, guys. Does that mean we're going to fire upwards again? Because right now we're not. Right now we're dropping, but it went straight from the end of the double bottom straight up. End of the double bottom straight up. End of the double bottom straight up. This double bottom went up. This double bottom went up. But that's as far as it went. So this double bottom right here, it doesn't look like it did anything. So we just have to wait for the next pattern to form. And I don't know what that's going to be. So right now it's dropping. The market is dropping. Wow, big drop. Big drop. Big drop here on Ethereum and Bitcoin. Giant drop in a single minute. That is, wow, what is going on here? Come on, really? Dude. Seems to be some kind of an issue, like a glitch. Oh my God, look at this fucking candle, guys. There was a 1 minute drop 3 minutes ago, guys. It was fucking huge. It dropped from 1594. It went to 1594 from 1595. It just dropped $1. It dropped $1. That's all that was, $1. Okay, forget about it. No big deal. I'm being hyperbolic and overreactive. I'm being hyperbolic and overreactive. I'm being hyperbolic and overreactive. hyperbolic and overreactive. What's a RICO Act? The RICO Act is federal tax evasion charges. That's how they go after gangsters. That's how they got like Al Capone. They can't charge them with their crimes. They can charge them with evading taxes. They can prove they make money and didn't pay taxes on it. I want to go back on BitBoy Crypto and see the last time he appeared on there. Dude, what happened to BitBoy Crypto? They changed the name of the channel? Oh my god, it's called Discover Crypto now? Three weeks ago. Is this not the channel? Oh, there he is. Massive shift coming. Top 3 coins to accumulate. There's Ben. So, 4 weeks ago, there's Ben. I'm just seeing boxing commercials when I roll over the... Okay, 4 weeks ago. Let's go to the second to last one.
What is going on, everybody? My name is Frankie Candles, and in today's video, I want to give you guys a really simple tutorial on my favorite indicator, and that is Market Cipher.
What the fuck is Frankie Candles?
Welcome to BitBoy Crypto. My name is AJ, and this is the price prediction department.
AJ.
In crypto, there are 2 words you will hear 1,000 times. Mass adoption. That is the goal. That is the dream. That is the rocket fuel in a spaceship.
Just no mention of him or anything.
I do think there's going to be a period where cash is eliminated. And this future...
In Southeast Asia, on Cardano, with their NFTs, with their smart contracts, that it's going to blow everything else out of the water. I firmly believe that.
All right. And one more quote from Charles here. I think it's going to be more...
Weird. Really? Pepe rug pull confirmed?
Guys, this is an emergency video talking about Pepe, and did the Pepe team rug? Did they steal millions? What is going on with that token? Why is the token down? You're going to want to stick around for this. If you didn't know, huge meme coin. It's in the top 100. It exploded this summer. Well, it has some team members, and they're anonymous. And it looks like the team members are maybe moving the coin around, and no one knows what's going on. The people are panicking. The community is worried. The token is down 20% on the week. Well, let's talk about the facts. All right, so Pepe, the team, looks like they had about 26 trillion.
I'm
Pepe
losing money.
Behind a multi-sig. 26 trillion Pepe. What does that mean? It's about $25 million worth. Well, in this multi-sig, it looks like some team members may be obfuscated with the funds, folks. It looks like they pulled off about $15 million worth of that Pepe. They withdrew 16 trillion of those tokens, sold it. They sold it on Binance. They sold it on OKX. And then there is a remaining team member. He has a message. He has a message of hope. He has a message of positivity. It might not be dead. It might not be over. Hit that like button if you want Pepe to survive. So after they sold the $15 million worth team member, he got a hold of the Twitter. This is his statement, guys. This is a lot of moving parts. We don't know what's real, what's not verified. I'm going to talk about some of the rumors happening. gone. They're no longer a part of this project.
Dude, their channel sucks with all those ads and shit. Oh my god, fuck that channel. Discover Crypto. They changed the name. Idiots. I'm unsubscribing right now. Boom, unsubscribed.
Have the remaining funds. There's about $10 million worth left in this fund. He said, hey, don't worry. I'm going to use this. I'm going to burn the remaining tokens. You don't have to worry about the team dumping any more supply. But he did say he was going to buy a couple things, guys. There's a little bit of glimmer of hope for the Pepe holders. Said he's in negotiations with people for the domain names related to Pepe. So might try to get some good sites. Might try to get a second wave going. Might try to get some just more resurgence in the coin and the activity. Just get people excited about it. So I'm rooting for the Pepe team. If this one team member is legit, we don't know what's not legit, what is legit. It looks like there's some inconsistencies on his reporting of the DAO and how that multi-sig wallet works. He said it only needed 4 team members, of which 3 only needed to sign. Now people are saying, no, it's actually 5. No, it got moved. It was 8. Now it's 5, and now just 2 people. So it's still some moving parts with this story. So we don't know exactly what's going on, but it looks like they're pledging to burn the remaining Pepe. $10 million worth. So 15 million, it's gone, folks. It is gone. Not coming back. It's on OKX, it's on Binance, some people dumped it. It's not great, it's not what we want to see, but, this is a meme coin. A lot of people are saying this is how it's going to go. They knew it was going to happen this way. Me, I like the cartoon frog. I didn't want this to happen. So if this team member is legit, hopefully he can resurrect this project. Hopefully he can take it up to the next bull run. Because in the next bull run, I think meme coins will explode again. I think Doge, if it doesn't set in a new all-time high, I think it can't hit 50 cents. I think Shiba might get another pump sometime in the near future. I don't know if it can hit all-time high, but even
Pepe's at less than negative 1% right now. It's not that bad.
So I still think there's some meme narratives that are going to explode.
So it's holding.
Will Pepe do it? This team member can make it happen.
67.
If it's all fake, and then they sell the remaining 10 million, the project might die. But maybe you'll find a bottom at that point. We don't know what's going to happen, but this is breaking news. According, if you're a Pepe holder, you have some Pepe, you just like the cartoon frog, this is for you. Just keep an eye out there, folks. Be safe. Be safe with your funds. Just don't put all your good crypto into just risky meme tokens. You don't know what.
So it's weird is that they don't even mention him. They just took him off. He was there and then he was gone. And they changed the name of the channel. I guess this was his last. Dude, that shit is so fucking obnoxious. Oh my god.
And altcoins just bleed out like crazy. What altcoins would I feel confident in and would I want to accumulate more of in that case? Now, certainly if the price of Bitcoin starts dropping, it could be a falling knife. And you're going to want to wait to see if it's going to bounce or where it's going to bounce. And at that point, you can start making decisions on what to do with your portfolio. But if Bitcoin goes down just a little bit, certainly that doesn't mean go out and buy a bunch of alts. But if Bitcoin dips significantly and alts bleed out like some people are predicting it, I don't see it happening, but some people are predicting this is going to happen, then what coins would we want to be taking a look at? And so today I've got 3 coins for you guys that are what I'll call the ultimate accumulation coins right now. These are 3 coins that, I wish I had more of. If the altcoin market were to bleed out, these would be the first 3 that I'd be heading to look at. Number 1, no-brainer. Obviously, it's going to be XRP. Guys, when I predicted that the price would 2 to 3x and then come back down, I really suspect it'd be more like a 3x and come back down.
Don't I feel like the market's
gains.
being artificially held up? No, not really. Not artificially. No, I think there's a lot of people that have money invested in it. That's what's holding up the market. Gold prices artificial too. Uganda found 31 million tons in 2019. Many believe Uganda is being paid to keep it off the market for another 5 years to keep gold's price high to sell stock. Right. I heard about that. I heard about them finding all that gold.
Do that. It went up 2x, and then it did wipe out half the gains.
Hey, bull market, what's
2x,
up?
And then it lost 50%. And it's back down around 50 cents right now. If this thing were to go back in the 30-cent range, this would be an incredible place to pick up XRP. The wreckage of the lawsuit is pretty much over, in my opinion. And I think going forward in this next bull cycle, people are definitely going to want to be taking a hard look at what coin they've got at the top of their portfolio. Because if people have Bitcoin, if people have Ethereum leading their portfolio, they're going to do well. But the people that have XRP leading their portfolios, I believe, will do the very, very, very best. So, and speaking of XRP, of course, you guys know every day on the channel we do have an XRP segment. on our morning live stream, which is brought to you by our friends at Stake. You can also play games with XRP on Stake. If you'd like to learn more, or you'd like to participate or sign up, make sure to go check out bitboycrypto.com/stake. And then if you go to the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the screen, you're going to be able to click on whichever area fits where you live and sign up. So thank you to Stake. All right, guys. Okay, so moving this back around, the other two coins. The second coin is going to be Chainlink. Now, here's the thing. Layer 2s, like Polygon, Optimism, Arbitrum, like this is incredible technology that makes blockchains work more efficiently. And
dude, it's crazy the way they got to sit there with that Stake logo up in the corner of their show. That's bullshit, dude. They're so sold. They've just been bought out. Oh, God. This is what happens, man. I bet you Stake's like, oh, shit. And all this happened. So there's no information there about it. You know? Ooh, I got a hawk out there. Look at that. A nice hawk. Hanging out. God damn it, man. Damn, I'm out of kefef. Out of kefef, out of grapes. Psh. Psh. Stake pulled the sponsorship. Let me go look at their videos and see if it shows our logo. Their stupid fucking logo in the corner. Oh, I see Stake. Yup. This right there, fucking within a week, sponsorship is gone. Holy shit, that's hilarious that you knew that, bull market money. Oh wait, no, they're my bad. They're still sponsoring. Wait. They're sponsoring. Yeah, I don't see the sponsorship at the end of a week though. BitLab Academy. Fuck. Just fucking sellouts. I unsubscribed. Fuck that channel. Da Vinci says the next Bitcoin bull run will be epic. Alright, well, we're waiting for it. Let us know, man. It's fucking April's long ways off, man. Let's see what Da Vinci says it's gonna. Maybe he knows a date or something.
There are 3 important reasons why Bitcoin and the crypto market is going to explode way beyond your imagination in the next bull cycle. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whenever you are. Thank you for watching my videos. My name is Da Vinci Jeremy. I am in Thailand. I'm going to be staying here for a little bit longer. I'm going to be back in Dubai next week for sure. I will stay in Dubai for quite some time after that. Well, I mean, in the UAE at least. And I will get some more videos out there for you. I am more productive at home than I am on the streets, as you can tell. So I haven't done too many videos lately, but I will get back into the groove. I will do my best to do some videos whilst I'm here in Thailand. And yeah, make sure you subscribe to my Instagram and X page. I guess it would be X, not Twitter, to see what I'm up to and all that good stuff. Yes. All right. With that said, you are interested in knowing what's going to happen in the next bull run. What's going to happen? Why is it going to happen this way? Why are we going to see a massive, explosive move in crypto? Well, we know that the institutional players are here. They've been here since a Bitcoin at $5,000 when it was rising in the 2017 market. There's a lot of evidence of that. There's evidence from many players who've come into this market, understood it, and studied it.
That's the same
and
chart
there's
we
even a
always
video
have
how
out.
JP Morgan was buying
It's
Bitcoin
just you only
when,
usually see it like
Jamie
this.
Dimon was saying, hey, if anybody buys Bitcoin, then they're going to be fired. So this was an obvious play, was a legal play for them to keep the price down as things were just getting way out of control with the price action. Now, this up and down movement was helped, of course, by them and also other banking institutions. And if you actually stop and say in the comment section, no, it's not true, that's for you would never do that. Where were you when they got caught? Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but 5 times in manipulating gold, silver market, and other markets. In fact, they recently just one person just got sued and lost a lawsuit for manipulating gold and silver prices. Now, also, I would like to find the Wayback Machine and go through the Wayback Machine and get all the articles that were out there saying that there was no way that the market was manipulated. Now, no one,
Dude, that's
no
a
one on this
double
planet
bottom on
believes a
Ethereum,
article
guys.
saying the market's not manipulated by the banking system. No one, because they'd be laughing stock.
We got a huge double bottom on Ethereum. It's here and here. So, wow. Ethereum might explode upwards. We'll see. It didn't happen immediately. It usually does. On Bitcoin, at least, it does.
Right? So don't be a laughing stock.
Now, it formed a little pennant pattern after that.
Okay? And tell me that they're not manipulating the price. They're manipulating it up. They're manipulating it down. Okay? It's fully managed by the banking system for your protection. Oh, boy. So, with that said, we know that they're managing the price, and so they are going to also try to profit as well. Some of them are not interested in profiting, of course. Keep that in mind. Banks do not need to profit off of Bitcoin. Why do they not need to profit off of Bitcoin? So think about it. Let's stop and think about that for a second. I can print money, and there's this asset that I can print, and it's a little concerning because it will take away my power to print money. So if I got an idea, I can offer this asset to my customers, right? Tell them that they're guaranteed the money one way or another, which is dollars. And even if I need the bailout because the price goes high, I'll just print them more money. That's a great idea. Yeah, I got it. That's how we'll do it. You see? At the same time, you're like, well, why is JP Morgan buying some Bitcoin? Well, they have to hedge their bets as well. They need to make sure that if they fail in managing the price, they will have some as reserve. You know what I'm saying? So that's for sure. And then I'm
glad he thinks he's funny.
Players who are
or no one would ever be laughing.
Do not have access to printing press, and they purchased a lot of Bitcoin that they want to sell some at a higher price, profit in dollars. So they're going to manage the price up heavily and sucker in all those baby boomers, all those people that they can manage into buying Bitcoin at all-time highs so that they can sell to them. This is coming. They've done it before, and they're going to do it again. And you're like, well, what do you mean they've done it before? Well, I mean, were you not here in the 2008 party? Were you not here? Well, let me just remind you what happened. One of the examples of that is that Ripple went all the way to $3. Ripple was on television.
Regulated for your protection.
What's it called? Jim Cramer saying, I'll show you exactly how to buy some Ripple. And that was at the top. Okay? So, if you don't believe that they're going to do that again, Put down the cheap drugs, whatever you're smoking, whatever happy pills you're taking.
Cannabis.
You need to stop taking it right now. Stop it. It's bad for your health. It's making you lose your mental capabilities and cognitive abilities.
Oh, okay.
And understand what's really going on.
Okay, guy who can't form a single sentence and laughs at his own jokes.
Another reason why we're going to see big moves in crypto is because of the great utility of crypto, both the NFTs with ordinals and on Ethereum. This allows for permanent record recording with ordinals of assets that you own in the physical world. There's no way to change it. Whilst on Ethereum, there is technically with government that helps to change asset ownerships, whilst it's not possible on Bitcoin. So we're seeing some innovation that corporations have jumped on heavily. This is going to help push the crypto space in general, along with gaming. The gaming industry is jumping on board heavily. And imagine being able to own pieces of your game or make money in the game and whilst you're playing it, and then sell assets in the game to other people so that they can enjoy. So in one of my games that I'm playing in Medieval Empires, I can see that they might allow you to sell your hero, build up a hero that you could sell because heroes can die. And you get the hero can have different strengths, different durability. And so if you can build up the hero to a high enough level, you can sell him
cool
for
he got the Bitcoin right,
pretty
yeah.
penny if his durability is still around. So I could see that this is going to
But-
come in the future of games.
He did just come from a conference, so, I mean, maybe he paid attention while he was there, but it doesn't look like he really did. More disappointment from the recommended videos from YouTube.
You know, it was great we had this long discussion, and now we are finally coming down to a vote. But everybody should know, there's a very good reason marijuana is illegal. Last year, it killed 480,000 people. Never mind, that's tobacco. Sorry. All right. 140,000. Marijuana killed 140,000 people last year. Oh, alcohol. Sorry. Got my numbers mixed up here. 500. It's got to be 500. This is a dangerous illegal substance. We must ban it. We cannot let it be legal. 500 people died. Oh, that's Tylenol. We are talking about a substance with no lethality. The time for marijuana prohibition is over, and it's been over for quite some time. The war on drugs was an abject failure that put tons of people in prison based on faulty reasoning and faulty science. And it hurt communities who definitely didn't deserve it. We fixed a lot of those problems over the years. We've moved in the right direction. It's essentially decriminalized in this state, but it's still not legal. 53% of Minnesotans agree that we should end marijuana prohibition. 68% of Americans agree we should end marijuana
Charts just
prohibition.
exploded, guys.
And in that same poll, and with the Minnesotans, only 36% suppose.
We'll see if Bitcoin can hit
Opposed.
26.6.
36%. Which tells you there's a significant amount of Republicans that think it's about time we end marijuana prohibition. Prohibition has worked about as well as it did when we did it with alcohol in the early 1900s. When you prohibit something, you make it criminal, and that only benefits the criminals. It doesn't help anyone. It enriches them through violence. They don't call the Consumer Reports Bureau to report they got some bad weed. They go and shoot them. But if they could go in a safe environment where the product is safely tested so they don't have fentanyl, it's completely non-lethal. When you see any death where marijuana is involved, there's always something else. There's always something else.
Always.
Because you cannot die from THC alone.
Thank you.
That doesn't mean it's a safe substance we should encourage. Just like alcohol, we shouldn't say, everybody go out and get hammered. This is great. Go smoke weed.
Yes, you're correct,
That's
bull
not what we're
market.
saying. What we're saying, this shouldn't be illegal anymore. And only 36% of Minnesotans disagree. That's a sizable amount of Republicans.
We could contact
who
him on Twitter
marijuana
and tell him that.
prohibition should be over. And a lot of people will say, well, marijuana is a gateway drug. Because when we look at heroin addicts or anything, they always start with marijuana. If that's the logic for what a gateway drug is, alcohol is certainly a much more dangerous gateway drug. Almost every single person who
step up
eventually
his
finds
game,
themselves
call it
addicted to
cannabis.
heroin started with alcohol. And before that, you know what else is a psychoactive drug that could be a gateway drug by that definition? Caffeine. And if you look at our desks, we got a lot of drug users around here. So it doesn't make any sense to call it a gateway drug. But you know what makes it a gateway drug? Do you know what makes it actually dangerous? Is prohibiting it. Because then when you have to go down the street alley and buy your little dime bag of weed, that puts you in a place where somebody might be selling heroin. They might be selling Adderall. They might be selling a litany of incredibly dangerous narcotics, some of which can be prescribed by a doctor. But if they can go into a store and get greeted by a nice man who's like, hey man, how you doing today? We got some sativa here, indica. That is where you want somebody to be doing this non-dangerous substance and acquiring it there rather than going in the alley. If we put it in a safe retail environment where it's tested and we ensure that it's just cannabis, it's not laced with fentanyl, it's safer. And it's not a gateway drug. Now the next most common criticism is that we don't have a roadside test, and that is a valid criticism. There is no roadside test. That is very, very concerning. However, we don't have a roadside test for opiates. We don't have a roadside test for cough medicine. We don't have a roadside test for a litany of things, like just sleep deprivation. But those are still available at your drugstore. So, that doesn't mean we just ignore that problem, because that is a real problem. And that's why this bill puts $10 million. I think we can juice that number a little more in conference, I hope. But it puts $10 million to drug recognition enforcement police officer training. Because that, if a police officer pulls somebody over, gets them out of the car, thinks they're intoxicated, they have bloodshot eyes, they're glassy, but they all say they have them do the breathalyzer and they're not drunk on alcohol, well, they'll still run a sobriety test. They can get somebody with the proper training to come down and test them whether they're going to be safe behind the wheel. We already do that for cough medicine and the like. We can do that for cannabis, and especially legal cannabis that's been tested and proven to be safe.
Wonder if I could pass a roadside sobriety
And the majority
test when
of
I'm
Minnesotans
super
have already
high.
used cannabis. Over 50%, easily. It's available for the people who want it.
You know,
So the next big concern,
you would think they would have done a study, right? We should probably be able to find a video on YouTube.
With recreational marijuana becoming legal October 17th, we're delivering a full week of special coverage. And tonight, Mi Jung, you're looking at concerns about impaired driving.
That's right. You know, police are preparing for a possible increase in stoned drivers. So I decided to test how pot affects driving skills with Canada on the verge of going green.
She called it pot.
Hi, my name's Cheryl, and I've been using medical cannabinoid oil since November.
My name is Mike, and I've been using medical cannabis for 17 years.
Cheryl McIntyre takes cannabis oil every day to calm her tremors.
They didn't get some physically fit people, you know, like a user like someone who's in good shape.
Pain of his arthritis.
They look like people who might have physical issues.
A heavy user, he calls himself highly functioning. If you smoke pot, do you feel okay to drive after?
I usually do, yes.
And he does drive. Cheryl McIntyre, not so sure. She's worried about more people driving high once pot is legalized.
She's worried about it.
Toes together and your arms by your side.
We've asked drug recognition expert Grayson Smith to conduct a standard sobriety test. This will be the main tool police use to get high drivers off the road. First, Cheryl takes her cannabis oil, and Mike smokes his pot. It's been almost an hour.
What a
since
cunt.
Cheryl's taken
Hey,
the oil.
fuck you dumb cunt. How about that? You're gonna call cannabis pot, I'm gonna call you a dumb cunt. How about that?
Okay.
Since we're gonna use disparaging words here, you dumb cunt.
To give her a fail. Police say someone like her could get a trip to the police station for further testing and possibly a criminal charge.
Makes me definitely more aware of why I wouldn't want to drive.
Now Mike's turn. He takes the test right after smoking, and the officer has concerns about his walking.
We believe that he's just affected enough that we should suspend his license from driving for the 24 hours.
And
Bullshit.
new provincial laws will give police another
You found 2 people, both with physical disabilities. That's bullshit, dude. That's your study?
Ottawa has also approved this saliva screening.
Fuck you. Hey, man, it's a good thing I called her a dumb cunt, isn't it? Because I was right. I'm good. I'm good. Hey, give me a goddamn roadside sobriety test. I'll do a fucking dab and take your stupid fucking test. God damn, man. Show me the goddamn bodies, you fucking morons. Show me the pile of bodies from all the car accidents, from all the high drivers in California, you know, and all the other states like Oregon, where it's, and Alaska, where it's been legal for fucking years. Fucking idiot. Stupid dumb cunt. You know, and I reserve that, the dumb cunt, for specific people. She gets it. She wins it. I mean, I appreciate her trying to do science, you know, with her 2 fucking, you know, obviously physically handicapped users. But you know, most people don't smoke cannabis immediately and hop right in their car either. You know, so it's like you had them smoking, boom, you gave them a freaking sobriety test. You know, it's like not even most people drink and hop right in their car. You know? There's usually there's some time, you know, in between. And especially when you're getting high and shit, you're not in a hurry to run out the door and get in your car. So that's not, I would say, an accurate way to test people. There's so many things wrong with that. And whether or not you stumble when you're walking, does that mean you can't judge a car? You can't judge distances. You can't judge, you know, how to drive and your speed limit and wear your seatbelt and all that shit. I'm just not buying any of it. There's so much wrong with that. It's legal to take CBD. Well, it should be, of course. There should be a limit. I want to do dabs while I'm driving. I want to be like stopped at a red light next to a cop in the middle of fucking 5 o'clock traffic and look over him going, "Hey, cheers, pig. No law regarding cannabis, everybody. Cheers." And then go like this. Here goes a big spike upwards, guys. Once again, we're trying. We're trying on the cryptos. Oh, God. How much does marijuana impact driving?
Welcome to Impact Factor, your weekly dose of commentary on a new medical study. I'm Dr. F. Perry Wilson of the Yale School of Medicine. This week, we consider a question that has plagued humankind for ages.
Why am I spending my time running clinical trials of digital health technologies when I could be smoking people up in Denmark and setting them on the highway to see how straight they drive? I've been beaten to the punch, unfortunately, by this study, which is really an elegant approach to quantifying how much driving is impaired by marijuana. The thing that makes marijuana tricky to study, aside from the fact that the Controlled Substances Act still ridiculously has it as a Schedule 1 agent,
I like this guy
is that
already.
it's not just one thing. There are two major psychoactive chemicals in cannabis, tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, and cannabidiol, CBD. You'll know CBD from that store that opened up on your drive to work
You're
with a clever
welcome.
name like the High Life or Planet of the Vapes. To test how these chemicals affect driving, researchers from the Netherlands conducted a within-participant crossover trial. What that means is that each individual, 26 total were enrolled, experienced all 4 of the following experimental scenarios administered via vape pen. Placebo cannabis, 13.
Dude, fucking 26 people. This is a bullshit study, man. These studies are bullshit.
75 milligrams THC, 13.75 milligrams CBD, or a 13.75 milligram mixture of 50% THC and 50% CBD. That last is to examine some claims that the effects of CBD may somehow decrease the effects of THC. Now, to test how well people drive under the influence, you could put them into some kind of cool video game simulation, but not these researchers. No, they conducted a real-world driving test, 100 kilometers on the roads around Maastricht. There was a driving instructor in the car with a separate set of controls.
100 kilometers?
Primary outcome, standard deviation of lateral position, basically a measure of how much you swerve while driving. A camera mounted on top of the car measured how far from the lane line the individual was 4 times every second. Most people say about 50 centimeters away from the
Dude,
lane line, but that varies a bit
that
depending on how far you
doesn't
go.
determine whether or not you're going to get into a car accident or not. If you're veering inside your lane, bro, that's safe. It's okay. You're not hitting anybody. You're not affecting anybody. It's if you fucking go outside your lane and hit another car, or you fail to stop and hit another car, or you swerve in front, of another car and you get hit by another car. It's like, come on, man. Or you hit a building or a child crossing the street. Did any of those 26 people run somebody over?
At a blood alcohol content of 0.05%, just under the federal limit.
Miguel's S Stern 42. Hey, it's a raid!
They were more
Raid!
swarthy than when they vaped placebo. CBD did
Hello.
not have the effect, and the mix of THC
Welcome to the
and
show,
CBD
guys.
Pretty much like THC. After the first 100 minutes of driving, the scores all equaled out. By and large, people knew they were impaired.
We
Scores on
love the
self-assessment
raids.
tended to parallel the swerviness results. There's one thing we can conclude from this study, and a bunch of things we definitely can. The thing we can conclude is that THC leads to levels of driving impairment that are similar to what we see with alcohol intoxication. But we can't conclude that the impairment goes away after 100 minutes, or that CBD won't have similar effects because the doses used in this study, 13.75 milligrams, are really pretty small, which of course they would have to be because these people were driving on real roads. A typical marijuana cigarette, what the kids call a joint, contains about 10 times the dose of THC given in this study. I can buy gummy bears on Amazon with twice the CBD dose this study provided, which is all to say that we are a long way from saying CBD is safe or that the negative effects of THC wear off quickly. To be fair, how swervy you drive is not the only measure of dangerous driving. People under the influence of alcohol may make other bad choices while driving. Speeding, dangerous lane changes, etc. that people under the influence of THC may not. In fact, speed and variants of speed were no different in the groups in this trial. Nevertheless, for now, DUI is still DUI regardless of which influence you are under. If you live in one of the several states that have now legalized recreational marijuana, if you partake, stay home.
Oh no, THC definitely impairs you. There's no doubt about it. The question is, does it impair you so much that you can't drive a car safely? That's the question. It's like, Johnson, can you have one drink and drive a car? Yeah, almost all people can. It doesn't impair you enough that you can't control the car. You might swerve inside your lane a little bit on that one drink, but you're safe. And saying that people swerving inside their lane is some kind of an indicator that they're an unsafe driver is hilarious.
With some snacks.
It's
And
no
a rubber band
gauge
ties the room
at all.
For Medscape,
Swerving inside your lane is no gauge. Dude, was that it? That was it. That was the whole video. Dude, what were the results? What were the fucking results?
Okay, on to the results. When individuals vaped the THC, they were more swervy than when they vaped placebo. CBD didn't have much of an effect, and the mix of THC and CBD looked pretty much like THC. After the first 100 minutes of driving, the scores all equaled out. By and large, people knew they were impaired. Scores on a self-assessment of driving ability tended to parallel the swerviness results. There's one thing we can conclude from this study, and a bunch of things we definitely can. The thing we can conclude is that THC leads to levels of driving impairment that are similar to what we see with alcohol intoxication. But we can't conclude that the impairment goes away after 100 minutes, or that CBD won't have similar effects because the doses used in this study, 13.75.
Whatever, dude. Oh my god. Ah. It's just completely fucked up. It was a fucked up study. 26 people, and he's claiming that they're impaired the same way people are impaired with alcohol. And if that was true, then how many crashes do we see alcohol impaired crashes compared to cannabis impaired crashes? And then you got to factor in all of the other crashes of people that are on no impairment whatsoever. You also have to factor in people that are on pharmaceuticals. You know, prescribed drugs that might impair their driving. And there's plenty of drugs out there that do that you would never consider in a drug test. But it'll say it on the, you know, do not drive a car, don't operate heavy equipment on this, you know, blah, blah, blah. There's plenty of drugs that say that. And just because you're on one of those doesn't mean you're in violation of the law. You know? I don't seem to have a problem controlling a vehicle. I don't like to be high when I'm using heavy equipment, though, like a tractor or something. I'd rather be completely sober when doing that. But in a car, I guess I feel safer because I got an airbag and a seatbelt, you know? You want me to turn on... You want me to turn on the show? Okay. He wants me to turn on the show. Tron and non. Tron and non. Tron and non. Tron and non.
Day, and now that we don't have the team with us today, quote unquote, you know, behind the scenes, dropping drops and whatnot, we're getting these confirmations via timestamp and also many other decoding techniques as well. What do you think about?
John, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah, okay, no, because I was speaking the game before, bro. I'm having issues, eh?
You gotta unmute the Zoom though when you talk.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
this happens every time. It's funny.
Okay. Maybe it's something in your settings, bro.
No.
Maybe it's something in your settings, bro. No, it's you.
I think he put me like, you know, when
I think this happens every show.
The level, like, first of all, that you can't hear me, and then second, when someone's speaking, that I get definitely muted. So maybe
no. So you and Grass, you Grass.
Maybe you still got it. Maybe you still got the same settings with since the other guy.
No. You and Grass in the background and the dig music are all on the same level. You're all on the same. So
this is my favorite part of the show. When this dude is like, "You guys got me muted. You can't hear me talking." That's my favorite part of the show.
That's all it. There's only so many buttons. Anyways, back to sliding my technical difficulties that were never difficult in the beginning. What do you think about what do you think about the content that was just brought up at hand right now?
What? Which one?
The nice confirmations, the one-to-ones, the idea how the team's not here, but they are in the back.
Yeah, but I'm waiting for the buckle up one. This one's good.
I'm leading up to it. This is the appetizing, bro.
Done, guys. Just let him go, man. We're gonna celebrate all these little crowns going up to
Let's get into it. Now remember, this is not another 4-year election. And the timestamp, guys, right here. Let's bless ourselves on this beautiful Sunday morning. Saint Michael, the archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, Prince of the heavenly hosts, by the power of God, cast down to hell Satan and all his evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. Amen, brother. 109 on the timestamp with the boss. Is not another 4-year election. And right here, guys, boss, Iowa, check it.
With your support, on Monday, January 15th, we're going to win the Iowa caucuses in a historic landslide. We're going to crush Crooked Joe Biden. We're going to crush Crooked Joe. Next November, we're going to make America great again in the most important election in the history of our country.
That's what he said. That's what he said last
one. In the history of our country, guys.
And he said the one before that.
This is the final
battle. Most important one.
This is retribution time. This isn't vindication for boss. This is vindication for not only America but the world, guys, because the enemy is the same. And remember, last week, guys, we had the Greg Kelly, again, not putting dates on it, September 5th through the 31st. This is where it all kind of kicked off with kind of dates. You know, we have until October. Then we got into the idea the whole Grill Team 6. So last week, guys, Grill Team 6, the boss is flipping burgers here, and what a coincidence that the timestamp of his burger flips is Buckle Up Buttercups. It's about to get bumpy, all right? All from last week, no big deal. Then the boss comes out again with this truth at 5:52. Make America Great Again at 5:52. Guys, 5:52 is 17:52 in Millie time. Here's an Avenatti, the sleazy sleazebag lawyer, okay, outside his offices. Avenatti.com. Buckle up. Now, guys, this isn't about Avenatti. This is about lawyers, because guess what? Boss is buckling up. How many indictments? Buckle up. Again, all within the same time period. Then, Ken Paxton comes out. Okay? On the 16th, now that the shameful process is over, my work to defend our constitutional rights will resume. All right? And right above here, it says, finally, I can promise the Biden administration the following. Buckle up, because your lawless policies will not go unchallenged. This is September 16th. Buckle up. Then Flynn comes out on the same day. One of the strongest pro-American statements to date. And yes, the part about buckling up and getting accountability. Get ready. So it says get ready. It says buckle up. Okay, and this is all on the 16th. But guys, on the 16th, on the Delta, September 16th, yes, we have a buckle up. Memes at the ready. So we got the ready. We got the ready right here. We got buckle up on the 16th. And we got Flynn coming out with all these buckle up crumbs from Boss. Buckling up, getting ready on the same day. Okay, this was all last week. This was all fun. Then magic happens, guys. Right here. We have this also, right inside this timestamp. The 434. That's inside of the boss's.
Somebody just sent them $100.
The Constitution is the guide, which I will never abandon. George Washington. 434 is this timestamp right there. Guys, check this out. You go do a search for 434 right here. 434 is the time that Q dropped on May 31st of 2020, and it says buckle up. Here we go. Okay, so this is like multiple buckle up crumbs. Then this happens, guys. Last week,
buckle up crumbs.
I asked if the boss can give us a buckle up. Here, a little preview. Let's check it out, guys. This is good. This is one for us, man. This is nice.
I haven't seen this type of hitter like this in a long time, bro. Shit, that one's good, bro.
434, buckle up. Guys, a lot of buckle ups, man. I'm telling you, dude. The only thing that's short of this is if the boss would actually come out with a buckle up, though. That's nuts.
What is...
Guys, the only thing short of this is if the boss would come out with the buckle up, okay? Now, again, I don't know how this works, guys. I'm not saying that no one's watching us or anything, but at the end of the day, this is vibing the timeline. Boom, check. It happened, guys. This was an absolute amazing thing, dude. I couldn't sleep. We're going to make some noises. This was absolutely nuts. Guys, boss comes out the next day. The very next day, Monday, after the show, after the request, the very soft request. I said it under my breath because I didn't want it to happen, but I did want it to happen. This absolutely ridiculous $6 billion hostage deal with Iran has set a terrible precedent. Guys, the precedent of precedences for the future. Boom, look at the future, guys. Buckle up. Guys, I'm a future-proofs past kind of guy, okay? I did some kind of looking glass videos back in the day, and people picked it up and ran with it. I loved it. Guys,
this has convinced me.
This is nice. This is Back to the Future. And, guys, this is one for us. Not only does the boss give us a buckle up on the 18th, the day after our show, but he misspells it. He misspelled it, guys. Okay? Unless you're in Germany or, like, 18th century, and you're speaking all kinds of dialects, you don't misspell buckle up. You're going to see some terrible things start to happen. The 3 years, again, back to another 4-year election. The 3 years ago, highly respected USA has become a laughingstock all over the world. Make America great again. Vote Trump. But Leo Grass, I mean, come on, man. This was, when I saw, Leo, you sent me the DM. I was mowing the lawn. I was on the lawnmower. I had to put that shit in stop mode and run away, dude. I had to run. It was like freaking like Terminator 2 and shit.
You know, Trump is putting the emphasis on it by misspelling it, right?
Yeah,
so you will actually pick it up.
And Leo,
this is awesome.
If it wasn't misspelled, I would have been, yeah. But now that it's misspelled, it's like,
It's like you asked for it, right?
Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, I went crazy. but shout out to that one.
Yeah, what's that account? I forgot.
That shared it. I can't remember his name.
Guys, I mean, this was.
You have to check my account. I don't know where.
This was absolutely incredible, unreal, unreal. It was the day before. Anything short of the boss coming out with the buckle up, and then he comes out with the buckle up and misspells it. Guys, we're vibing the timeline. No one's watching nothing. We're vibing it. No one's watching nothing. I don't know how that kind of stuff happened. Shout out over there. What's up? Thank you so much. Good morning, patrons from Space Wanderer dropping Mega Bomb on Robo. Thank you so much, Space Wanderer, for your gracious support on Robo. Thank you, patrons, for hitting that thumbs up. Let's hit that algorithm, guys, over the target on this beautiful Sunday morning. But man, what an amazing confirmation. We don't ask. I'm very reluctant on my asking. I don't want to ask because you don't want to ask too many under.
I think they want to show everybody, that if you guys are deconing the way that
I wrote Biden fuckled up. Solved.
Up what they're trying to tell us, and again, like what you've been showing everybody, that like their timestamp it and everything, it was leading up to something, right? And this is why you were pulling up the buckle up and everything, and by pulling up all these decodes and timestamps, you were actually showing them like. This is what the timeline, the timestamps or the timeline is saying, and then Trump is confirming it with "buckle up," right? On a beautiful delta. If you pull up the DMs that I sent you, you can see that again. Like I've been decoding different timestamps, and you could see that, like if you go to the first, the second, and then at last the third one, the first one is showing you that again, like there is like it has begun. It's happening. Like if you go down a little bit to the graphic, it's like a little compilation. Oh no, this is the last one you have to show. By the way, like first show the first one that I sent you. Because there you
I
can
see things
that
others do not.
Yes, this one. So this is a little
I see things others do not.
Leading on to, it's like Trump is saying here. It's all happening, right? The Spaces is saying it has begun. Then the gap code is saying, cheddar amongst those in control.
I still say somebody died yesterday, and they're just not telling us.
Vino is coming out, with a timestamp, showing us. No, not like the second Twitter link that I sent you. Then Dan Scavino is coming out with a
propaganda clip accidentally shows Zelensky speaking to himself.
It's happening. Do you believe it? So again,
it's funny. Have you guys seen that?
It's all happening. It has
594. We're about to hit 26.6.
1711, and 1711 is saying, if you scroll a little bit down, like in the beginning in the blue box, it's saying, when Biden states it's happening, do you believe it?
Do you
think for yourself, trust yourself, and all these other things. So that was a great thing that Dan Scavino came out with that thing. So it's all happening. It has begun. Cheddar amongst
it's all
those
happening.
In control is beginning, and then Dan Scavino confirming it with his timestamp.
Oh yeah.
And then go to the next one where Trump is actually like. Then you were picking up your decodes, like hey, like a buckle up, buttercup, and all these stuff.
You talk about how it landed on the Delta, guys. This is even better on the Delta. A buckle up, and guys, there's only like 12 buckle ups. There's only like 12.
So I knew that this was on the Delta, right? So I was saying underneath his tweet, like, or truth, like, come on, boss, give us a to the minute Delta, And Trump came out at 2206, guys, and that drop is number 2206. So, like, again, Trump was saying, buckle up, buttercup, the next day Trump was coming out with buckle up, buttercup, and he came out at 2206, guys. Like, this is absolutely crazy.
And here's the idea, too. Like, something else we don't want to lose focus of is right there. Prepare your memes, okay? And I want to get into that one drop that kind of ties it all together. Thank you, C. Linder. Buckle up, enjoy the show. Razor Sharp, thank you so much. Tucker's last speech was fantastic about the rig election. Appreciate it, guys. And, again, thank you so much, Space Wanderer. I think DJT is watching live. I don't know, Space Wanderer. Is he? I mean, we always joke. We always joke about Boss and Dan with the orange juice and Melania making breakfast sandwiches in the back. But yeah, I hope not. But thank you so much, Space Wanderer. But again, these confirmations, Grass and Leo, we can't ignore it. It's too
1006.
It's too
The
obvious.
1006 is saying prepare it on cost. So
you
you
hear me?
got buckle up. Yes, we hear you, Leo. So his timestamp, the military timestamp is saying buckle up, but his normal timestamp of the 10:06 p.m. is saying prepare at all costs. Count your beats. Again, this is where I'll leave it. But again, like this is absolutely.
Leo, what do you think
this
about
is
this?
crazy.
Leo, what do you think about the coincidences?
I don't think at all it's a coincidence, and also the timing with everything happening around, and everybody's reaching a hand out. You know, it seems like to me, the last election before the voting, you know, these people were so far to reach. Now it seems like they're reaching so much more. They're like now in the crowd and giving high fives to people. That's how I see it. The reach is coming so much more closer.
Coincidence is a
to
great
us
way
than
to
it used
describe
be before.
them.
Not I'm speaking about us three. I'm speaking about
He
everybody.
literally just said it
also like
himself.
the generals or
He
whoever,
said-
you know, all these people that you hang around or do things for photos.
What do you think about these coincidences? And he's right. They're coincidences. And the other guy's like, I don't think they're coincidences. Like trying to correct him.
They are more in touch.
Oops, he said the quiet part out loud. Tron, way to go. They are coincidences. You can find coincidences everywhere. They're neat. They're coincidences, and that's all they are. There's no meaning behind them, but I guess it's fun to point them out. So, back to the show. Back to pointing out more coincidences.
You know, blah 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 blah. For
Yeah,
your
yeah,
kind words and everything.
I think
We
that
are
was a
reading
great way to
everything in full. So I
describe it,
believe that
man.
Maybe the Q team.
He
You know,
nailed
the
it.
Less than 10 have.
He fucking
full
nailed
picture.
it.
You know, they have the full picture. You know, and the other ones below that maybe are going through all the tweets.
Are we gonna get hit? Are we gonna hit 600?
Oh, please.
Didn't we already?
Like we don't even like all the memers get retruth. The memers go on.
No.
The memers get to go on. You know,
Not
boss rallies prior to boss entering stage.
Oh,
But,
598.
Our little crew, our little small niche in the corner of the internet here. That you know, we get named Q-tars. Remember the last couple of weeks, even Roseanne, I love you, Roseanne, came out and like, yeah, there is no plan. No one's gonna come save you. No shit. Obviously, this is about we the people taking control. If you think patriots, especially the Q people, and I put Q people in quotes because there are no Q people, it's just patriots, guys. We're all the same. If you think we're sitting here just waiting for White Hats to come down on a Black Hawk helicopter to save the day, that shit ain't real. So just chill out with the Q-tar talk, and this is why boss is giving us these crumbs. The boss is coming out giving us these crumbs, saying, "Hey, hang tight, patriots. You're not what they say they are. You have come here for a specific reason. This family has grown. We are vibing this timeline, and right here, guys. Again, misspellings. Remember, misspellings matter. Going back to April 12th, 2018, the boss comes out with a tweet. The members of Congress misspells it with meme. Then Q comes out and says, "Hey, was the misspelling? Was the error corrected? Why not? Misspellings matter." So how amazing is it that misspellings matter? Talking about memes, okay? And then the boss with the buckle, misspelling the buckle, and here it is, memes at the ready, right underneath, pointing to this drop.
Yeah, Tron, like if this person is saying that we're not doing anything, like what does a meme do? A meme is a picture, you know, a funny thing that gets a point across, you know, and we are making these shows, you know, we know a lot of stuff, you know, we're following the news, we know what is true and which is not true, and we are teaching people stuff. You know?
I said
We're
Torn
just
Onan?
showing people things, you know, this is what
I
memes
misspelled
are doing.
Tron and on.
This is what Trump wants us to do, you know, so we, like this is actually what we're doing, you know.
Well, the best part
we're not
is
sitting
that-
idly on the side. We are investing 21 hours of our day, you know, bringing you guys, you know, like decoding, giving you guys everything that we see.
And guys,
You know,
we
we're not
wouldn't be
sitting
doing this.
idly on the side.
We're one of very few, right, Grasshopper and Leo? We're one of very few throughout the years that have stuck with it. And I've lost friends within this movement, guys. I've lost friends from the beginning, and the ones that stab you in the back are the ones that you've met in the very, very beginning. Like they start to turn. It's not like the ones that come into the chat and says, "Oh, Jim Jordan's," you know, we have some trolls in the chat right now. It's not those people. It's the ones from the very beginning. And guys, at the end of the day, stay true to yourself. Stay true to your dig. Stay true to you, to who you are. Don't try to be anyone that you're not. And we're gonna go far, guys. This is how we take it back. Not only
they
2024,
banned
but
the
right
troll.
here, right now. This isn't losing. This is winning. This is the reveal period. This is 4. This is not another 4-year
This is
election.
the gym,
troll be
guys.
gone.
We're at the gym. We're
spotting
training.
each
We're
other.
exercising. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is awesome.
But sometimes
guys,
Leo
and
likes to
we're
have
so proud
hummus
of
before
you.
we go to the gym, and it gets kind of weird, dude. It's a small gym, Leo. Come on, man. It's
Be
kinda
nice
sneaky.
to Trump or face the wrath of the Tronanon, baby. They got that troll.
muscles. But
It was like boom.
Leo rubs his body
Deleted
with
all their shit.
isopropyl alcohol before he goes in there, guys. He smells like a Russian.
Dude, I want some more
Anyways,
coffee.
If you cheat on elections in today's failing USA, you have no problem. If you look to find the cheaters, they'll indict you and call you a conspiracy theorist. Only in America. Now, Leo, look at this.
They just got another another troll.
The same
Boom.
day as Buckle Up. The boss comes out with conspiracy theorists. Guys, go back to that drop that had the Buckle Up in it, okay? The confirmation right here.
Let me tell you something afterwards. Remind people. Of
Right here. I gotcha. On September 18th, remember? The Buckle Up, the meme's ready. Guys, if you scroll down, right here, conspiracy Facebook meme. Then scroll down a little bit more. Conspiracy theories. Guys, we got a double
Whoa,
right here.
they just
If I
fucking
can
got
slow
another
down
troll,
one, Tron.
dude.
Right here. So conspiracy
Holy shit.
is within the Buckle Up drop, right? And then the boss comes out on the 18th, the same day, with conspiracy. Guys, this is probably better than the Buckle Up right there. So on the 18th, conspiracy theorists, and guys, Don Jr.'s been throwing that around a lot lately. We've run out of conspiracy theories. And then on the same Delta that has conspiracy theorists and Buckle Up and memes at the ready with the misspellings, I mean, this is all kind of ramping up, guys. Let's keep moving. Leo, this was another...
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, I ignored your
Go back.
request of inquiry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Go back just to the drop. POTUS's drop.
Let's see.
I want to show something to you guys. So look. Okay. Yeah, this one. So look, this text to me tells me he wrote it somewhere else. He did a copy and he did a paste.
Because of the OBJ.
Exactly. So do you think, because sometimes he has the OBJ and sometimes he has the emoji in it. And when the emoji in it, that means he's actually online writing it live. This is probably, copy, and then maybe someone pastes it for him or goes into his account or him himself. But here comes my question to you or everybody out there. Do you guys think that he's wanting us to understand that some messages are copy pasted and some are written live?
Yes.
And if it is done in copy paste, how is it a connection to something? My question. And there we go with the conspiracy.
Getting really deep here.
Go ahead, Grasshopper. Go ahead.
So I've been checking this out, and it seems that sometimes, when you do the counter spaces,
I was just gonna say, counter spaces
copy paste it,
was
and then you
deep.
drop it into the aggregator, and sometimes
And I thought
the
counting the
dots
spaces was
are
deep.
Almost like
They're
a symbol
talking
or
about
something, like
whether it was a copy and
how you
paste
say
or
it,
not.
like a emoji kind of thing. The 3 dots are not 3 dots. You can, when you type backspace at one of those dots, the 3 dots disappear, right? So with these objects, when you go to the app, that object isn't there and there's just a space. So I don't really understand how this is happening. But again, I believe that this is a copy paste or something, and also this is showing you that he has prepared this in advance when he drops it.
That's what I was trying to get. That's at the end of it. So Grasshopper just said that the boss prepares this. So whether this is a draft, imagine him having like a computer that has it in a draft, like a text, a notepad file or something. He copies and pastes it from like a Windows into his iPhone or something, and then you get that little problem. Or Android or...
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so, bro. No, I don't think it goes...
Or is it platforms? Different platforms, maybe?
No, bro, because it's in the code, because...
I gotta go make my coffee. I'll be right back. Someone reminded me in the chat. I'll make them full screen.
Coming from his phone are obviously coded.
You guys want that full screen while I make my coffee? I'll be right back.
So what happened to you? What happened?
I'll make it a little bit bigger there.
Depending if your phone is compatible. So there are like Google apps, for example. If you go into Gmail and you copy from Gmail, you copy it into Meeting or something, or into WhatsApp, which is also under Google. This won't happen because they work with the same emoji code. Do you understand what I mean? So that is the reason.
Yeah.
So he's writing, I think this is from his phone.
And Leo, do you remember, those tweets? And when you look underneath these tweets, it says from a Twitter engine or something. Like, it's not. Sometimes you see it's being sent from an iPhone or from a laptop, and sometimes it's from a Twitter thing. Like a database or something.
Yeah.
So, and also remember when Trump was the team was talking about when Trump was coming back to Twitter. You know, this team was coming together to talk with each other, to discuss like what would be his first tweet when he comes back, right? So there's an actual team working on these messages. So, you know, and also remember that they are attacking Dan Scavino of writing his tweets or his messages, right? So, you know, that is a proof that not only Trump is posting, but like a team of people are posting these things.
Now my question to you two, what emoji would he symbolize in this message? What could it be? Could it be a US flag?
Yeah, because it says only in America. Actually, Leo, that's no one's actually translated this into an emoji yet. So what guys in the chat, let us know. What do you think it is? Only in America?
I can screenshot this one from my phone and send it to you. You will only see a space. So it's really weird that there's an OBJ in there.
I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to know myself.
If you cheat the election, let me see it. September the 18th, I will look it up.
Thank you, Justin Average American. Yeah, we do got the Millie Crumbs.
Maybe this is a shout out to POTUS. Maybe he gives a proper emoji, you know, next one.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ames. Appreciate it. Where we go, one we go all. Thank you for your support on the coffee side, guys. Great, appreciate it. And thank you for hitting that thumbs up and sharing the links. And thank you. I want to thank Scotty Marr and We Know for featuring my decode and a lot of Grasshoppers decodes as well. Thank you, Scotty. Thank you, and We Know. Greatly appreciated the focus, the little showcase there with our decodes on your show. And thank you so much from one Patriot to another. Thank you so much, Scotty, and We Know. Awesome, guys. Leo, dude, talk about this 63, because this is a nice one too. Within the buckle up from the boss, guys, within the buckle up from the boss, we have digits here, 6 and 3. And Leo, check it, you got it, 63. Talk about it, bro.
Yeah, so this, bro, we were busy saying also, maybe this is, to those watching, you know who you are. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. And I think this goes back to what we were talking about same time then when White House or when you or Grasshopper was saying 30 to 45 days, you know, giving them the ultimatum. You see what's happening at the moment, bro. Things are going so fast. I mean, look what's happening in the US Senate, man. People are going there with hoodies, and the next day people come in there with their gowns to work, you know?
Well, yeah, and even Rand Paul goes in there with a fake AI foot, and he has to have fun with it as well. But yeah, it's a mockery of America is what it is. Go ahead, Grass, what do you think?
Exactly, and even
I'm laughing.
Like I said, if it's true or not, what's happening, it's the image that is being portrayed. And I think this is trying to give a signal out there, giving them a warning, because, bro, if we look about it, OB's gone so quiet. There's so much stuff dropping on him. The other day, look what happened. The news coming out, hitting people in the face about this Abramovich story and becoming the thingy to Ukraine. Everything is like... The Pope saying, countries should let all these migrations in, you know. It's like falling in front of their faces, bro. And it seems like they've got no way out. And it seems like now is when you prepare them, give them that final blow. Tell them, guys,
this is it.
Yeah,
it's the final battle, the final blow, guys. Rocky, it's like another Rocky movie. And shout out, guys, to everyone in the chat. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up. And again, a true survivor. Check out the queue of the Marines and Trump playing the song Hard Times and a ton of older content on Rumble. Thank you, Kitsko, over on Rumble. Dirtman's hanging out with us in the chat. Numbers from Leo, and guys, this was amazing. I love starting the week with these kinds of nice confirmations, and they kept coming stronger, guys. Now remember,
big drop, big drop, big drop,
this way,
big drop.
Its translation is also boss, guys.
Big
boss
bear, big bear.
And then Leo,
big drop,
sent me a DM, and she goes, "Hey, I went into this one German to English thing, and Buchel also
maybe
means,
Harmony will reverse.
Mogul, dude."
Ooh.
Do you know who the secret
Giant
name
drop.
of Mogul is, guys?
Yeah,
guys.
That guy.
How interesting. How interesting that a website, and again, I'm just an average American. So Buchel, Mogul. How crazy crazy is this, guys? That the
What?
boss's misspelling also has a double crumb. And on Tuesday afternoon show, the Q Confirm show, we had quad crumbs coming in. But Mogul, guys, Mogul, and remember, Mogul is the Secret Service name of DJT, bro. So this is a nice one.
Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the
I get it.
No, that's Timber. We have Timberwolf crumbs as well because what's his face? The guy that sang the song. We're yelling Timber. On Instagram, he came out with that song after Bush died, after their funeral. Talking about timber. It's some popular urban song.
So that was the link.
We just got some kind of a
By the way,
crypto.
I sent you the link via Telegram.
In this video, it is currently a bear market and everyone is asking me all the time how to make money in the bear market. I have answered that question a couple of times already, but today I brought a special guest that's going to take over and give us his strategies because I know for a fact they're working because we share many strategies in fact. Not us. Me and Tyrell, and also the team here on the new show. Boom.
So it doesn't even show it as an error. It's just like a double. Is it a double space or a single?
No, just a space.
That's for sure. But when it comes on the social, with the cash flow, they have a steady flow of money.
So on your end, you couldn't tell that it was,
Well, like I watch, on my phone, I watch, on the web search.
I got clickbaited.
On the phone, which is in EST, I have the app.
Yeah, because all the different platforms, the translations, and it's kind of funny. We're talking about translations, and literally, like, we're translating Bukal to Mogul. Guys, keep moving. DJT Mogul is a name, and check it, guys. Earlier crumbs back in the past. MGL. Protect MGL. D-Fire good. Location assist good. Protect Mogul, guys. Protection orders are in place. Another MGL. Route under assist. P193. So this was back in the day in, when was this? This was March 4th of 2019. Protecting the MGL, our boss, our president. We continue to pray for him. And just a reminder, guys, last week we had these confirmations from the boss, all leading up to this buckle up confirmation. He's retruthing Q memes, guys. Remember your oath.
Oh my God, Billy's in the chat.
Remember your oath. Off by one day, September 15th, 5 years ago. How amazing is this? All leading up to buckle up, guys. Let's keep going.
Billy Valentine is in the chat, everyone.
Constitution Day.
Oh,
Happy
Billy.
Constitution Day, Dan. There it is right there. We the people. Happy Constitution Day from Danny Scavs. And again, leading up to this Constitution Day crumbs from the boss, retruthing the week of. Keep going. Now, Dan gets all belligerent, guys. On the 16th, what the F are they all going to do when we win this thing? Heads are going to explode to the likes of which we've never seen before. Guys, we have another buckle up. The boss coming out the other day, right here on the 20th. Problem solved. New border security will work for food. Guys, the timestamp 203 goes to bad bread. Leo, it's talking about food. 203 timestamp. There it is. 203 bad bread. Now, guys, the military timestamp 1403. We have another buckle up, but it's a different kind of buckle up. Puzzle coming together. We have reached our cruising altitude of 40,000 feet long ago. As we prepare to land, please fasten your seatbelt. Guys, that's a buckle up, bro. And make sure your seat back and folding trays are in the upper
I wonder how much time they spend finding all this stuff.
Shit.
Beautiful, right?
Dude, look at this. How nice is this, guys? Will work for food, bad bread, and Leo.
I want to know how much time
Bad bread
Tron
goes
Anon
back to the
spends
boards.
on
Again,
investigating.
OG style stuff. And it also goes back to Stollen, the misspelling. The German misspelling of the bread is bad bread. Stollen.
You're right.
And that's, again, the misspellings. Bad bread, Stollen.
Together, shit.
But bad bread, I always thought that bad bread means like a bad decode or something, right?
No, bad bread means that the baker is a rogue baker and is not to be considered correct. Leo, talk about the back in the day, the bakers, and how there was a high level of trust amongst some of the bakers. I was never a baker. You're not even supposed to talk about it, but the baking, the whole setting up the bread on the board, in order for Q to drop, and there was like going back, guys. bless this bread. Like there was all kinds, and the whole bread thing came from Q back in the day with the crumb dums. So someone back in the day was like, oh wait, crumb dums. You have to have crumbs to make bread. So every post,
no, you don't have to have crumbs to make bread. He doesn't know how bread works.
Drops would be considered one bread. So the bread would be 750 drops, and whether Q dropped in that bread or not, Leo, you gotta help me out here. This is a little. Where'd you go?
You're correct, bro. So basically, what would be done is people will come together. They would try and decode what was either done or feed to what was being dropped. Okay, and that would then get it like a.
Tron doesn't know how bread works.
Crumbs would make the bun, and then the bun
you have
would
to
make
the
bread.
bread to
Like
make the crumbs, not the other way around.
They even made this like baker badge, that sometimes you would see then underneath the drops, and people would know, oh, okay, this one's a done bread. This one is,
it's complete. Move on. It's been confirmed. Let's wrap it up.
Move on. So it was also to help people not to go too much down.
Then you make crumbs out of the bread. Exactly, Amos Q. Exactly.
Specific topics that were, you could go down them, and then it would go even deeper. But then you would lose focus of what you were supposed to actually be going over. So that was also why they would say, the bread is baked, or anons will come together.
That's so funny, dude. He's like, you gotta get the crumbs to make the bread.
Like archive it and then move on. Put
no, dude, that's not how bread works.
Come back and then say, for example, well done, Anon. You understood. There have been confirmations sometimes. And then
you totally don't make bread out of breadcrumbs. I'm really bothered by this. I want to say that in the chat, but they're gonna ban me.
Now happening with us doing decos.
These are the new breads.
Escovedo and Trump kind of confirming.
You need crumbs to coat the meat. Somebody said.
Place to get the confirmations.
Well, I think it was the training field for when when he goes on to pause, that when others carry on, when others would do it, then you would carry on with the same technique or tactic or style and still get something.
Do you know? I bet there's a recipe for breadcrumb bread. On the freaking internet somewhere. You can probably make bread out of breadcrumbs. It would make sense, right?
That 17 hasn't come back.
Dude, I'm kind of curious.
This is crazy what I'm going to say.
I don't know if it's possible.
Listen to what I'm going to say about this, but I'm seeing more people, from the digger side. That's got nothing to do with 17. That is reunite.
That's the Fibonacci band.
17 people. They come in and they say, "Yeah, I've got nothing to do with 17. I appreciate what you guys do and how you came to your digs, and now people are joining forces. So
wait,
something is good that it didn't come back.
Is this happening right now?
This is happening now. For example,
and this is where I want to go back to. So what you just said there is important, because back in the day, there was Anons, there were Patriots, and what's the difference between an Anon and a Patriot? Well, guys, back in the day, there were Anons that had no political affiliation whatsoever. There were even Anons out there that hated the boss, Orange Man bad. But guess what? Some of those Anons were also autists. So you have autists, you have Anons, you have Patriots. And one can say, well, autists and Anons are Patriots. Yes, that's true. But now, not all autists and Anons are exactly Patriots. So there was people back in the day that were not there for political reasons.
And my head just exploded.
Disliked the boss, but they were intrigued.
He lost me at autist.
The highest level of communication through a back channel. So there was Anons back there that had no purpose politically, but they were there to dig. They were there to enjoy the moment of back and forth of a back channel. And eventually those Anons and autists became Patriots throughout the process, because there was like a trust level back then. Is this Q thing real? Is it connected to the boss? And at the end of the day, 100% connected to the boss, and we're watching the plan go through in fruition. But man, there was a lot of mistrust back in the day, and it's coming back now. It is coming back a little bit.
You can see people, they, from the other side, and don't forget, that's one bracket of people. Then you have the researchers, you have the diggers.
Autists think differently, like Tron and
very diverse people. Diverse.
So
like autistics.
Everybody's under one umbrella. It's just the way how you found your own truths, how you've made your own connections, how you baked your own bread. Now what's beautiful to see, like I say, people from you know, that do research or did research or did dig
Thank you,
or do
Hillbilly.
digging, but have nothing to do with 17, is bringing also enough crumbs to the 17s, and the 17s are giving crumbs to these guys that are coming in who have done this over.
I don't want to finish my coffee so quickly.
So I mean, it's so crazy to look about it.
I want to enjoy
Because
little
in
sips
17
of
we'll
it
still
so
be
it
hanging
lasts
around,
and
bro.
lasts.
I think it would be a niche of people that would be doing it, and the others, just out of spiteness or whatever, that they don't want to follow anybody, they wouldn't, you know, the nest wouldn't grow bigger. And I think like 17 not posting and getting all people from all different sides, which at the end of the day, we are all researchers or truth seekers. Let's say like this, we are all truth seekers. So at the end of the day, it's just from which side of the map you come as a truth seeker. And that's why I see, bro, at the moment, what's happening is really beautiful, man. A lot of people are
It's a
joining.
resurgence of like old school dig. We're coming back.
It's crazy. It's crazy, and you know why? Because people are bringing in good source, bro. Things that we didn't know. Now people are coming in and giving source. Also, people from the other side of the aisle, you know, that used to be Dems, are coming in to this side and bringing their source, which is actually amazing because the things they've dug on, or the research they've done's got completely nothing to do on our side. So now you're starting to get a bit of a mix of it all, you know, and your perspective is going bigger again, you know. It's not just a tunnel view.
Well,
so.
I think people are realizing that this is literally the final battle. We have no choice. If you're ever in your life gonna go 120%, 117%, now is the time, guys. We have very little time. This is the final battle. Boss has reiterated, and not only the boss mentioning it, but we can feel it. We can feel it in the air, guys. It's like a Phil Collins moment.
Just ask your audience, like, look at the conversations you were having, you know, back in 2002 after 9/11, and look at the conversations you are having with people right now, 2023. Don't you see that a lot of people are waking up? Everybody is doubting everything.
Well, Grasshopper,
You know, so
Pandemic was 9/11 part 2, so this is the second, resurgence of the wake up.
Oh boy.
It's huge.
now
Here they go.
Now they can see, you know, the Patriots.
They start getting into this about what? How long in are we?
Just really coming to life, right? Like this is not
About an hour in. Yep, 1 hour in. They start with the conspiracy stuff. So I'm not going to say this in their chat because it'll disrespect them. But you know, the way they cling on to images that Donald Trump puts up there, it's very unhealthy for their audience. This alligator imagery, you know, feeding immigrant children to alligators, it's feeding a narrative that people who hate immigrants will latch on to, and these guys at Tronanon are taking the worst of Trump and glorifying it. It's very unhealthy for their audience. Just I gotta say that, you know, differences aside, guys, you know, it's not healthy. Hey, Lil Lee, is it Lee L? Is your name Leslie? Hello. Hey, Dave Kafishing.
God bless. I must go for good at this point, and this reminds me of that Whirlpool speech when the boss was in Ohio, and he was very cryptic for like a minute and a half and saying, there's a lot of rich people that don't like me, there's a lot of wealthy people as well, and Pfizer Medical, I have to recede into the background for a little bit, and it was kind of creepy, guys. Standing in front of that, the washers and dryers, which is, you know, crumbs for what's happening in Ukraine right now, with not only biolabs, but just money, slush funds, and the funds of money going through Ukraine, Burisma, the Biden crime syndicate, and right now Biden's are under the microscope and the spotlight. Grasshopper, special greetings, very special. I like this dude. On the Delta.
Yeah, so this goes back to our live shows, you know, where one of the people in the patrons in the comments were asking me, like, why are you mirroring timestamps, right? And also asking me, like, do you also mirror the seconds? Well, I used to mirror the seconds and all these things back in the QAC days. You know, after that I kind of slowed down with that a little bit. So we had that question, and after that, Dan Scavino started posting, you know, timestamps with the seconds that are actually singing. Like, I won't get into it. But the beauty of it all, like Durfman was then just zooming in on it, like
Wait, how do you get
like
seconds, though? How do you get
Dude, the
how are
chat
you
is
mirroring
just
timestamps?
awesome right
And I
now.
was saying, well, you
I'm
can
sitting here
also
reading the chat.
AM to the PM. Well, after Dan Scavino was posting out all these crumbs confirming, guys, we are using the timestamps and the seconds as well, you know, and the mirroring. Trump came out.
Look at the double hundreds, guys.
5-year delta to the minute with an AM PM mirror.
These guys are making a killing.
And he chose this message. He chose this Q drop 2244. Again, you know that's beautiful.
Wait,
You know, the
Grasshopper, how do you get
2244.
seconds on True Social, though?
Yeah, so this is via the app. So I have a Samsung, and I use the, how do you say that? Google Play Store or something like that.
Okay.
So that one is showing you the seconds. So I don't know. I don't believe that iPhone does it. So this is showing me the seconds. Yes.
So Android's getting you seconds on time stamps of
Well, this I have a Samsung, and this is what I have. So I don't know.
Does anyone in the chat have that? I've never seen that before. Because that's, I mean, if you can get seconds on True Social, that's almost like QAG. Remember with the QAG how they used to pull
Oh, boy.
Yes.
Oh
So
boy,
the beauty
you
of this
guys.
is that Trump was confirming the AM PM timestamp because he was posting it.
You guys cannot post anything on the internet and think it's going to correlate with the seconds. Okay? If it's the length of a video that you can cut yourself, that's fine.
The AM PM mirror.
But these guys thinking that there's some kind of a correlation to the down to the second when someone that they're intentionally putting it up at a certain time that it's going to correlate to the second, they don't understand how the internet works.
Special greeting. What is the boss handing out?
You know, and I'm not going to say anything because I'll get blocked on their live thing, but I will say it in here. If Tron thinks that anybody can post something on the internet and it's going to go on the internet the time to the second that minute is definitely easy, but to the second, you think they're looking at their clock, their atomic clock, and they're looking at the atomic clock on Twitter, and that they're going to tweet this thing or True Social at this amount of seconds so that you guys can read that? Once again, not only don't you understand how bread works, you don't understand how internet works. And that's dangerous for your audience to be following someone, you know, that you're willing to give $200 to a guy who doesn't understand how bread works and a guy who doesn't understand how the internet works. And look, these are just facts, guys. I've laid out facts. Nothing that I've told you is opinion so far. He literally said that you need breadcrumbs to make bread. He doesn't understand how bread works. He proved that. And now he literally thinks that someone can post something at the second that they wanted to so that he can decode it at that second. $3,000 followers, they must be saying something people like. Yeah, they're lying to people with false information and false hope. And yeah, there's a lot of weak-minded people out there, Gnarly Gagger. And what's really sad about it, there's a lot more people like you than there are like me. And that's fucking sad, man. That's why the world is so fucked up today. Because people will believe anything you tell them, man. And this guy literally thinks that the seconds... Let me ask you a question, Gnarly Gagger. Do you think anybody that... just two questions. Do you think anybody that posts anything on the internet has control over the amount of seconds that it appears? Even if it's Donald Trump posting the Truth Central. Do you think he has control over the amount of seconds, or Q does, or anybody, over the seconds of time? Answer me that. Do they have control over that? That's the first thing. It's an easy question. The second question I'm going to ask you is going to be about bread. No, that's not true. No, Wolfie, not depending on hardware. So you don't understand how the internet works. You literally don't understand how the internet works. You think what these guys are doing is good for people? Dude, I think there's a lot of people out there who form large communities for people, and they don't lie to them and give them a bunch of bullshit and tell them that you need breadcrumbs to make bread, and that's why this all makes sense. I mean, he's literally just riffing and hoping that he's going to land some punches, and his audience is just willing to accept everything blindly, man. I mean, it's every time I go over there and I watch that show, we can't get more than an hour into it without reaching these conclusions every time. And you always want me to go over there. Oh, go over there. Oh, hanging out. I can't hang out while a bunch of people lie to my face and act like I'm a cult member. You know, all I can do is sit there and throw out little tiny hints to people so that I don't get blocked from that live stream again. Just little tiny teensy-weensy hints. You know, breadcrumbs of my own. They ain't going to be able to make bread out of it, but they're going to be able to get some some healthier information, you know? And, you know, for you to think that that's good, communities are formed around all kinds of things. It doesn't have to be formed around lies and bullshit. You know? You don't need to feed people lies to have a community. Just because I'm not successful at it, it doesn't mean shit. There's plenty of people out there like Lee Camp who have huge communities of people that follow them. And they just put out honest, true reporting, no conspiracy bullshit. Right? Yeah, you go watch. Yeah, Gnarly Geiger, go watch Tron and On. Go count some numbers. And he cannot make bread. You need the yeast, sugar, salt, perfect indoor temperatures. I forgot what I was trying to say, Wolfie. Well not said, Wolfie. It's cool. It's cool. You know, Billy Ballantyne went in there and said all of this is bullshit, and then he left. But I thought that was funny. Of course it is. It is all bullshit. And if they would report on things, legitimate shit, their audience would be much better off. You know, and there's plenty of things to report on. But all the conspiracy nutjob shit, you know, I think that there are certain people that watch my show. I'm not going to mention any names, and they should be there watching that all the time until they can't take it anymore. Until they realize what it is, you know? That's what I think. You know, people have to learn that on their own. No trail of breadcrumbs has ever taught anybody anything. But you come in here, and you can hear me expose it for what it is. These guys just take themselves way too seriously, and their audience sits there and allows for it. Right? And, you know, Gnarly Gagger said 3,000 followers, they must be saying something people like. They must be doing something right. How many followers did Adolf Hitler have in the Nazi Party? So if that's how you judge, you know, a following based on how many people, oh, I can find larger groups of people that were idiots too, bro. Well, way more than 3,000 is my point. I mean, how many people follow Matt Walsh? How many people follow, you know, white supremacists and people calling for violence and, you know, haters out there? Plenty. So that means nothing. 3,000 people means nothing. It just means that 3,000 people are there watching something that satisfies their hate and their ignorance. They found a group of people that, you know, will help them, you know, exterminate an entire race of people based on lies. I got 5 Discords. Discord for gaming. I think somebody had used it and said something bad. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I know who you are. Bro, you're going to have to talk to Cyber, bro. He's fucking pissed at you. And the last thing that you should have ever done right now was to come in here and try to say, I think somebody had used it. Bro, he knows who you are. So, that's something you're going to have to sort out with Homeboy. And please leave me out of it. Okay? Please. He is not fucking happy. I'm glad that you're feeling better, but bro, you got your good times, bad times, bro. We never know with you. Trudow's followings. Steve running hello. Let's see what else we can watch. All right, I want to hear this.
Tonight, a 4.5 billion-year-old cosmic rock about to land back on Earth. This spacecraft, as you see there, is carrying a sample of rocks and dust from an asteroid named Bennu. It's entering Earth's atmosphere at a velocity of 36 times the speed of sound. The sample is going to land in this desolate section of the Utah desert. That's important because Bennu, overall, is an asteroid the size of the Empire State Building. It has a real chance of smashing into Earth in 159 years. If that actually happens, it would hit Earth with the force of 22 atomic bombs. So NASA is hoping that this sample that they've obtained could help them figure out...
All right, number one, 22 atomic bombs ain't a lot. Okay. Number two, it's got a 0.5% chance of hitting the Earth. This is, and I love the way she, says it all, fucking professionally and shit. Like she's in the movie, fucking Don't Look Up. Fucking cunt. You stupid fucking cunt. Shut the fuck up. What else you gotta say, you stupid fucking cunt?
A way to prevent an impact and learn a lot more, obviously, about asteroids. Out front now, astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson. He is the head of the Hayden Planetarium, the host of Star Talk, and he just wrote his latest book, To Infinity and Beyond, A Journey of Cosmic Discovery. So, Neil, I relish all of our conversations. So you've got this asteroid, and, it's incredible. All the math of it. We get on there. You get a little piece of rock.
You know what?
They brought it home. So what can a scientist actually learn from...
Your only hope is going to be to show up on my show when he's here on one of my live shows. Not talk to me. You need to talk to him. So that's it. That's all you got. That's the only way you're going to be able to reach him. If you don't have another way, I'm not going to be able to help you. I absolutely refuse to help you, bro, after what you've fucking done. You need to understand that. You don't get a fucking pass.
From this 4.5 billion-year-old rock that's about to land in Utah?
Well, what we don't know for sure, when you think we would, but we just don't, is what's the structural integrity of asteroids. Only recently, in recent decades, did we learn some of them might just be rubble piles gathered together that are masquerading as a solid object. Others are sort of loosely held together. This matters because if you want to deflect an asteroid that might be headed your way, and you nudge one part of it, and it doesn't have the structural integrity to stay together, you can end up breaking off a piece, and your mission would then fail. So, by looking at what the material contents of Bennu is through this sample return, which, by the way, we just have to just praise that this is working, okay? I gotta say, we launched OSIRIS-REx, this mission, 7 years ago, from a moving platform, Earth, intersected a moving target, Bennu, an asteroid. It did a touch and go, grabbed material, came back to Earth, deployed that capsule, and it keeps going. It's going to visit more asteroids. And then people are saying, "Oh, I don't trust science. I don't science this." It's like, do you know what we do? Do you have any idea?
I mean, it is pretty incredible. And then there's
no. The Earth is flat, Neil. None of this is real, and that's why all you can show us are these graphic depictions of space, because there's no cameras in space, because space doesn't exist.
Much more simple things here at home, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if Bennu does hit Earth, and I know that obviously we can talk about odds, but if it were to, you're talking about something 22 times. Is that what I said? 22 times the size of, or 22 atomic bombs. Let me make sure I say it exactly correctly. What would something like that do to Earth?
Well, it's not an extinction level. Well, if it hits a city, that's really bad. But we would have some good idea of that well in advance, right? By the way, as we get closer to 2182, these odds will improve. Improve in the sense that it'll...
Dude, I can't believe that he doesn't subscribe to the fact that we are going extinct way before that ever happens. What are we going to eat? What are we going to grow on a heated up planet? How are we going to survive the massive infrastructure we're going to take on everything, everywhere? The collapse of society is imminent. There's nothing we can do. This fucking giant piece of charcoal, this is the least of our worries, because there ain't going to be no humans on the planet in 200 years to even fucking worry about something that's only a few fucking atom bombs. You notice they didn't say nuclear bombs? Yeah, okay, so fucking 12 Hiroshimas or whatever the fuck you said. It's no big deal. Wherever it fucking hits, we'll know where it's going to hit, and those people better clear the fuck out of there. Right? It can't be that big. What's it going to be, the size of a state? You know, at the most?
Or go to certainty. It's not going to still dangle in is it or is it not? And so that's an important first point. So if we know that it's going to hit, then we got to know where it's going to hit. If it hits a city, it takes out the city completely. But most of Earth is not city, and most of land is not occupied. So my fear is that if it hits the ocean, then you got a tsunami that could take out an entire coastline, right? Wow. But otherwise, it would destroy a county's worth of land. That's about it.
So, you know, I hope everyone will get your new book. You talk about parallel
Did he say a
worlds,
county?
worlds, black holes,
a county's worth.
Travel, all these questions people have. One thing that a lot of people are talking about lately, and NASA even now has a head of UFOs, right? Congress has a hearing on UFOs. And so people are talking about UFOs and aliens in a more serious way than, you know.
That's enough to cause a nuclear winter? Is it? Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about, Wolfie. You have no idea what... Do you know the nuclear winter that killed the dinosaurs? Yeah, this is the beauty of fucking Google, dude. Because when someone tells you something, don't believe them, especially if it's somebody that watches Tron and On every week religiously. I digress. Look on the screen. Look on the screen. I Googled the shit. How many atomic bombs was the asteroid that hit the Earth and murdered the dinosaurs? It was worth 10 billion atomic bombs. This meteorite is going to be worth 12 atomic bombs. There's a massive difference between that, bro. Yeah, I think you're confused, bro. You're totally confused. You know, what happened in Hiroshima, and we did it twice. We did Nagasaki, we did Hiroshima. We could have done it 8 more times. We could have done it 10 more times, 15 more times, 20 more. We wouldn't have blacked out the goddamn planet. I don't know what the fuck you're thinking. You know how many times we've tested nukes, bro? And we don't I mean, we're talking about an atomic bomb, not a nuclear blast. You know the difference? I just don't think that you're... And I get it, man. You're getting your information from really bad places. I don't know where the fuck you think you got this from.
Being on the front of the National Enquirer, the way it used to be. So a Mexican journalist displayed bodies of
10 billion atomic bombs.
In Mexico. in
The
front of
one that
Congress
killed the
in Mexico,
dinosaurs.
Okay,
10
each with
billion.
three hands and elongated heads. Now, before we all mock the video, right? Because it's gotten a lot of mocking. It looks a lot like ET. But as I said, NASA just announced for the first time a director of research on UFOs. So they are taking this overall topic more seriously. What's your take on this?
Well, first of all, I like what they did in Mexico. They had what they claimed are alien bodies. They brought it out in front of their Congress. That's better than leaving them in a locked box and saying you and no one else can get to see them. So that's a start. But in science, a new truth, that objective truth is only established when multiple labs can analyze whatever your claim is. When we brought rocks back from the moon, we distributed them to all the labs of the world. So everybody participated in that discovery. So here, bring out samples to others and let other people, skeptical people in other labs, test this. They'll either verify it or falsify it, and then we move on.
What was your reaction when you saw the images?
I was surprised because if they're from another planet, why do they look so human? They have two eyes, a nose, a mouth, shoulders, hips, femur, a rib. Why? Most life on Earth shares DNA in common with us. It looks nothing like us. So how could it somebody? So that was my first thought. Second, any corpses or mummified remains, there's no bone in your nose. It's an open hole into your skull. These aliens have intact noses. Okay, if indeed that is their nose. Okay, I don't know for sure. So that's odd. After 2,000 years, to still have a nose with two cavities in it. So that's odd. But they should share it. That's how we determine what is true and what is not.
All right, Neil. Thanks so much. Great to talk to you.
Thanks for having me.
Wait, let's go back.
This spacecraft, as you see there, is carrying a sample of rocks and dust from an asteroid named Bennu, and it's entering Earth's atmosphere at a velocity of 36 times the speed of sound. The sample is going to land in this desolate section of the Utah desert. That's important because Bennu overall is an asteroid the size of the Empire State Building. It has a real chance of smashing into Earth in 159 years. If that actually happens, it would hit Earth with the force of 22 atomic bombs.
22 atomic bombs. No big deal. It doesn't have a real chance. The reporting here is so shoddy and awful. You know, a real chance would be 20% chance. That'd be a real chance. 5%, that would be real. 0.5%, yeah, I'm not buying it. It's not a real chance. It's it's barely a chance. So it's probably not going to happen. And since we've already landed on it once, I guess we could do it again. Blow that fucker up, right? Whatever. Not our problem. We're not going to be here when it arrives.
So NASA's hoping that this sample that they've obtained could help them figure out a way to...
So 22 atomic bomb explosions, not nuclear blasts, not the 10 billion atomic bombs worth of meteorite that hit the Earth and killed the dinosaurs. And wherever Wolfie, wherever you got that information from, it's incorrect. And it's a good thing that my non-science knowing ass was able to just Google it and dispel your bullshit. And you should be more careful when you spout off things that you don't know about, you know, because it's unattractive, man. It's just unattractive. But it makes more sense. I mean, even if it was 200, it was 10 billion atomic bombs. 10 billion atomic bombs. Are you just straw manning me with something, Wolfie? It was 10 billion atomic bombs that killed the dinosaurs, and it didn't even wipe out everything on the planet. It just killed the big life. The mammals lived. You know, the mice and the frickin' rodents survived. And the alligators. And the birds. If 100 Hiroshimas happened at the same time across the planet, that's the nuclear winter. Okay, that's 100. Okay, well, this was 1/10 or 1. You said 100. This would be, yeah, a little more than 1/10 of that. No nuclear winter. So, it's nothing to worry about, Wolfie, because we're going to be extinct before then. Understand that. There won't be any humans here to see that thing hit the planet. We're just like crypto, man. When we're watching this go up and down, whatever, we're not sustainable here. We're running out of habitat. We're running out of livable atmosphere, man. We're heating it up. It's only going to get hotter. Infrastructure is going to start collapsing, and we're going to stop repairing it. Then society's going to collapse. Governments are going to collapse. And then it's going to get so fucking hot. It's just going to get hotter and hotter and hotter, and the winters are going to get worse. They're going to be brutal fucking winters. Like, imagine the whole goddamn, everywhere where it snows is going to have like 20 feet of fucking snow. Like houses completely covered. What are you going to do at that point? Because there's so much moisture in the air. Shit like we can't even imagine. You know, no supply chain. Your garden won't grow because, you know, whatever, it's too hot or there's too much snow or rain comes and wipes it out with a hurricane, or certain regions will have earthquakes, other regions will have volcanoes. And we'll have times when all this shit goes off at the same time. You stand down, Wolfie. Good, man. Good. I'm glad that you stand down on that one. It wasn't a good hill to stand on. It wasn't, you didn't have your feet firmly planted on it. But it's okay, because I'll make a statement sometimes and I won't be right, and I will go Google it. But that's the thing, is when you say something like that and you're like, you know, that's enough for a nuclear winter, you should go Google that shit and just find out. You know? Apophis comes before that in 2029 with only 2.7% chance of hitting Earth, which is 1,000 feet across and will not do much damage either. She said this thing was the size of the Empire State Building. So that's bigger than, this thing is bigger, I believe, but you know, 22 atomic bombs we can handle, no problem. We've detonated more, you know, already on this planet. Maybe not simultaneously, but we've detonated more. And I mean, I wonder what a volcano is worth in atomic bombs. How many atom bombs was what was it? That giant volcano, bro? A Mount St. Helens? A force exceeding 27,000 atomic bombs from a single volcano, Wolfie. There you go. There you go. The power from Mount St. Helens. I'm sorry. When it erupted, it released in 1980, it released a force exceeding 27,000 atomic bombs, which devastated the surrounding area and killed 57 people. The power from Mount St. Helens was estimated at 500 atomic bombs. So there's the force and then the power. They're talking about two different things. The eruption produced a force equal to 10 to 50 megatons of TNT, the equivalent of 25,000 atomic bombs released over the city of Hiroshima during World War II. So a volcano is going to put out way more power and energy and cloud the skies more than this thing would do, right? You're worried about the wrong thing. Got to Google the volcano that created the the Grand Canyon wasn't created by a volcano, was it? I thought it was created by the river. Was it created by a volcano? I didn't know that. You would think a volcano would not break open the ground, but add more lava and shit, right? How did a volcano create the Grand Canyon? Should I Google that shit? Created by the incision of the Colorado River. And I'm so smart. You're completely full of it. And I got it right. It was the river. The canyon may have formed 5 to 6 million years ago when the Colorado River began to cut a channel through layers of rock. The river was diverted by the Khabib Plateau, which formed in the middle of the river's flow. The river split into two parts, with one part flowing to the Gulf of Mexico, the other forming a huge lake. I was right, bro. I'm better than Google, man. I'm just like, yeah, didn't the river make that? So, Wolfie, why do you think such crazy shit? Why do you have such, when you can just Google this stuff? Can you get, no, I can't. You wait for him to come into one of my shows, bro. He'll be here probably tonight on tonight's show. Got to Google the volcano. Yeah. Wolfie, are you not going to answer me? Are you proud of me for telling you that it was a river that created the Grand Canyon before I even Googled that shit? Wolfie, you're so not a scientist. You're not a geologist, okay? And you're not an expert in anything. I promise you that. And for you to look at aerial photographs of the Snake River and the Grand Canyon and think that you're figuring anything out, that all of the geologists and all of the scientists who lived years and years before you ever even stepped foot on this planet are wrong and that you're right, bro, is literally a narcissism level of psychosis that I can't even imagine that you suffer from. You think that you have the ability to look at charts and figure anything out, bro. You told me it was created by a volcano, man. You also told me that this little thing was gonna be, was gonna black out the goddamn, give us a nuclear winter, and you need to start educating I don't know how old you are, or if you went to school or high school or what, or if you didn't pay attention, or what your deal. I mean, I'm kind of curious of why you have so little knowledge of just basic things. I mean, most canyons are created by rivers anyway. That's just the way it works. Volcanoes create mountains. That's the way that works. Mountains of lava just come out and make these giant mountains. I mean, mounds of lava, I should say, and form mountains out of it. It's not the other way around. You're 28, off the Amish farm. Oh, Wolfie. I got it. Okay, all right. Well, you got a little catching up to do, and I want you to Google shit more, for sure. You're not a lost cause. You're willing to learn, man. I see so much light coming from you. I want you to know that. I wouldn't be spending all this time talking to you. Not that anybody else is really talking to me right now. Yeah, there's Billy. Hey, Billy. St. Helens was weird. It erupted out of the side, taking out the east side of the mountain before and after. Bro, we talked about that. Just recently we talked about mountains. You said that. If insurance is to buy cars when you're still alive, that's why it's called life insurance. Wolfie. Hawaii is a volcanic island. There you go. That's what Hawaii is, and so is Lake County. It's all volcanic mountains. It's all lava and obsidian, which obsidian comes up out of the volcanoes too. You read a lot of books? You read a lot of books? Irish Medislow. Bro, Wolfie, you're young. You're 28 years old. You're fine. You don't understand Bonsai House? He's quoting something he's figuring you would say because you're not as familiar with society and the things that everybody else is what we're exposed to as we were growing up, with television and the internet and school and all the other kids and the movies that we've watched. We've been exposed to a lot of information that you haven't been, and he's making a comment that you wouldn't even know what life insurance is. You would say that life insurance is to buy cars when you're still alive. That's why it's called life insurance. He's just being silly. And I hope you don't take that too personally. Because, bro, you have every reason to not understand because of your upbringing, you have every reason to not have a full understanding of some of the things that other people have a better understanding of, you know? It's not your fault. And I want you to know that I realize that. And I don't hold it against you at all. And once you explain that to me, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. This isn't somebody that's my age that's just completely ignored life, that has not paid attention in school. You didn't even go to the type of school. I can't even imagine the kind of things they taught you at your school. No idea. I would hope it would be gardening and construction, you know, maybe building, you know, farming, growing things, preparing meals. I don't know, man. How to get power and water. Because I don't understand I don't know anything about Amish, really. I don't. I just know that it's a lot of technology is not used. Technology is frowned upon. Cars and such. But imagine with a car, I wonder, hey, Wolfie, do you drive a car? God, I got so many questions, man. I've got so many questions for you. How long you been off the farm for? Where was the Amish farm in the United States? You said Irish Metis. So are you in Amish in Ireland? Mechanics, farming. Yeah, I got it right. That's the greatest school ever, bro. You're way more educated than all of us are. You have an advantage over everybody. And that's the kind of stuff we talk about on the show, is how to sustain your life when you don't have a grocery store that's open down the street, or you don't have your power cables not bringing power to your house anymore. We talk about that on the show for how people can create a sustainable, livable daily life for themselves with nothing but whatever, is to offer out there. And that's what being Amish is, man. So you actually have a vast education in how to survive and how to live. Since we were the breakaways, we turned old junk that farmers tossed into stuff we use. I'm in Canada, Alberta, but it was a farm out in Frogfurt, Saskatchewan. Bro, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. So how long ago did you leave was it a conscious thing? Like I'm packing my bags and I'm getting out of here and I'm going to go hit the big city, or how'd that happen? How old were you when you made that decision? Did you get in a car and drive, or did you have to take the horse and carriage? You do drive a truck. Oh, so you're driving a truck. You built it yourself, mostly out of aquarium store supplies. I don't think it's actually legal. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Dude, there needs to be a movie about your life, bro. We could call it Aquarium Man or something. I don't know. The Amish Aquarium Man. My parents left the farm when they were 23, and I left it when I was... Oh, in 2016. Oh, you've been out for a while. Okay, good, man. It must have been shocking as hell. Dude, did society just blow your mind, or were you already kind of exposed to it? Did you guys have smartphones? You just didn't tell anybody? Were you TikToking your Amish ways? Bro, oh my God, I can only imagine. This is so interesting. You got out, man. You got out, but you probably should have stayed in. That's what I'm saying. Oh. Holy moly, I'm out of Kafef. Oh my God, it's a real horror. To Amish, everything real world is called English, and to them, English is a derogatory term. We'll never use English phones means smartphones. I see Amish driving trucks and wearing normal shoes often. Kingpin. Oh, are the Amish cheating now? You're supposed to be in a horse and carriage, I thought. Horse and buggy. Horse-pulled buggies. My parents left the farm when they were 23, and I left when I was in 2016. Okay, cool. He's not said anything since then. So there's a lag in the chat. I think it's time for a tab. Oh, boy. Aaron Burnett. What else do we got? Oh, I like Rand Paul. Let's check out some Rand Paul.
I rise to put the leadership of the House, the Senate.
Let me just say this about Rand Paul. I really appreciate him for doing his job. And no matter what you think about this guy, you got to admit that he goes and he shows up and he works and he speaks. And whether you agree with what he's saying or not, it's just good to see somebody that's actually doing their job out there, you know? And he is a hardworking guy. So let's see what he has to say. This is about the government spending plan, and he says he's putting leadership on notice.
And the President of the United States on notice. I will not...
Oh, wait. Wolfie, we had dial-up for faxing, government documents, land insurance, and buying seed, really, and just a slow computer till like 2006, but we were pre-exposed to everything since 9/11, but not impressed. Interesting, man, interesting. With the town I just moved to recently, people steal too much gas. Wolfie, you know what? I feel like I have to tell you this, man. What you're watching, I'm so sorry to have to do this. A lot of people are going to hate me for this, but I've got to say it to you, man. What you're watching on Tronanon, you might be connecting with some of that. You need to be very, very cautious with that, okay? I can't stress that enough. If that's something that you're finding that it's making sense to you, I can assure you that there is very little sense to be made of that broadcast, okay? So please, if you're going to watch that stuff, watch other stuff too. I mean, don't just wait for that Sunday broadcast and live in that thing, okay? I don't care if it's right-wing, left-wing, apolitical, or just stuff to just regular content to consume, whatever, generic stuff. But just stay open to other stuff, okay? I could be more explicit, but I'm not gonna, This is something you got to decide on your own, and you're gonna have to find out for yourself. No one likes being told, when they're right and when they're wrong about shit. So you're just gonna have to, when you're watching, just pay attention and make sure that it's, that it's agreeing with you, Don't think I've ever watched Tronanon. I like Russell Brand, Steven Crowder, Little Turks. They embellish a lot. Don't think I've ever watched Tronanon. Oh, wait. Okay, my bad. I thought you were watching Tronanon. My bad, Wolfie. My bad. I may have got you confused with somebody else. Okay, cool. Good. Understand, we watch that show because our friends go there. And I disagree with a lot of the purported coding that they claim is coming out of Donald Trump and Q, and that that the word buckle up has any meaning to it at all. It might be a rallying cry that these people think is like saying stop the steal, but that's it really, and they put way too much effort into it. And I'm glad to see that you don't, man. That's just so you know where I'm at on that. I can only push back so hard on that stuff without getting a negative response from a lot of people who are watching my show now. But they have to understand where I'm coming from,
Consent to any expedited passage of any spending bill that provides any more American aid to Ukraine. It's as if no one has noticed that we have no extra money to send to Ukraine. Our deficit this year will exceed $1.5 trillion.
Well, let me just stop him right now.
To send it to Ukraine.
Let me just stop him right now. And applaud. And just say yes. Stop sending our money to Ukraine. End the war. Encourage peace talks. Solve your problems with Vladimir Putin. Do whatever it is you have to do. Impress us. Okay, by doing your jobs. This man is making nothing but complete sense right now. We should all listen more to what he has to say right now. We'll listen to him until he stops making sense. How about that? Fair enough?
Makes no sense.
It's not as if we have some sort of rainy day fund sitting around, trillions of dollars in a pot of money, and we're just going to send that to Ukraine. We're going to borrow it. When we borrow it and create new money to pay for that borrowing, we create the inflation that is plaguing our economy. Since the beginning of Russia's war in Ukraine, the American taxpayers provided Ukraine with $113 billion. Over the 583 days of war,
113 billion.
24th, 2022, in the end.
Wow, I gotta tell my mom.
That averages $6.8 billion per month, or
She's not in there. Dude, $113 billion we've sent to this stupid war. Oh, we can't win a war with $113 billion. We are totally doing it wrong.
$220
Jesus
million
Christ.
per day. There's a lot of things that we need to fix in our country before we borrow money to try to perpetuate a war in another country.
Exactly.
When will the aid request end? When will the war end? Can someone explain what victory in Ukraine looks
Exactly.
like?
Thank you, Rand Paul.
His administration has failed to articulate a clear strategy or objective in this war. And Ukraine's long-awaited
No, no. I'll tell you what the objective is. The objective is to prolong it for as long as possible because these morons think that they're wearing down Russia. All they're doing is encouraging Russia to make more friends, which are turning into enemies against us. That's all this is doing. We are so the fifth element, sending rockets into that orange fireball, making it bigger and meaner, and we just cannot stop shooting rockets into this orange fireball. Go ahead, Rand.
No clear end in sight. It looks increasingly like Ukraine will be yet another endless quagmire funded by the American taxpayer.
Yep, and supported by Brant Robinson, my buddy.
A CNN poll from August shows that a majority of Americans now oppose Congress authorizing additional funding to Ukraine. Now there are those in the Senate who refuse to listen to these voices coming from a war of a weary nation, and who would hold the federal government hostage by inserting $24 billion more from Ukraine. They're talking about saying the only way government stays open, the only way to avoid a shutdown is by shoveling more American taxpayer dollars to Ukraine. They're going to keep the government open with more money to Ukraine, and I'm out here to say that I'm not going to agree to it, and I will not
4 hours.
shut down the government simply because they want to send more of
40330. That's us. 40330.
Either the American people fund an endless war in Ukraine, or the Uniparty threatens to shut down the government. This is a clear dereliction of duty, and I will not stand for it. Colleagues, as representatives of the American people, you should not stand for it either. The bill that comes for us should be about funding our government, not somebody else's government. I will not give consent to a bill that includes funding for Ukraine in keeping our government open. As elected officials, we have an obligation to pursue a foreign policy that advances the security and prosperity of our country. Funneling billions of dollars that have to be borrowed into the meat grinder of eastern Ukraine does neither. The longer this conflict continues, the greater the risk that
You say you like Steven Crowder?
escalation draws the United States into direct conflict with Russia.
We should talk about you liking Steven Crowder.
But Moscow still maintains the largest nuclear arsenal in the world. Let's not pretend that the U.S. involvement in this war comes without risks. If that's not bad enough, we lack effective oversight mechanisms to ensure that the hard-earned American tax dollars don't fall prey to waste, fraud, and abuse. For over
No law regarding
now,
cannabis,
I have
everybody
been
cheers.
asking for a special inspector general to make sure they're not stealing our money. We've had one in Afghanistan, and his team of economists and technicians have overseen and found billions of dollars worth of waste that they've saved. We need the same thing in Ukraine, a special inspector general to make sure they're not stealing our money. When that has come before a vote in the Senate, the majority party in here says, no, we just want to spend the money. We don't care. Some Republicans have gone along with this as well, and they have voted against an inspector general.
Crazy.
It is a terrible abuse of our spending authority to
Horrible
spend money
leadership.
in a war and not make sure that they're not stealing it. So in addition to the colossal cost of the war, we end up paying a corruption tax.
You know,
Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries on the planet.
We haven't won a war with $113 billion because they have been stealing the money. If we spent all that money on that war, it would have been over by now.
Maybe second only to Russia. Corruption runs deep in Ukraine, and there's plenty of evidence that it has run rampant since Russia's invasion. As President Zelensky landed in New York earlier this week, we learned that corruption concerns in Ukraine's Ministry of Defense resulted in the firing of 6 deputy defense ministers. This comes 2 weeks after the firing of Defense Minister Oleksiy Reznikov, who was removed after it was discovered that the Ministry of Defense had mishandled military contracts. Last month, Zelensky fired all 24 regional military recruitment chiefs because they were, quote, involved in illegal activities, including enrichment. Last October, we learned that U.S. shipment of grenade launchers, machine guns, rifles, bulletproof vests, and thousands of rounds of ammunition were ending up in the hands of criminal gangs and weapons traffickers posing as humanitarian organizations. And what did the Senate do? They voted against a special inspector general to make sure they're not stealing our money. What are we doing? Is this fair to the American people? Millions of Americans are struggling each day to make ends meet. Millions of Americans are struggling to provide for their families and put food on the table. Can we honestly look our constituents in the eye and tell them that this is a good investment of their dollars? Some say the war in Ukraine is a fight to save democracy. But those who say that need to be honest with themselves. Ukraine is far from a shining example of democracy. And while the strain of war can make for questionable government actions, we have to live with them when the war is over. For all the platitudes about America supporting democracy and making the world safe for democracy, the Woodrow Wilson advocates among us, the biggest recipient of American welfare, Ukraine, canceled its next presidential election. You're telling me we're sending $100 billion to a country that's not going to have elections? We're going to send $100 billion to a country that now has, what, a president for life? I say, oh, well, we could, but it's difficult. Does anybody remember the American Civil War, where 600,000 people died and yet we didn't miss an election? They've canceled the presidential election. We should cancel our aid as a response. This is not the only concerning development in Ukraine.
How is this not?
Despite Zelensky's charm offensive this week, his actions also deserve scrutiny. Citing national security concerns, Zelensky has banned Orthodox churches oriented towards the Russian Orthodox Church and has ordered Ukrainian law enforcement to raid churches and arrest priests. He has banned the political opposition.
Sounds like
You
Nazis.
have a democracy if you're not going to have elections, and you banned the opposition. He
Sounds like
suspended 11
Nazis.
Political parties,
God damn.
including the Opposition Platform for Life, the second largest party in Ukraine's parliament, and the one which held 44 seats. He has attacked free speech by banning opposition media and increasing his government's regulatory power over journalists. Hardly sounds democratic to me. Earlier this year, he signed into law a bill that
What about his kill
State
list?
Broadcasting Council to regulate all media in Ukraine. The council can impose mandatory orders, fines, restrict content from search engines, and even outright suspend media outlets without a court decision. Hardly sounds very Democrat to me.
No, it's Ukraine,
If you
dude.
wish these actions that sound like the actions of an authoritarian regime, if you suspect these do sound like an authoritarian regime, you're right.
Yeah.
This past July, a Swiss intelligence report observed, quote, authoritarian traits in Zelensky as he tries to push the mayor of Kiev, Vitaly Klitschko, out of contention for Ukraine's 2024 presidential elections. Citing martial law, Zelensky stated that those elections will not take place. Martial law, no elections, banning opposition party. This is where your
Fascism.
$100 billion has gone, and they're not done. We don't have the money. The money's being borrowed. We borrow the money from China to send it to Ukraine. In 2021,
Dude,
Zelensky
everyone
fired
in everyone in
multiple
America
officials,
should hear this.
including his prime minister, for investigating a Ukraine oligarch who just happened to be a key backer of Zelensky's presidential campaign. The United States placed sanctions on this oligarch for his involvement in significant corruption, and earlier this month he was finally arrested. Clearly, Ukraine and the regime are not paragons of democracy. But this is not just about what Ukraine is or is not with respect to government. This is about American interests in our national security. Every day this war continues is another spin of the roulette wheel with another chance of it stopping on Armageddon.
God.
And we are paying for the privilege. We cannot continue with business as usual. We cannot continue to put the needs of other countries above our own. We cannot save Ukraine by dooming the U.S. economy. And we certainly cannot save Ukraine by fighting a war with Russia. As we go further and further into debt, we become weaker. It's not just that this is not helping our national security. The very threat to our national security is our debt. The more we send money overseas, the more we deplete our munitions, the worse things get. No matter how sympathetic we are to the Ukrainian people, we must put the American people first. And to that end, I encourage my colleagues to oppose any effort to hold the federal government hostage for Ukraine funding. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield.
Yeah, and I agree, Billy. You know what what Putin did with Jehovah's Witnesses is an abomination to humanity. But it doesn't erase what the Ukrainians did to the ethnic Russians and shelling them in their homes and killing 15,000 of them, right? All I'm saying is You got to sit down and end it, man. Stop sending money over there. The only money we send over there should be for a peace delegation until it stops. We support it. That's why it keeps going. You know, it's us. Yeah, but we got to get the land back. We've got to win Ukraine's land back. You're not getting it back. You're not pushing shit, dude. You guys are celebrating 200 meters? Wow, really? 200 meters. Wow, ooh, big pushback. We got 200 meters. We've got the whole eastern side back. 200 meters. The entire eastern region that Putin took, we've taken it all back. Gotta sit around and wait for the next goddamn attack, you know? The next rocket to drop, the next bomb to fall. And that's why monkeys began fishing in the sea, because they ate mushrooms. That's the theory, huh? That's cute. Or maybe a monkey was walking on the beach and a fish had washed up on shore, or they were already eating crabs because crabs were available, and they saw the fish and ate the fish, and we were like, hey man, we could get these out of the ocean. But, you know, they ate mushrooms, and that's how they thought outside the box. That's the thing, was they started eating out of the ocean. That's when monkeys started, oh, okay. Because, you know, the seafood was healthy for their brains and allowed them to their brains to grow. There's all those amino acids and the fatties and the rich in omega 3s and 6s and 10s. Got your omega 10s in there. And your cod liver oil. He's a comedian. Paul Stamets. Nah, Paul Stamets, I don't know who that is. Not the guy that used to be on the show, the Man Show with Joe Rogan. That guy's name was different. Doug Stanhope. Wrong guy. I don't know who Paul Stamets is, but now I do. He's an author and a comedian. Author and comedian Paul Stamets said that he's got a theory that monkeys ate hallucinogenic mushrooms, and that's how humanity began growing its brain outwards enough to start fishing in the seas. Our book starts with our monkey friend who finds a fish on the shore and decides to start fishing. Oh, no, that's right. At first, he's walking through the woods and finds a mushroom and says, I'm going to eat this mushroom. And the monkey eats the mushroom, and then he has a hallucinogenic dream, and it shows him eating fish out of the ocean, and he's swimming in the ocean, and he's eating the fish, and he's very happy. And all the monkeys were happy. And then he ran over to the ocean and dove in and grabbed a fish and ate it. The Grand Canyon is 277 miles long, and it's up to 18 miles wide in places, and retains a depth of over a mile. I've been there a couple times. I think both Putin and Ukraine off are similar dudes. Yeah, bro. There's no telling how much money they've stolen. And how inaccurate the reporting is coming from the battlefield, you know. I have a feeling we're going to see reports of satellite imagery that's going to prove Zelensky's lying about shit. Right, well, these are all Russian tanks, and this is all Russian fortification here. You said you were 200 meters in. You're not. You know, I have a feeling that shit's going to happen. Whatever. Let's watch this. If Max Blumenthal... Yeah, they got Max Blumenthal on.
Well, as we've been covering here, following Russell Brand's allegations of sexual assault, the comedian and commentator has been facing an onslaught of deplatforming and demonetization from various sites, including YouTube, the BBC, and Paramount+.
YouTube said in a statement to The Hill, quote, "We have suspended monetization on Russell Brand's channel for violating our creator responsibility policy. If a creator's off-platform behavior harms our users, employees, or ecosystem, we take action to protect the community." The company added,
weird.
"This decision applies to all channels that may be owned or operated by Russell Brand."
The Gray Zone's Max Blumenthal responded to this move by recalling a time his own
And that's what you would call retroactive, right? And we're going to go back in your history, and we're going to find the things that you've done in your past, and then we're going to hold you accountable now because we failed to do that when we made you all this money and gave you this platform in the first place. Well, the information wasn't out. Well, the information's still not out, and that's my problem with all of this. I mean, yeah, there's accusations, but that's all. And until it's proven in a court of law, I would think that YouTube would at least have the decency to withhold that kind of a punishment over allegations. So,
outlet faced their version of deplatforming and discussed this situation with Brand himself. Let's watch.
Sounds like a novel,
Once
says
again,
Hippie
the
Chick. Hey,
relationship
Hippie Chick.
between Big tech and the government becomes quite curious. It's interesting and exciting when there's an obvious adversarial component, such as in our last story. But when you see this kind of cohesion, this kind of collaboration, and like you cite with the Canadian trucker story, and obviously now you've been a personal, should we say victim of it? You've certainly experienced it. It makes you realise that ultimately what we're sliding towards are more and more normalised, centralised, authoritarian models, centralised currency, ability to close down people. We're hearing more and more stories about the intervention in people's financial affairs. It's something that's becoming more prevalent, and I'm not surprised that you're a prominent and high-profile organisation to be subject to that kind of obvious corruption.
Max Blumenthal joins us now to discuss. Welcome, Max.
Good to see you.
And I believe that clip was from just before the accusations became public. You know, we've been discussing them a lot on the show, and obviously there's, the context of the accusations themselves are one thing, but I think it's impossible, and should be, taken seriously, and we've been discussing them very seriously, and somewhat critically of the underlying behavior, despite it still being at the level of anonymous accusations. But I am troubled still, by the fact, it's stated in the story that this has all come together now because of who Russell Brand is now, the audience he has now, and the contrarian and adversarial relationship he has to the mainstream, and then also that even if you accept them as true, the accusations, which I'm not saying we're at the point where we should, but a deplatforming of his content, of his speech, his words, his things he's created, over that seems very coordinated and very troubling and illiberal to me. We wanted to give you a chance to weigh in since you have experienced some of this as well, as we just saw.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. I was on Russell Brand's show on September 11th. It was one of his last shows before the Russell Brand affair. And we were discussing the Gray Zone being suspended or having its fundraiser suspended due to external concerns by GoFundMe. And the whole way that crowdfunding companies were operating within the broader framework of the censorship industrial complex, where the state goes behind the scenes into the offices of Silicon Valley companies and tells them who to ban, who to remove, and we've experienced that constantly. So one thing is clear about the Russell Brand.
So we've got Tyler S. What's up in YouTube saying you have to be a retarded. All right, if you're watching on Rumble, listen to this. Tyler S. on YouTube says you have to be a retarded if you think Trump was or is a good person. What a joke and a farce of a government. What's B? You said A, retarded, and then you didn't say and B. So you have to be retarded if you think Trump was or is a good person. What a joke and farce of a government. I don't know what that was in response to. I wouldn't say that I feel that Trump is a good person. I think that he feels like he's doing everything he can to enforce his beliefs on other people and get away with it. He's been really good at that. I wouldn't say he's a good person. I wouldn't call Trump a good person. Me personally. I know a lot of people who would call Trump a good person, though. I've got a lot of friends who would call Trump a good person. You know? Not me. But, you know, you and I can agree to agree on that one, Tyler.
Brand affair. Whatever the merits of the allegations are, and its trial by media, that he is being targeted because
he
perhaps
looked,
the most
bro,
prolific critic of corporate media.
He looked like Manson there. Totally looked like Manson there. That was scary. You think Trump's a bit narcissistic? Our Wolfie, previous Amish growing friend, says narcissistic, but that's what makes him a good businessman, his narcissism, and knows how to pull people's decisions in a certain way.
And as well as the war state and the Ukraine proxy war on the planet, maybe second.
I loved how Trump called Kim Jong-un little Kimmy to mess with him.
In a coordinated fashion, in the same way that he articulated, somewhat ironically, when he interviewed me. And it began through tabloid media in the UK. You could look at any newsstand in London the day the allegations hit. It was on the front page of every paper. The editors, from The Guardian to The Sun to The Mirror, they were feasting off this with libidinal satisfaction because they wanted to see him destroyed for what he had said about them. He had turned on Hollywood as well, so you saw all these prominent figures denouncing him. And he had yet to receive due process. And as I expected, he was demonetized by YouTube, which is really the ultimate form of cancellation in our culture, because YouTube, which is owned by Google, is essentially the inner vortex of our digital commons, which are privatized, yet controlled from the outside by powerful interests, including and so this raises a larger issue. What terms did he violate? And YouTube says that he violated their rules for off-platform.
Cannabis lover.
You have to conduct yourself well off the
Cannabis
platform.
lover is here as well. Cannabis lover. Cannabis lover. Cannabis lover.
Google and a bunch of anonymous corporate functionaries to determine if someone is guilty of essentially felonies. They have possibly committed defamation, and at the same time, they're hosting the George W. Bush Library on their platform. They're hosting the Obama Foundation, which has 235,000 subscribers. Barack Obama.
I don't vote. Cannabis lover, I don't vote. I don't vote in presidential elections. I do not want to see Ron DeSantis become president of the United States. That's for sure. No, I don't vote. Cannabis lover, I don't vote. You guys are more than welcome to vote, and I support you in voting for who you feel is the best candidate for you.
And his administration raped Libya. That is a confirmed fact.
Roy Rat
in Africa and
Roy
caused a
Rat
onslaught that has swept across the Sahel.
Roy Rat is here.
George W. Bush
Roy Rat
raped
is
Iraq.
here. Roy Rat.
But they are welcome.
The Roy Rat. Roy Rat. Roy Rat. Roy Rat.
It's the same institutions that are destroying large parts of the world that are setting these standards, because the Obama Foundation, for example, is involved in determining what the disinformation policy in terms of service are on platforms like YouTube.
So I take your point, Max, but I was talking about this a little with a friend yesterday, and they pointed out that there is a distinction between being allowed on the app, which Russell Brand is still allowed on the app, and being able
Okay,
to
my dog needs
monetize,
water. I'll be right
their
back.
work on the app, which could be potentially analogized to something like working for Uber or a company that you use their platform so that you can earn money and they provide you with income via the app. So is there a difference in your view between being actually deplatformed and not being allowed to do speech of any kind, even if the content, the substance of your speech doesn't violate the terms of an app, and whether or not a company like Google or Uber or some other kind of ride-share delivery service decides that as a matter of policy it doesn't want someone who's been accused of rape or assault or some other crime operating their vehicles, let's say?
Well, YouTube wants to have it both ways. They want one of their most popular content creators to remain on the platform so he continues to draw an audience to its platform. They can't do to him what they did to Alex Jones, where he's completely removed. And at the same time, they're demonetizing him, which means necessarily, and any content creator on YouTube knows this, that his videos will receive much less traffic. So this is still an act of cancellation, and it flows directly into the discussion I was having with Russell Brand about how dissenters and prominent anti-establishment voices are financially sanctioned inside the West for their political views, but they're never given due process, they're never given an explanation, and they are never given the right to explain where they're right and where they're wrong. Now, the one time that we had to deal with a threat of a strike from YouTube and had something deleted, without explanation, of course, it was when we did a live stream at the Grey Zone about our report exposing a very famous British journalist named Paul Mason as a security state collaborator who was waging a campaign with security state intelligence operatives in the UK to attack what he called the Corbynite left, the left of Jeremy Corbyn, another target of British tabloid media. YouTube totally deleted us and threatened us, so we have to question whether the state here is actually involved in the demonetization of Russell Brand.
I think that's completely fair and that should be investigated, but I'm trying to drill down at a more generalizable point. I have objected to, for instance, the withholding of what feel more like utilities, banking services, your ability to get on YouTube, to
like
use
what they did to the
apps,
truckers,
to collect money through PayPal based on your underlying beliefs, as very much an authoritarian move that I'm deeply concerned about. But what I'm asking here is if there's a difference in your view, a substantive difference, even if you still think it's wrong, but a substantive difference between almost an employee-employee relationship, the way you get when you're using Uber as a driver, or when you're monetizing your content on YouTube, and them saying, well, we're no longer going to allow you to make money on this app through us, versus access to a banking system, or access to a speech platform, or access to using the telephone line in your house, or an internet service, or something that feels more like a broadly available utility that shouldn't be shirred from you on the basis of whether or not some impartial public figure thinks that you're a good or a bad person. Isn't that a meaningful difference?
We both oppose civil asset forfeiture, in which accused drug dealers have all of their assets seized by the federal government in a completely authoritarian fashion, often without due process. And sometimes they're guilty of dealing drugs, but I
agree, but is that the right analogy, though, Max? Let's just take
it's not the right. Well, here's the point. That's something that happens in the public realm, and they supposedly get their day in court. But more and more people are forced to rely on an entirely privatized system, whether it's GoFundMe or YouTube, in order to earn a living because they are content creators. That's the way that people
excellent point, Max.
Their audience wants to deliver them support.
It's their livelihoods, man.
Monetized from there. They're essentially financially sanctioned. I work with someone who's been removed, our managing editor at the Grey Zone, Wyatt Reed, from PayPal and Venmo.
Dude, I had my ability to make money taken away from me so long ago.
Separatist side,
and you guys, I actually finally am starting to sympathize with them. Because I've had enough. I've had my fun. I told them this was going to happen to all of them because it happened to me. It happened to me first.
The point, and the state can't be held accountable the same way it can through civil asset forfeiture because it's doing it from behind the scenes.
Roy Rat live chat. Roy Rat live chat. Roy Rat live chat.
And we also
those two different people?
Consider the fact that the Times of London that led this story has targeted so many dissidents over the years, and that the Times of London is a favorite publication for the MI5, MI6 to plant material. So what I'm saying, Brianna, is that the state now has the convenience of removing people from being able to earn a living or from public view, canceling them and so on, without putting its fingerprints on it. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what's happening with Russell Brand. I'm using this case to make a larger point.
Yeah, I completely take that could be the case and that should be investigated. But I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what we do know right now. Go ahead.
And it's a little bit different. What disturbs me about this specifically with Russell Brand is that on the social media platforms they have speech-related policies. We disagree with a lot of those policies. The show has been a victim of those policies in ways I don't agree with. But when they deplatform Alex Jones, you can maybe disagree with that. But it's at least related to this potentially defamatory speech. The content he's producing on the platform. What I find so disturbing here is Russell Brand is being punished for content that may very well be bad. I guess it could very well even be criminal, but does not have anything to do with the content or the speech being posted on the platform, which gets into this whole we have to go back and we have to destroy
sanitize,
throw away DVDs of that Harvey Weinstein happened to produce, even though there's tons of other creative people involved in it who are upstanding until maybe they're not, and then we have to get rid of their things. That's the creepy part of this to me.
Well, I mean, he's not being demonetized for his content. His content supposedly adheres to YouTube's stated terms of service. I hadn't heard of this off-platform behavior, and YouTube has appointed itself the jury. It gets to be the jury because
I don't agree with all of Russell Brand's content, but I've never sought to have it, taken down.
Digital comments are completely privatized. None of these charges have been adjudicated. He may be guilty. And here's another point worth considering. Let's say Russell Brand is totally guilty of everything. Let's say it's even worse than that. Let's say he's like Leatherface and he's throwing women on meat hooks in a hellhole in some rural county in Texas. Millions and millions of people will still
Roy Rat, you're a veteran. Right on.
Because the media, and specifically the Times of London and the Murdoch media, has lied them into so many disastrous situations. They lied about Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour leader, being an anti-Semite day in and day out. They lied the public into the Iraq War. They lied about Muammar Gaddafi giving his troops Viagra. They lied about Syrian chemical attacks to trigger Western intervention there. They lied day in and day out. Charlotte Wace, the lead reporter on the Russell Brand story, destroyed the life of a beautician in England, falsely claiming she was destroying women's faces with rogue Botox treatments. When the Times of London was proven false, they still went to court and fought this poor woman's libel case anyway, tooth and nail. It destroyed her life. It destroyed her son's mental fitness. And that's the Times of London. They went after so many dissidents that I know with front page stories over arcane themes that seem kind of irrelevant to the public, but which threatened the British intelligence services and British financial interests. And so the public will not believe anything about Russell Brand because of the way that the mainstream media has conducted itself. And that's what needs to be considered here. The mainstream media has indeed proven itself an enemy of the people.
Max, let's play that thought experiment that you opened up there out a little bit. I completely take your point that the media has made itself untrustworthy, but there are aspects of these allegations that Russell Brand has admitted to in his books as part of his rehabilitation process. And so there's a separate conversation that I think needs to be had about what it means to be rehabilitated, whether or not there's anything that someone like Russell Brand or anybody else who has admitted to being misogynistic and in the past and being embarrassed about their past behavior can do to really make amends to their victims and move forward. But taking your thought experiment, even if it is true, the media has discredited itself, that's fine. But if it is true, what do you think is a reasonable and responsible response from a institution like Google or anyone else? And what should the response be from viewers if people do find, even if it's not illegal, it to be distasteful for him to have had this relationship with a 16-year-old?
Watch it or don't watch it. Give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. But don't control and restrict the flow of these information. I don't care whether you like them or hate them. Stop controlling it. That's I wonder what Max is going to say.
Or you were coercive or did some of the things that she accused of him, like removing a condom in the midst of sexual intercourse without her consent. Those kinds of things.
Julian Assange was accused of doing that, and he's been cleared of all rape charges, but it was the rape charges that were used to basically hole him up in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, make him a de facto prisoner. So it's impossible to. We're responding to a situation.
Let him answer.
We're responding to a situation or a scenario that's been manufactured by interests that are completely hostile to having any reasonable response.
See, Max, my response would be that so go ahead.
Answer, dude.
I would say that
YouTube has created a scenario Okay, well, you go ahead.
I'm sorry, there's a bit of a delay, it seems. I was going to say that my response to the Julian Assange example would be, even if all of the allegations were true,
She's
which I think
annoying
they were,
as
but even if all the
fuck.
allegations were true, that means absolutely nothing about the value of his disclosures, right? That means absolutely nothing about the value of WikiLeaks. And I would similarly understand an argument like that about Russell Brand. The things that he's talking about, the truth to power, the content of his show is still valuable to people, regardless of whether or not these allegations are true. I think that's a fundamentally ethical position to take. But I do think that what some people are bristling about is a failure to acknowledge that, yes, it would be bad if some of this stuff is true, and that it might be worth investigating, even if we shouldn't rush to judgment.
What the fuck about your last question, you idiot?
That's an ethical question.
Can you
It's not a
answer?
question for
Oh
YouTube
my
because
God,
YouTube
she's a
clearly
fucking train
is
wreck.
distorted on a gargantuan scale.
So
for an
just
ethical
totally
point of view. As I
ignore the
pointed out,
question
they're
about,
hosting people
you
who
know,
have committed titanic crimes on
what
their
should
platform and allow
these
them to
social media
monetize. So what
companies
they've
do
done
in this
is highlight the
situation
contradictions
and
set
didn't
up a
let him
scenario where
answer?
Pretty much anyone can be demonetized if they're
God,
accused of
man.
something, and we both know, even we personally know people in the alternative media world who've been falsely accused of these things. I mean, I could point to Jordan Chariton. I mean, he attacks me constantly to get attention, but I don't mind pointing out that he was falsely accused in a horrific way, lost his job, and had his career destroyed.
He is able to monetize his channel. And Barack Obama, the examples that you were giving of all of these world
Well,
leaders
right
who've
now,
committed-
Jordan Chariton, under these rules, would probably be demonetized just by being accused. And so it's important for us to demand due process and to call out the contradictions of this completely privatized, state-manipulated digital
I
content.
love the way
that
he
does not
rushes
serve
to
us in
the
any way, and that's why
defense
so many
of
alternative
Jordan
platforms
Chariton.
are being created, which creates another ethical.
Oh my
Yeah, I
God.
was just trying to make the point that Barack Obama is not. I agree with everything you're saying about him, and that obviously his crimes are worse than any individual crimes that Russell Brand or anybody else could be accused of. But that he does not have a YouTube page, as I understand it, and isn't monetizing anything, and so we don't really have that as a test case. So again, the thought experiment was.
So we have
if
Bill
true,
Clinton. The Clinton Global Initiative just hosted a parallel diplomatic kind of pay-for-play meeting outside the UN just yesterday.
But Max, that's
Bill
not
Clinton has been
Clinton's-
accused by multiple women, and the Clinton Global Initiative and Clinton Foundation are able to monetize on YouTube. I mean,
But-
where are the standards
Max,
here?
Max, we're talking about whether or not a content creator, someone with a website.
I mean, the Obamas had a documentary, right? On they have a documentary, they had a podcast, they it's exactly.
They had a deal with
equivalent
Netflix. They had a $100 million deal with Netflix.
But Netflix hasn't, you know, if we're talking about Netflix taking down Russell Brand versus Netflix taking down Obama, I think that's a fair comparison. But I'm asking about this YouTube. I'm specifically asking about this YouTube policy because it is difficult.
Oh, I've got it sped
I'm
up.
legitimately trying to ascertain how much this is a deviation
I'm
from
sorry.
their standard practice by finding analogous cases. And
I've got on 1.25. Here's normal
and
speed.
telling them you need to remove this person because they have been accused of serious crimes when it comes to Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush.
Ooh.
But
And
again,
so
Max,
it's
let's be
obvious to the
specific.
public why
Russell
certain
Brand
people are
hasn't
being
been
targeted.
removed. Let's be specific here. Russell Brand hasn't been removed. The issue is that he's been demonetized, right?
One of the major dividing lines
Right.
in our political
He has
culture
not
right
been
now
removed.
is
We
whether you
noticed
think
that. We
Donald
checked
Trump
that
is
out for
being
ourselves.
targeted with a
But
quasi-legal
demonetization
indictment
sucks.
because he threatened the quote-unquote deep state,
But he was
or because
expecting
he
it.
actually committed heinous
He knew it was
crimes
gonna
that no other
happen,
president has ever
dude.
been committed, and that this is worse than Watergate.
Russell Brand predicted long ago, he said, I'm on Rumble now, so make sure you follow me over there because there's no telling how long it's going to take before YouTube shuts us down over here. So I've heard Russell Brand say it. This was expected.
And I would say that's
That was
what the
just based
election
on his
is going to be
content.
decided on. And so the Russell Brand case really fits into that dividing line in our political culture. Do you trust the system or not? And I would argue that most people do not trust the system, but the problem is in the US, they vote with their feet, which means they do not vote at all because they're so checked out of the system. So here's a case where powerful interests are obviously coming to YouTube to shut down someone who may have actually done horrible things, but they're doing it not because he did those horrible things. This is well known in Hollywood. He's written about it. Everyone knew about his antics. Russell Brand was never shy about it when he attempted to rehabilitate himself. They're doing it because he threatened he was interfering with the objectives of this transatlantic establishment.
Can we stop that for
which
1
has destroyed
second?
countries across the world.
While he sits and
and who's-
defends Russell Brand, Russell Brand came out publicly recently and said everything that he ever did sexually was consensual. That is not true. Okay? It's demonstrably not true when you see him putting his hands on other people on video. That was unwelcomed, and he shouldn't have been doing it. He kissed a woman right on her lips without her permission, and whether or not she had a problem with it or not after the fact, you know, this is the kind of behavior that this guy's fucking defending right now and claiming that there's no smoke there. Bro, it's a goddamn forest fire over there with Russell Brand. He's in a lot of trouble. And the people who defend his actions instead of his content, they're making a huge fucking mistake, man. You know, I don't mind defending his content because it's content and you can say whatever the fuck you want. You know, whether I agree with it or not. His behavior and the way he treated other people. Correct. I never kissed a woman without asking her, without having her permission. You're right, Cannabis Lover. It was always mutual, consensual. I never forced myself on a woman ever. Because I'm a goddamn gentleman. I've never had to. I've had many women, you know, take the initiative with me. And I'm totally comfortable with that. As you can see, I'm perfectly capable of defending myself in any situation. All right, here, let me fold this up. Hold on a second. Make this nice for my dog. Make it nice for my dog. Now, the real way to do that would be to turn it around so that this side is facing the fan. That would be the best. And then I've got a couple things down here. I've got to go down under, mate. I've got to go down under, mate. We're gonna have to go under the desk. We're going in. We're going in. Going in hot. Well, we're going in cool because we got a fan blowing on us, which is going to be nice while I'm down there. Not even when a boy? No. I never had to force myself on a girl, bro. Never. Never in my life. I wouldn't do it. Where did they find her auctioneering house? Oh, nice blanket. I pride myself and built my reputation on not having negative sexual interactions. Usually I was the one being grabbed at, whatever. Yeah, bro, you can make yourself quite desirable by being, I don't know if the word would be, you know, not so available, you know, just like the way you sit and where you put yourself in a room and how you address somebody and all that stuff. There is some kind of a cat and mouse thing going on there, you know, and you can pretend to be the hunted and play hard to get, and you might get the kind of reaction you want without forcing yourself on anyone ever. You're doing the Jedi mind trick on them. But that's just how I operate. You not gonna read the other messages? What? I'm reading I'm reading your messages. I'm just choosing to respond to is that okay? Can I choose to respond to what I want? Do I have to respond to everything at all times? All right, like I said, I gotta go do this really quick. There's a couple things under here, and then I'm gonna turn this blanket around and have it facing the fan. But there's a couple things under here I want to grab. Little pieces of trash. Let me get that. This. Put it. I've got a little mini trash can right here. I like to keep my trash and whatnot in my little mini trash can where the trash goes. Okay, now I'm gonna turn this blanket around and I'm gonna make it face this fan like that. So when my dog comes in here, man, It's gonna be like super duper cool for him, man. Super duper. Super duper. Super duper. Man, it's nice with the fan blowing on me down there, so it's much more tolerable to be down there working. You know? If I should try sitting like this, what would that be like? I don't know. Give it a try. Give it a shot. Let's see if I like it. Maybe we'll go with something a little different there. That might be the way it's supposed to be, actually. Okay, all of the garbage is in the garbage. All of the garbage is in the garbage. All of the garbage is in the garbage. All of the items are in the item area. Everything is organized nicely. This will be going away. This does not need to be there. This shall be traveling onward. I like my little thing here. I have my things here. I like my thing here where I have my things here. My little mess of none of these items actually have to be on here except for the lighters and the carb cap. Concentrates, trash can, glasses. So we could remove a lot of that stuff from there. Yeah. The bowl doesn't need to be there. That can all go back there, man. It could go back there, man. There's a bud back. There's like totally a bud back there, bro. But those are empty. That's why they're sitting there, right? Those are empties. I should bring those back if they're... Oh, one of these is the... Yeah, that's the reclaim. I got a reclaim jar right here. Yep, that's reclaim. That's what reclaim smells like. So this, I guess, can stay out here, right? I should just take this reclaim and go empty it into my oil. Now I've got, this big jar of oil that this is what this is for. And I've got more reclaim. Look at this. Look at all that reclaim right there, guys. So I'm gonna get all of that out of there. I got reclaim in that bubbler too. And I'll take the reclaim off of this and melt that into there. And then I'll go get my jar of Rick Simpson oil, basically. I've got a jar, and I'll just drip that into there. I've got my tools now. Just heat it up, warm it up a little bit, Rogan, no! No! Aw, good boy. Thank you. Good boy. So, his ear is still bothering him. What else is new? The story of my life. Every day. I hate to put the liquid. I got these drops. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So I just use a Q-tip, man. Oh, you guys saw the I showed you the Q-tip video from Twitter. That's pretty funny. An outlaw life. Those were the days of 60s Woodstock. To put just a little layer of avocado oil on my body, it absorbs all. I can easily be filtered off. I know one reclaimed to make a potent rub on its herbal and helps sore muscles. Stock Club World was not a 1%er. They were my friends. Mixed nugget, coconut lotion adds bear gallbladders, alcohol, and high grade painkiller. Wolfie. They made a great cannabis oil rub, triage oil. Not everything at all times. Sure, don't reply to, but come on, man. No, because you're fucking weird, dude. Shut the fuck up. How about that? Calm your fucking titties. Can you do that? Oh, God.
Hey kids, welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be looking at Bitcoin because there's something very concerning. It's fundamental, right? And it could lead Bitcoin to enter a black swan. I know it sounds pretty rough. We're going to get into it. There is hope, but we will talk about all of this in just a couple of seconds. But guys, if you are new and haven't subscribed yet, please do make sure to press the subscribe button, leave a like, and turn on the notification bell so that you do not miss when I upload, because when price moves, you want to be here first and know.
You're in a tiny little sports car. It must be a Bugatti.
Of course, with my TA.
Look at that fucking seat.
So, guys, without further ado, let's jump into the price of Bitcoin and first check out what Bitcoin is doing, and then I will get into the critical news that could potentially lead us into
unless he's sitting in the back seat.
I'm very concerned about. So let's jump into the Bitcoin charts.
So jumping to the price of Bitcoin, guys, remember, if you do want to be trading crypto or Bitcoin, you can head over to below where I have two of my favorite exchanges, Bybit and Bitflex. If you use the Bitflex link, I think tomorrow we're going to be starting a pretty big giveaway, so do make sure to sign up and start trading, and trust me, it will be worth it for the giveaway. But looking at Bitcoin at the moment, there are a couple of things that I've talked about in my previous videos, but I want to add some of these details that I've not mentioned previously. Now, I've spotted a very it's pretty sad actually. I've spotted this. The last time we had this crossover, right, on the 30 period moving average and the 7 period moving average, we saw the crossover and the price retested back to the 30 period moving average right after. So yeah, we had the crossover, we came back, we saw the retest, and then we had the major decline, which we calculated was around 55% on the previous videos. Now, if we look at the next bearish crossover, it happened about 5 weeks ago, 4 or 5 weeks ago, and guess what? We saw the crossover, and then the price retested, well, it almost retested the 30 period moving average, and now we're seeing a rejection. Could this mean that we're going to see a 55% drop from where we are? Hopefully not, right? I really don't think that this will happen. 24.2 is incredibly important support. There is a chance that we come down to it because, again, if we compare it to this price drop here, we saw a retracement back down to this support line. And actually, it's pretty similar if you look at it. It's just on a smaller magnitude. So a retest to the 24.2K is possible. And then from that, we will assess what's going to happen. Am I planning on opening a trade? No, because there is no clear direction in my opinion. The direction will come once we see some sort of volatility. I mean, the Bollinger Bands, they have squeezed a lot, right? The reason is there's very little volatility, and squeeze on the weekly chart, especially on the weekly chart, is very dangerous in terms of a very big volatile move is going to come ahead. Of course, the Bollinger Bands does not give us indication that we are going to see a move towards the up or downside, but what we can for sure know is by looking at the support band, if we do come below it, it's not going to be good for Bitcoin. That is why I'm just waiting for a retest here, and then we're going to assess our options and consider
opening a trade. So this is what the Bitcoin chart is looking like. Now let's switch into the critical news that could cause this massive drop towards back down to the 19K area, which nobody wants. It is a slim opportunity. It's not an opportunity, it's a slim chance, but it is very much possible. So let's talk about that. So this is actually about Binance, right? And I did not want to make a full video about this because a lot of it is rumor, a lot of it is if this happens, this will happen, or assumption that, you know, Binance is not doing well. But there are clear facts as well, right? There are very clear facts. A major percentage of their executives have been fired. Binance US doesn't work anymore, pretty much. And their volume, their overall trading volume usually never dropped below $50 billion. And at one point it was sitting at like 25, 22. I haven't checked today, actually. It could be even worse. So this amount of drop in volume, the amount of execs being fired, the amount of normal staff being laid off, Binance US going down, doesn't look very good at all. And there are a lot of rumors, which I do not want to say, because of course there's no actuality behind it. There may be, but I can't personally prove it myself. That's why I don't want to talk about that. But Binance looks in trouble. That's what it looks like. Yes, a lot of exchanges are not doing fabulously right now because of the bear market and because of the low volatility. However, because Binance is number one in the industry, it is being the most targeted. And when you're number one in any industry, you're going to be targeted regardless, right? So that is a fact. And that is Binance's unfortunate position. Being number two is always the best, actually. So that is the first problem, right? And alongside all of these financial problems, Binance doesn't look in a good situation. And which exchange am I trusting now? It's really hard to say. Even Bybit, like, they have massive sponsorship amounts to be paid. They do look they do look good. Like, I can't lie, I was in Singapore with them just a week ago. But you never know, right? You really never know. So I think the best opportunity not opportunity again, but the best way to protect yourself, in my opinion, is to diversify the amount of crypto that you risk on exchanges, only to risk the amount that you're willing to trade with, and then to immediately put it back onto a hardware wallet. Some exchanges that I diversify, yes, I still have money on Binance myself, but I diversified between Binance, Bybit, and Bitflex.
I wonder how much he's got on Binance. I've got nothing. Zero.
Into those exchanges.
Zilch.
But also, of course,
I took it all off Binance.
Binance going down would cause Bitcoin to capitulate all the way down to the 4 digits, and of course it would completely destroy the entire industry's reputation, like on a much more massive scale than FTX.
Hey, Vicky Lynn,
so
16.
it's dangerous, right? But if the markets are continuing to be unvolatile like this, it's very hard for an exchange like Binance, which has a high burn rate, to continue surviving. So the conclusion is we need movement. We need a volatile move to happen so that there is some volume on exchanges. The volume can generate the exchange's revenue, and basically the crypto industry to survive. So guys, that is pretty much it for today's video. I hope you enjoyed it. Again, I didn't want to spread too much FUD, but there are some very factual points, and we need to be aware of that and protect ourselves to the best possible, because
he's just like, it's not looking good, but he's not really telling you what the fuck's going on. Oh, it's messed up. It's messed up, man.
Good comedians will make you laugh. The best comedians will make you laugh at things you are not supposed to laugh at. Iconic comedians will transcend the punchlines, challenge societal norms.
No, I cannot listen to you, dude. Fuck you. Get the
Hey,
microphone.
guys, welcome back to another
Get the
video.
microphone
Today,
out of
we're
your
looking
fucking
at
mouth
Big-
hole, dude. I cannot handle that shit. Oh my god. I hate lapel mics. Or fucking people that are talking like right like this into a microphone. Ugh. You got anything else coming this way?
Thank you very much for joining me. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. I hope you're having a good weekend
What's
so
up,
far. I
Brian?
want to get into the October outlook, where we are going to see tropical storm and hurricane development and what I expect overall. Right now, here's the broad picture. Again, what's left of Ophelia, that's been falling apart. Watching Philippe out there, that is not coming to the Caribbean. That's some good news. Even another system back behind it, also not coming to the Caribbean, although we really need to get some rain in some spots. I know that. I just don't want a hurricane diving into anyone, watching a buildup of some rain. So I'm going to get to that. Now, let me get to October, because October is typically a very active month. August, September, and October, about 85% of all named storms happen just in those 3 months. And it's usually very active through about mid-October, about October 15th to October 20th. Now, this time of year, as we go forward into October, late September, and
So you were married? And then you got a divorce? No way. I gotta eat lunch, guys.
to October, we don't look off the coast of Africa. Everything's been forming out there. That's because you have that global wind pattern, warm water temperatures. That global
I'm
wind
gonna grab
pattern,
food. I'll be right back.
That kind of environment does change this time of year, and we start to look closer to home. Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico, Western Atlantic for development. And my concern is
Bitcoin's going back up.
happening close to home.
593
not
it
as
hit.
much time to prepare for them.
We're looking
That's
for
why I'll be watching
26,600. That
everything,
seems to be
diving
the point it
into
can't
everything
get
for you.
through.
Now, why do things develop close to home this time of year? As we go through October, even into November, hurricane season ends at the end of November. It's because we start to get some fronts moving by, not necessarily diving completely down into the Caribbean, but you get these fronts in the United States, they work across the Gulf of Mexico, and then they kind of stall out and fizzle out.
Tell me if
But
it
what
hits
happens is,
26.6.
this time of year, they leave behind a lot of moisture. So there's some available moisture here, extra
Oops.
rain and storms, and with leftover moisture, things could spin up in the Caribbean, in the Western Atlantic, and in the Gulf of Mexico. So I expect some close to home development. That is common for this time of year. On top of it, this year, the water temperatures have been above average. They're always warm this time of year, but they have been well above average right through the Gulf, Caribbean, and right up, you see, over toward the Gulf Stream, of course, and then back through the Bahamas, over toward northern sections of Cuba. Very, very warm water temperatures. So it's not going to be as hard this year, this season, the rest of this season, I should say, through October, to see things develop, because the water temperatures are so very warm. So what I expect in October, close to home development, as I mentioned. Now, you get these fronts and they leave by some of that moisture right on top of some of the water temperatures that are so very warm, making it easier for things to spin up. Now, how does El Nino tie into this? When I did my forecast for this entire season back in March, I was mentioning it would be an above average season. That's what we had. I know a lot of folks were saying below average because of El Nino, but it takes a while. I've been doing this for a long time. It takes a while for El Nino to take effect. Regardless of if we have a strong El Nino over the next month or two or not, research has shown that doesn't have much of an impact in the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico. So again, El Nino at this point, not as big of a factor as we go forward. In October itself, I expect about 3 named systems, maybe a little bit more, and we could get through the list of names this year. We're already close to that. Let me show you that in a second. Here's what's going on as far as typically throughout this season, any season, September over toward October, again, still very active. Things really shut off as we get into later November. In October, though, there's usually a little secondary peak, and that's because of those old fronts where things start to develop in the Gulf of Mexico and in the Caribbean. Now, as far as the list of names goes, we have Philippe Philippe now. Rena's going to develop right behind it. So it's not going to take much to get through this list. This season, there's a supplemental list, a whole separate set of names, not the Greek alphabet this year. So if we get to Whitney and then beyond Whitney, there'll be a new list of names that comes in play, and we're already getting close to that point. It has been very, very active this season. Doesn't mean all the storms obviously have hit land. We've been seeing things curve away. And speaking of curving away, I want to show you the next two systems. This one here, Philippe, that is on track to stay away, and another system back behind it that is going to be trying to develop. So you see a couple things out here. The leftovers of Ophelia right here, and then we're looking out here. This is just kind of a very broad picture. My friends over toward the UK, over toward Ireland, we're going to see Philippe eventually curling your way. That could be a huge wind maker down the road, giving you that early heads up over toward parts of Western Europe. Massive wind maker because Philippe is going to make a quicker turn up into your direction. Watching it for you. Here's the big picture as we work our way into Tuesday. Here we are in the Caribbean. We swing back toward Florida. Some extra rain here. Look at that, Florida near Jamaica. I'm going to zoom down into this in one moment and speak of that. But you see one system here and another one could develop back behind it. But like we've seen this season, high pressure has not been dominant. It's been more over here, allowing more of this action to curve. And that's what I expect with these next couple of systems, to see some of the curving. But this is a sign of what's to come as we get into October. Look at some of the rain around Cuba. We've had some near Haiti, Jamaica. Scattered showers, little bit of a spin here, not tropical in nature, but always watching this. You get some leftover moisture from some fronts, and that's where things could kind of develop quickly. So please know that I'm on top of it. Also watching some of the moisture here and here. As we get back toward Dominica, we've had some rain around Guadeloupe and Martinique from overnight. There's been some showers, and you still see a more active period in the Eastern Caribbean, which is good because we need to get some rain in spots. So for the rest of today, see some of the moisture right through here. Not as much in Costa Rica, although that's going to pick up. Trinidad, we could see some rain today. Grenada, watching some rain possible over towards Saba. U.S. and British Virgin Islands, we could get a chance of a passing shower. But look as we go throughout the week, because of a stationary front, just a dying front right through here, some of the rain starts to build as we work our way back into the Western Caribbean. Not seeing signs of development out of this, but the rain will pick up Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Belize, Cayman Islands, Jamaica, and Cuba. You see Monday into Tuesday, that rain chance will be bumping up, and then watching Philippe, which will stay well to the east of the Caribbean. Now, as we get into the Eastern Pacific side, it has not been very active. One system out here that will eventually fall apart, but keep an eye on that for you. So in Jamaica, that rain chance is going to increase for us. By Tuesday, we're going to get a bump, even today and tomorrow, but we're going to gradually see the rain chance increasing the next 3 days. Staying active in Trinidad and Tobago doesn't mean all of us get the rain, but scattered showers and storms will be around. 40% chance today in Barbados, a 30% chance tomorrow. Some spotty showers possible the next few days in Grenada. Again, I wish we had a big blob of rain around. That would be very helpful for us. Isolated shower storm, St. Vincent the Grenadines, 30 to 40% chance the next couple days in Belize, but gradually going up some as we swing into early in the week. Dominica, we have some rain and storms around right now, at least nearby. St. Kitts and Nevis, Montserrat, a 40% chance for today, a 40% chance today in Antigua and Barbuda, 40% chance today in Puerto Rico. Very hot, heat advisories in place. Passing shower, U.S. Virgin Islands and British Virgin Islands, and about a 30% chance today in Anguilla. 20% chance for tomorrow. Rain chance about 50% through the Bahamas. It's been active the last few days. Still today, scattered to widespread showers favoring northern and central Bahamas. St. Martin, Saba, Statia, rain chance at 50% or 40%. 30% chance today in the Yucatan of Mexico. 40% chance in the Cayman Islands. But you see that rain chance going up, that extra rain around in the Western Caribbean as we go throughout the week. I'll be tracking it for you. Turks and Caicos, rain chance about 40% today. Spotty storms as we swing back toward Haiti. Dominican Republic, 50% chance today, a 40% chance tomorrow. Mainly dry in Aruba, mainly dry, not really seeing much of a change yet in Curacao. We'll start to see the pattern changing somewhat as we work our way through October and we get some fronts a little bit closer. Guadeloupe, rain chance about 50%. 50% chance today in Martinique. I showed you some of that rain that is close by already this morning. 60% chance the next couple days in Costa Rica. 30% chance as we get into northern Venezuela. As we get back toward Guyana and Suriname, spotty showers possible, but the rain chance as a whole starting to go back down. Tuesday, we're mainly dry in Suriname. So as we go forward, the next two systems making a curve. Philippe and what could become Rena right behind it. There'll be big wind makers, though, as we get into the UK, watching Ireland as we get into several days from now. But I'll be watching that, just giving you that early heads up. These are going to take more of a direct route toward Western Europe. Old fronts, we've got one that's around now. That's why we got some of the showers near Cuba. And watching for that development close to home. I do expect it to be above average through October. End of November, that's when the hurricane season comes to an end. Last November, it was very active throughout the entire season, the entire end of the season. So again, October, closer to home development. I'll be watching it for you. Thank you for being part of this channel and taking the time to subscribe. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
All right, man. You got your weather. You got your weather report. You're good on the weather. I'm glad I'm in their kitchen doing shit, you know. So cool. We're good. We're very good here. We're very, very good. AI. Warning
This
about
time,
AI.
It's different. This is actually a threat.
It's smarter than you. All the other technologies in the past, people are trying to like choose what to do with them on a basis of choice that doesn't include everyone on Earth, including them being dead. Not right now, but in the predictable place it's going. Understands reality better than you do, makes better choices, goes outside the box better, has more of a spark of creativity, of invention, of like creative, unexpected uses of the world around it. Better at manipulating you. You to it are an object whose rules it knows better than you understand yourself. My guess is that babies are not conscious.
Why? One thing that I think people here, that the normal people, not you guys, 'cause every person I've talked to here does like AI or ML research. It's like wait, I'm actually so curious. Hold on. How many of you guys work in something like AI or ML like related? Okay, yeah, a decent amount. That's kind of weird. Okay. I wonder sometimes, no, okay. So here's a question. A lot of people have heard this thing is going to be the next thing in 5 years. I think I've heard about self-driving cars like almost since I was in college. That we were right around the corner from it, and it seems like today we're no closer than we were in the past. Or that the next version of ChatGPT or I know art generators were really big for a point in time, and now at least probably we're not talking about it as much. If there was somebody hypothetically that said, okay, you're saying this thing about AI, but people have said this about all technology, and it's always 5 years away, and Elon's been talking about Neuralink, and it's not happening, and blah, 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 blah. What would be like the one or two most convincing arguments you'd have for them that, well, this time it's different, this is actually a threat?
Timing is much harder to predict than endpoints.
I agree, yeah.
I was not in the self-driving car brigade. I was like, I obviously was going to get solved eventually, but it wasn't clear to me that it was going to be solved and legalized before the end of the world, though things on the legal front are now looking interesting. Things on the technology front are allegedly looking interesting. I haven't checked in detail. It's much easier to, like, in 2001, I did not predict that this stuff was going to become an issue in 20 years. I predicted it was going to become an issue eventually. In like 2004, I sketched out a scenario for how the world ends that involved a superintelligence cracking a special case of the protein.
You blather too much?
I could not have told you that like the
Yeah, I've never heard of dandelion jelly either.
Problem was going to be cracked in 2020.
You don't like jerky.
Like I could not have timed it. Might not even
flooded your lawn in cold all August.
Biological protein folding.
Not a good pool year.
Like choose a special case and engineer it.
definitely wouldn't have been able to predict that it could be done by, deep nets. Though AlphaFold 2 is legitimately more complicated than just a giant stack of deep nets like an LLM.
Do you think on the velocity thing, on the trajectory thing here, the first topic that we talked about was getting people to bet on outcomes as a way to kind of hold people accountable or make better predictions. Do you think that to some people, they would say that it feels unsatisfying that you can make such strong predictions about the endpoints of AI if those endpoints could be outside of everybody here's natural life cycle? That if this is happening in 200 years, I don't really care about it. I don't even want to think about it. Whereas if this is going to happen in like 15 or 20 years, it suddenly becomes like the most pressing thing for anybody to think about.
I would bet on 15 or 20 over 200 and possibly on 10 over 20. But that is much more me eyeballing things. That is me looking at like how fast things have gone, and at the fact that GPT-4 got further than I
don't dab
expected
ISO.
the entire tech stack to stall out at. Like I was expecting like GPT-3 to mostly stall out, and then GPT-4 did not. And maybe GPT-4
Only the
stalls
yellow
out,
petals
but
and
I
make
don't
the
know.
jelly the same day.
What do you think what are technologies that people that are hesitant to believe in I don't want to call it doomerism because it sounds dismissive, but for people that don't think it's as big of a problem, what are the technologies that they should be eyeballing where you could be like, look at how insane that is, like it is moving quickly, it is going to be a future problem, like.
I mean, again, timing is hard. Like synthetic biology. If somehow AI were not being a thing, I would tell people to worry about like synthetic pathogens such as COVID-19, but worse. Like, it's like a pretty gloomy fact that we like had the big synthetic pathogen disaster, and like the reaction to this was that like half the United States doesn't want to take vaccines anymore. I consider it a blow against the theory that your like small disasters will successfully immunize civilization against large ones. But yeah, synthetic pathogens can clearly get much worse than COVID-19. I think a bunch of people are worried about AI specifically enabling that. Even if AI were not going to be a thing, I would still be like, that's a thing to worry about. If AI were not going to be a thing, I'd probably start to worry about who's not having kids. If, we're going to be around that long. But we're not, so moot point.
Okay. Was this a satisfying AI? where else do you want to explore in this one? I feel like how do you get, well, I'm curious. Okay, I want people to be interested in things that I care about. So I feel like for politics, now we sit on the other end of that as political people, whereas you're unwilling to put a timeline on anything. Political people's timeline is always like, tomorrow. This is the most important election. This is the most important problem. This is the most important piece of legislation. If you don't pass this, everything is over. Do you ever feel like a compulsion to push something ahead where it's like, hey, I know that this is like a fingerprint, but like, like you said, like 10 to 15 years, this is something we really need to start evaluating more. Is there anything like that, or are you just like content kind of doing like the more theoretical side and, either believe me or don't? And yeah.
I mean, if somebody were to dig up my manifold prediction market records, you would find that in the market on whether we're all dead in 2030, which resolves NA in 2027 to avoid the usual problem of is your model worth anything if the world ends? No. But, if it resolves NA in 2027, you can get like temporary boost by anticipating how other people will trade. So there's hopefully some incentive to like try to guess the right direction there, because it's ultimately unbound from reality. Of course, this is not a true virtuous prediction market, but it's hard to get those. Anyway, you would find
that big man has very skinny
initially
wrists.
Like limit order that was sell at 80% and buy at 40% for everyone dead.
Doesn't he?
So
it looked like they're just gonna snap right off.
Unless I like poison the well by making non-epistemic trades and not announcing the fact, like you can tell that I don't think it's like all that likely to be very, very far out.
Okay. Are we satisfied?
But with this topic?
Yeah, or is there anything else you wanna-
that's up to you. I obviously have a not literally infinite, but unbounded supply of things to say, in the sense that if I said all of them, I would have thought of more by the time I was done.
Sure. Well, what's next on the prediction market list?
All right. Let me pull it back up again.
Or actually, no, wait, real quick, because I'd be interested in hearing you say it. What is, I can think of in a general sense of an answer, but I'm curious, what would you say is the more specific threat that makes the more unique threat about AI as opposed to other technologies in the past? Because
it's smarter than you. That's it. Like all the other technologies in the past, people are trying to like choose what to do with them on a basis of choice that doesn't include everyone on Earth, including them being dead. AI is choosing to do with itself. It's doing so using a more powerful ability to steer. It understands reality better than you do. Not right now, but in the predictable place it's going. Understands reality better than you do, makes better choices, goes outside the box better, has more of a spark of creativity, of invention, of like creative, unexpected uses of the world around it.
Ha ha ha, Dan Smith.
Manipulating you. You to it are an object whose rules it knows better than you understand yourself. Yeah, all of that. That is not something that was true of electricity.
Okay. All right. What's the next one?
Well, unfortunately, it's all got, I think, scrambled. But moral claims are truth act is on this list. Do we want to do that? I kind of don't want to do that. Do you want to do
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Are newborns conscious?
How are we defining conscious?
Qualia.
How do we know?
Guess.
I feel like if I were to say a baby is a pea zombie, then half the people I've talked to on my stream would probably fit the same criteria. So I feel like babies must be conscious. But I'm curious, what is your argument to say they're not? Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying that half the people on your live stream strike you as having less cognitive complexity than a newborn baby? I'm concerned. I'm wondering if there are
newborn
AIs in this group.
Newborn babies are at least willing to learn. I'll say that. Yeah.
I know how he feels.
Snark. I'm guessing it's just snark, and they don't actually literally mean.
No.
I'm getting closer every day to believing it, but for now it's
we
snark,
like to
okay?
make jokes of the audience always.
No,
it's part of the
believe
fun.
That people are fully cognitive, conscious creatures that are not philosophical zombies if they're smart enough to be operating a microphone and talking on a computer. Yeah.
Vicky Lynn, I'll can with you.
Back to the babies.
I love canning. Let's can together.
And talk on a computer. So there you
Well,
go.
they can speak into a microphone.
You know, not deliberately.
Let's seal them up.
Okay, this is true, but I feel like
Put them on
most
a
of the time I've
shelf.
spent talking to Ayla has been configuring her microphone.
And
so
marvel
I
at
don't
the
know if microphones are
labeling.
the best argument for
I want to marvel at the
capabilities.
labeling.
No, okay, tell me, why do you think babies are conscious? I want to hear it. Let's hear it.
Oh, my guess is that babies are not conscious.
Yeah, why?
Because I think there's a bunch of like reflective circuitry of like identifying the ape that is this ape.
Right on, Vicky Lynn 60.
That sort of like looks at your own internal cognitive process and looks at a piece of it and says like, this is a thing this is like a reified thing in the ontology where if you.
Oh, Dan's full of shit. He didn't find his fucking child watching the show. He's just a fucking dumbass.
Cortex or an area downstream of it.
He's just a fucking blowhard.
This makes it seem very unlike an object in the outside world. You can't quite see how any number of atoms could ever add up to the thing that
Okay, I'll be right
happens when
back.
you send your brain a
What?
say, instruction like visualize red. It seems like no matter how much you imagine atoms bopping around in your mental workspace, in your imagination, a little sense of redness never appears the way that it appears if you instruct yourself to imagine redness.
So I understand what you're saying in terms of, if I think I understand, that it's hard to imagine qualia, but why would we imagine that babies don't have it?
Well,
Versus,
what I'm saying is that, like, if I look at the processes for having qualia that it's hard to imagine atoms adding up to, my guess is that the babies aren't running it yet.
Yeah, I get so because I've done more abortion debates than I care to recall, but it feels like when you're looking at the ability of something to deploy a conscious experience, what we're looking at is, because we can't really see one anywhere, or I'm not aware of any way to observe a conscious experience, it seems like we're looking at kind of like the underlying mechanisms, and we're trying to make a guess of, is there enough like circuitry communicating with each other and functioning at this point such that there's some conscious experience that's happening on top of it. And I feel like I don't know what is the significant alteration of brain mechanism that's changing as a baby goes from, you know, birth to 2 or 3 or 4, that would make you think that like now it's got the proper parts for conscious experience, but before it didn't.
I'm not sufficiently a student of developmental neuroscience and developmental psychology to make guesses like where in 2 to 3, or even if it's done by 2 to 3. Though to be clear, like I'd be less surprised if a toddler was having conscious experiences. But what I was trying to do is like describe a guess of why qualia feel ineffable. I was trying to describe a guess of a mechanism whereby qualia feel ineffable. And then like it's complicated. And as long as consciousness appears to you like a blank mysterious substance, for all you know that blank mysterious substance could be inside babies, but it's not going to turn out to be a blank mysterious substance. You don't have to believe my guesses about it, but to believe that like everything else in history that seems simple and opaque, like life itself. If it's just this like mysterious animating force of flesh, then for all you know, bales of straw can spontaneously generate flies or mice. But as soon as you understand like what life is, there's this enormously complicated machinery behind it. And consciousness isn't going to have that much complicated machinery behind it. It's going to be built on top of standard brain stuff. But like babies are quite simple. So if anything you know about, the more you know about what consciousness is, as soon as you know that there's a particular mechanism, you're going to be like, oh, babies are too simple to have that running yet. Give them a week at least.
Could one challenge you? Because I'm not going to. Well, no. Couldn't I challenge you on that and say that it does feel like consciousness is a special type of thing, that we might be able to draw a circle around all of the knowledge a human could ever possess, and understanding like the fundamental nature of consciousness, just because that is our frame that we view things through, that understanding that might just exist outside of that particular circle, and it's something we can never truly fully comprehend.
Like eyes are the one thing that you can never look at.
Well, but you can look at eyes in a mirror, right?
Yeah. And, if you'd grown up in a civilization that had already unraveled, like, what makes consciousness feel so mysterious, you'd have, like, grown up thinking of it as no more mysterious than life itself, the mysterious vitalic force.
Yeah, I agree that there are definitely things that exist that we didn't know before, that we do know now.
Yeah.
But it feels like I say this, I guess it's not true, but even in the past, we could envision ways to test for a lot of things. Like where, does blood keep you alive? Are germs real? Is string theory a good explanation of quantum mechanics? Like, we can imagine all of these things, and we can try to, pose questions for, like, how could we test for this particular thing? But it feels like conscious experience is a truly unique thing where I couldn't even imagine a way to test it. Like, let's say that I showed you, I imagine you would think, or maybe you won't, I don't want to put this in your mouth, but I would imagine that if you could create a sufficiently complex computer, you should be able to get everything working such that a conscious experience somehow appears there. I would imagine if you can emulate Yeah, but then the question would be, let's say that we feel like we've done that, how would we know if there was one there or not? I can't even fathom a test for that.
Well, that's because you don't know what consciousness is. Let me put it this way. Do you think there exists an objective yes or no answer to the question, are you conscious?
Conscious is the only area where I will bow to dualism, and I don't know if I'm a hardcore physicalist, materialist, but I'm not sure. I think it's a really difficult question to ask. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I've done a lot of drugs, and sometimes I wonder if I'm conscious or not, or if other people are conscious or not. I'm not sure. Yeah. Well, I bring that up jokingly, but I think drugs are actually a really interesting way to explore a lot of what I think we take a lot for granted when it comes to our conscious experience and how much is going on under the hood to put together the crude approximations of reality that your conscious experience actually is. But I guess, yeah, when you ask questions about are germs real, is the sun hot, where do babies come from or whatever, it feels like even if it's hard to imagine where they come from, I can think of, or I can hypothesize a series of tests to get us closer to the answer for that.
I could explain to Destiny where babies come from if he really needs me to. Come on, 26.6, there it is, guys. 26,600, we hit it. You just saw the...
I think babies are more real in
Well,
consciousness.
it's not the 24-hour high,
because
but
I feel like I can't think of anything else in the universe that is like
look
an
how it's
emergent
holding
property of
26,
underlying things
guys.
That is actually
Oh my goodness.
a greater thing than the sum of its parts. That, like, I can't imagine a thing that if you put a bunch of things together, another thing appears. Yeah.
If nothing else is like that,
It made it through, it's good.
Yes, that consciousness isn't like that.
We
either.
punched through.
Well, I could, but then I ask, well, what is the way that we can try to get any closer to understanding what it is? Like, do you think we're any closer to understanding what consciousness is now as we were 100 years ago?
In my case, yeah. Like, I used to be more confused about this than I feel right now.
Oh, well, what is it? Share your thoughts with us.
So, So the question you want, so suppose I say that the question, why does consciousness feel ineffable, is guaranteed to have an answer in a way that the question, what is the ineffable nature of consciousness, is not. Would you agree with that?
Repeat it again to me.
Like, there's some, so like you try to look inward and you see something very confusing, and then your lips move and you say, I'm confused.
Okay.
And you have some like internal thought processes. If we could, you know, like take tomorrow's fMRI machine and read your auditory cortex, we would like find that there was like more thoughts you had along this, the way to saying I'm confused.
Ethereum needs to hit 1600 next, guys. That's what we're looking for.
I'm not sure if I would. I don't know. If you're talking about the underlying process that can be measured in a machine, then I think that the answer to that is obviously yes. It's a thing that's observable, testable. We've got ways to measure for it. But if we talk about the qualia, or like the semantic understanding of, or the actual experience of, like, is there a thing that knows what it's like to be a thing, that's experiencing a thing? I don't know about that being a feature of the universe in the same way that like the brain itself is. Yeah.
But there has to be something that causes you to say all those words you said just now.
I agree. It's a lot of LSD. No, I'm just kidding. No, I agree. There is a thing, but that going back to my thing before, there's the underlying structure, and then to even go back to the baby thing, this is where I would assume that babies are conscious. The only way as humans, it seems to be, that we can imagine a conscious experience being there is if the underlying parts are there first. That, like, it could be the case that neurons communicate with each other, they have an experience, or they don't have an experience, but they cause this emergent experience to happen. Who's to say that there's not a conscious experience overlying this crowd, or a state, or a country? And how would we even begin to observe it?
Well, you something like that is a project, and you like unravel the strings of your confusion piece by piece. And I'm not necessarily.
We just made the 24-hour high of Ethereum, guys.
Merely
1597.
Physical explanation for why you talk about consciousness, and therefore no such thing as consciousness. I am saying that if we're going to define that, if like consciousness as this thing we look at and become confused is our handle on where to even locate inside reality, the thing we're trying to talk about and be confused about. So if you say that like consciousness is unrelated to your feelings of confusion as they appear inside your brain, and the words that you speak about consciousness, like, then I really do think you've like ended up in some like weird side corner.
You guys, look at that. Look at those spikes, guys.
Oneself into. Like,
I mean,
consciousness would have something to do with why you're talking about consciousness, or what are we even talking about?
Sure, I definitely agree they're related, but like a question that's very difficult, I think it's called hydrocephalus, where you can have diseases or issues that go on with the brain, but there's a lot of water and there's a lot of brain missing. There are some people that can be reported. I want to say the most dramatic case was a guy that I feel like the scan showed he had like 20% of his brain there, but outwardly he appeared to be thinking, feeling, having a
We hit
consciousness like
1598.44
Like, is that a philosophical
on
zombie?
Ethereum. Here we go. Here we go.
Know that, or
it's gonna try again.
He said no.
I would strongly guess that wasn't philosophical zombie.
How could you know that when so much of the underlying machinery that we would imagine would like he's got less of a brain than a baby does, right? Babies have brains. They're there.
Look at Bitcoin, guys.
They're smaller, but they're
We just hit the
definitely
24-hour high, 24,650, guys.
This guy's volume, his brain was very small, very low volume brain.
24-hour high on both Bitcoin and Ethereum. Everybody live on the show.
Case study before I draw deep
Sure, of course,
conclusions based on
which is fair, yeah.
For another, like, you know, like if you ask this person, like, are you conscious? And they're like, what are you talking about? Then I would, but if then you know, like that's one thing. You'd ask this person, like, are you conscious? And they like sort of like play back something from that they read in the Journal of Consciousness Studies as a kid or something. You know, and that, you know, LLMs can do that too. Unfortunately, I think parenthetically, I think we should like exclude all the talk about consciousness from the data sets we
Trying to hit it again.
on. So that if ever spontaneously start talking
1599, guys. That's 24-hour high of Ethereum again.
we'd be able to notice. But yeah,
I'm gonna try to hit it again.
So like when you stare at something confusing, there's often like this thing that's confusing and that thing that's confusing, and how could this possibly be?
Dude, this is amazing what's going on right now.
You want to like follow the one thread you have and set all the confusion
Rogan, stop,
aside.
stop.
And the thread I was suggesting that you follow is the thread to like what is shaping in detail my experience of looking at consciousness and being confused about it. Not what is consciousness such that it confuses me, but like what are the momentary shaping forces whereby my confusion ends up in this exact shape. I don't think we actually have time to go into here. I think with like I could just sort of like discourse upon the way of resolving confusing things, which is not to like hop about between all the different pieces that confuse you one after another and like look in any direction in despair because it doesn't explain everything at once. It's like find a thread you can pull and pull it.
Well, that was the baby question.
That was a baby question.
I'm not convinced that they're not conscious, but that was an interesting conversation, so I was satisfied.
Okay, yeah. Main thing I want to say, sort of like, is there a part of you that knows in real life that, of course, there's going to turn out to be like an explanation in terms of atoms, not mere atoms, but just that there was something all these atoms were doing that felt from the inside like this very confusing consciousness stuff. But in the end, there wasn't miraculous physics, there wasn't extra causal stuff, there wasn't anything inherently mysterious. There was just a thing you were ignorant about and confused about.
That would be my guess. My guess would be...
Well, then obviously babies are not consciousness.
Okay,
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, my guess would be is that there is... I think it's fallacious to assume that humans evolved to perceive everything that exists. That I don't know. I haven't heard a compelling argument for that. So it might be the fact that there are other things that exist, extra material, we might say, that we don't have the ability to perceive. Maybe consciousness exists in that realm where we can't see it, but another type of being could, or has different types of sensory things, or I'm not entirely sure there.
I mean, I would say of that there could be a universe attached to ours, such that we're inside its causal closure, but it's not inside our causal closure. Like there could be a whole universe of particles that
causal
interact with
closure.
the particles in our universe and each other, but none of the particles that we think of as being our universe interact with the extra particles. But of these things, we cannot speak. We cannot see them. We don't even have a good way to refer to them. If you imagine like some
Trying to break through
aliens,
1599 again, guys.
A universe with more computing power than this one, they could simulate our universe, and our universe plus like weird universe 1 interacting with it, and our universe plus like weird universe 2 like being interacted with by our universe but not interacting with it in turn. Like causal arrows go from our universe to there, but no causal arrows going back. So actually, I'm not going to go into that rabbit hole because of time, but isekai. So the obvious hypothesis about isekais is that like it's a universe that causally descends from yours but doesn't send causal projections going back the other way. Anyways, but then how do you can't even talk about the things there. You don't have any way of saying like you can be like
Ethereum's trying to punch through 9957 now, guys.
It doesn't causally interact with me in any way.
9980.
How do you know? How are you even talking about
Getting
it?
so close to 1600. Oh my God, guys. We're going to hit 1600 on this live stream.
Send causally from our universe and send no projections back. You have no way of poking down any one of them. Unless you talk about like that thing you saw.
When does Cyber get on? Usually
that thing that
afternoon or night.
Interacted with you in some way, and that's how the
Hope
words
he's feeling up to
come
it.
to mean a thing that causally interacted with you. It's something that doesn't causally interact with you at all. You literally cannot talk about because you have no way for your words to pin down you mean that thing as opposed to something else.
Yeah, I think I largely agree. You can't really talk about things you have no perception of. I'm just saying that it's not inconceivable to me that these other types of things could be a thing that we just don't have the ability to perceive, that interact in a way that's hard for us. Maybe like theoretically the explanation for gravitational forces in the universe, like the dark matter we're looking for.
Oh, but then the dark matter is causing gravity. We can talk about the dark matter because we can talk about the
yeah,
cause.
but I don't think right now we even know if dark matter exists, right? We're looking for, like, there's not enough matter to account for the gravitational forces in our expanding universe right now. I think that's a big mystery for astrophysics, right?
We can talk about
1600, guys. Ethereum just hit 1600. We've got the 24-hour highs on both Bitcoin and Ethereum, and here goes Harmony.
Gravitational effect is something that's existing outside of our ability.
960 on Harmony.
Is that unfathomable? Is that totally?
Here goes the whole market, everybody. You're watching this happen live.
We are able to
This is very exciting.
on our universe in the form of the galaxies rotating faster. We may not be able to like measure it by
Now this might be right before this giant drop that they're talking about going all the way down,
galaxies are right there being
super
measured
low,
by
so
us, and that's how we're able to talk about them.
Do you
enjoy it while it's up.
Do you think that it's possible that like a fourth
It might
dimensional
not
creature
last.
could leave a footprint in a three-dimensional world, and that we would never be able to perceive the creature, but we could perceive an effect on our world as a result of his, I guess, meddling in?
I don't know what it means to say that I can never perceive that speaker there. I can only perceive the photons impinging upon my retina.
Well, isn't that exactly what we say with dark matter, though? We can't perceive the matter, but we perceive the gravitational effect of something that we can't find?
Yeah, like everything except for my qualia is something whose existence I infer from the patterns it makes in my qualia.
But I think the problem with the inference here, though, is that we're inferring something that we literally have absolutely no way to account for. Most of the things we infer from our qualia have direct things that I'm pretty sure we find in like blue and red correspond to waves on the electromagnetic spectrum, or things that we hear refer to sound pressure waves in the air. But when it comes to galaxies moving in a certain direction, we can't find the matter there. It seems unaccounted for. Like we can't even find it right now. Is that...
I'm not seeing a basic theoretical distinction. There's just like the patterns that stuff outside of us makes in our sensory information, and we have stories about what's doing it, and these are the hypotheses and the ones that make very good predictions.
Bitcoin's at 26,711, guys.
Their prior probabilities, and I just don't see a fundamental distinction between dark matter making galaxies rotate faster and the light from those stars and coming into
Now
the
it's falling.
telescopes, and like sunlight bounces off of the speaker and goes into my retina and gets transduced into neural impulses, and then is like
We've got our first
information
real,
constantly
well, no, it's a
passes my
second
brain, and I'm like, oh,
reconsolidation. See if it reconsolidates and keeps going up.
But to me, this feels like exactly the same.
680,
Maybe some things are
98,
like provide more
79.
employment to physicists because they're harder to pin down, but they're not qualitatively harder to pin down. They're just like we just have to employ additional physicists.
Okay, well, I think babies are conscious, so...
Yes, but that's because consciousness seems like a very simple and mysterious thing that, for all you know, could be present in babies. If you actually knew the real story there, it would be predictably the case that no matter what you learned, it could be something that might be absent from babies that are much simpler than toddlers. So you'll update in a predictable direction on this issue as you come to learn more about consciousness, and you can figure that even in advance of knowing what the explanation is.
All right, well, what's the next market for us? What time?
We're out of time.
Oh, are we
So
out of
we're
time? All right. Well, hey, say goodbye or something. Jeez, right?
And in conclusion, I'm not actually saying that you should eat babies. Many.
All right, you're funny.
Well, as we've been covering here, following Russell Brand's allegations of sexual assault, the comedian and commentator has been facing an onslaught of deplatforming and demonetization from various sites, including YouTube, the BBC, and Paramount Plus.
YouTube said in a statement to The Hill, quote, "We have suspended monetization on Russell Brand's channel for violating our creator responsibility policy. If a creator's off-platform behavior harms our users, employees, or ecosystem, we take action to protect the community." The company added, this decision applies to all channels that may be owned or operated by Russell Brand.
The Gray Zone's Max Blumenthal responded to this move by recalling a time his own outlet faced their version of deplatforming and discussed this situation with Brand himself. Let's watch.
Once again, the relationship between big tech and the...
You guys, I just saw a hawk fly 100 feet and get a mole from 100 feet away. Like it was nothing.
As you probably recall, a former Trump White House aide, Cassidy Hutchinson, became front-page news with her damning testimony before the House committee investigating the events of January 6th. She also became a target and largely vanished from public view until now. She's talking with our Tracy Smith.
So you were in hiding? You are in hiding? Were/are/coming out of hiding?
For Cassidy Hutchinson, the past 2 years haven't exactly been a day at the beach.
Like I go out in limited capacities, but part of it is for security.
She's basically been off the radar since that day last summer when she found herself in the eye of a political hurricane.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Only one witness, and she is potentially a blockbuster. Cassidy Hutchinson
In June 2022,
700,
Hutchinson,
guys.
then 26, and a former senior advisor to Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows testified before the January 6th committee, and she didn't hold back.
As an American,
My measle.
I was disgusted.
That's for my measle.
Her position as an aide who worked only steps from the Oval Office seemed to make it all the more powerful.
We were watching
This
the
for
Capitol
bad.
building get defaced over a lie.
But reports of security threats afterward drove her into hiding.
So my life changed in the way that the way that I was living my life for a
You
while.
couldn't go back to your apartment.
I could not go back to my apartment. I ended up moving down to Atlanta for several months.
They didn't even think it was safe for you to stay in D.C.
No. No.
Such a thing would have been unthinkable only a few months earlier. Hutchinson was a Trump loyalist from New Jersey who'd worked her way up from a White House internship to a spot as one of the higher-ranking aides in the West Wing, with access to the Chief of Staff, and often the President himself.
I was the conduit to the White House Chief of Staff. Pretty much to get to him, you had to go through me in some capacity.
Did people trust you?
I would think so. When I worked there, people did trust me.
But the events of January 6th left Hutchinson shocked and disillusioned. In the final days of the administration, she was fired. But as a former White House insider, she was subpoenaed by the January 6th committee, and she started talking in a series of tape depositions.
I felt torn a lot of the time because I knew what I knew and I wanted to come forward with what I knew. But at the same time, I didn't want to feel like I was betraying them, and I didn't want to feel like I was betraying my colleagues.
As Hutchinson writes in a new book, published by Simon & Schuster, which, like CBS, is owned by Paramount Global, her first attorney was paid by a Trump PAC, and she says she was advised that the less she remembered, the better. You're kind of caught here. You're starting to have this moral dilemma. I mean, you looked over the transcript and you counted the number of times that you said, I don't know, I don't recall. I mean, you said, I don't know and I don't recall more than 100 times.
Yes, in the final transcripts, it was written with I don't knows and I don't recalls, which was information that I very clearly recalled.
So, as she struggled with the thought of betraying her co-workers, Hutchinson started Googling another landmark D.C. hearing, Watergate, and found Alexander Butterfield, the former Nixon aide who revealed the existence of the White House taping system and helped bring down a president.
Mr. Butterfield, all of the president's conversations in the offices mentioned and on the telephones mentioned were recorded. As far as you know.
That's correct.
Butterfield's story became her beacon of hope, and the Bob Woodward book about him, The Last of the President's Men, became her Bible. She usually keeps her well-worn copy close at hand.
And he really was the source of strength for me and gave me the perspective that not only that I could do this, but that there was life on the other side of it.
And so, armed with a newfound conviction and new attorneys, she headed up to Capitol Hill and into history. Did you want to back out at any point?
Oh, yes. I almost ran out of, there's a little hold room outside the committee room that we were about to walk in, and I almost started.
Even then, that close to it, you wanted to run away.
I heard the door click open, and I turned around and I looked at my attorney and said, I can't do this. And I started to walk, and he gently pushed my shoulders, and he said, you can do this. And then we walked out. When I returned to the White House,
Among the more explosive moments, a story she says she'd heard from the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Tony Ornato, about a January 6th incident with Secret Service agent Bobby Engel in the presidential limousine, nicknamed the Beast, where the president was said to have insisted on being taken to Capitol Hill to join his supporters.
The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel.
Clavicles. Grab the
Mr.
clavicles.
Engel grabbed his arm.
Clavicles.
Said, sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel. And when Mr. Renato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
Clavicles.
Both of these men say they don't remember this conversation happening. How can you explain that?
I know what I recall. in this particular instance, I can't climb inside the minds of Tony Renato and Bobby Engel. Maybe they truly don't recall this happening, but for me, I stand by what I testified to in that incident and in any other incident that...
Do you stand by clavicles?
These are Banana Republic indictments. These are third world indictments.
In an interview last week, President Trump himself weighed in, disputing her account.
Who wouldn't dispute it? She's the craziest account I've ever heard. You mean that I was in The Beast, and she said I was in The Beast, and the Secret Service didn't win. So I took a guy who was like a black belt in karate and grabbed his neck and tried to choke him.
What happened?
How ridiculous.
You admit in the book, you've admitted here that you told less than the truth, that you lied. Why should we believe you now?
Because what would I have to gain by coming forward?
This interview right here?
No, it would have been easier for me to continue being complicit and
so
to stay in the comfortable zone.
You were seeking fame.
I had some sense of security, a semblance of security. I knew people that I could easily reach out to for jobs.
Right.
I had friends.
Have you talked to either Tony or Bobby since?
I have not. I have not talked to many people in the Trump world since the day of my testimony.
Hutchinson's book is full of anecdotes about her time in Trump world, including a detailed account of Trump attorney Rudy
Harmony,
Giuliani.
go.
Giuliani's team calls it a disgusting lie, but Hutchinson stands by her
Ethereum
story,
is still under
as does her
1600.
publisher. She was also among the witnesses who testified for the federal grand jury in Washington and the grand jury in Fulton County, Georgia. It's not clear how much impact her testimony had on the subsequent indictments of the president and his associates, but there was someone watching it all with special interest. The man who helped inspire Hutchinson to come forward, Alexander Butterfield, is now 97 and living in Southern California.
And Haldeman was a pal of mine.
And she's been able to thank him in person.
Now we're lifelong friends.
Yeah. Well, more than friends we are, yeah.
Cassidy Hutchinson says that while her life and her heroes have changed, she's still a Republican. Are you backing someone yet in the 2024 election?
For starters, I would like to make clear I would not back the former president of the United States. He is dangerous for the country. He is willing and has showed time and time again willingness to proliferate lies and to vulnerable American people so he could stay in power. To me, that is the most un-American thing that you can do.
I want to begin by thanking Ms. Hutchinson for her testimony today. We are all in her debt.
Alex Butterfield said he'd do it all over again. Would you?
I would. I don't think I would really change anything. You know, I got to where I needed to be, and I'm proud of the work the committee did too, and I'm also very grateful that they were willing to listen, and that America was willing to listen too.
We'll end on that. We're gonna end on that. CBS Sunday. John McAfee's final
Don't you understand you have
interview.
just sold yourself into slavery?
Yeah.
You understand that's, I'm going to get a degree, I'm going to become a slave in order to do it, and I will be a slave for therefore ever after.
John McAfee's final interview.
Brutality. I've been arrested 21 times in 11 different countries. I'm white. Since Janice has been with me, there are now 4 countries that Janice can never return to. 6 for me. Did you think of consequences at the moment that you felt that surge of beauty and awe inside you? Fuck no. Now, if your heart leads you into jail, be happy there because things will work out. I promise you. Well, how will I live? Trust me. You have half a brain and 2 hands. You'll figure it out. Your heart wants to love. It wants joy. It wants to express. Because your heart might go, you know what? I don't even like school. This hasn't been enjoyable for me. Well, then walk the fuck away. Do you understand those are false divisions? They were created in your mind by the neuro-linguistic programming of the 2-party system. If not, But you give me the goddamn name and phone number of the president of the college, and I will ream him a new asshole. So you have to not be afraid of life. And that's the most difficult thing to do. But being afraid does not help you. I'm as happy as anyone can ever be.
Hey, welcome to the 6th episode of Keeping Cozy. Thank you so much for clicking on this video. Today we have a really cool guest. His name is John.
You're welcome.
The problem about police brutality against blacks is endemic. Not just to blacks, but to all races. So when the
Okay, now that the bullshit show is done.
Inflammation arises.
What? What BS show? What are you talking about, Vicky Lynn?
Not just the police, a system that brutalizes psychologically, financially, in every way its citizens. So obviously the enforcement arm of
the show about
brutal.
What's her name?
Yes, is there racial animosity between the police and blacks? Of course. I've been arrested 21 times in 11 different countries. I'm white. I can promise you that when someone with minimal education, minimal psychological training, is given authority over another human being, arrogance is just a natural flowering of that arrangement. I wish it were.
Market's turning right there. Big reconsolidation.
Then when we give the police
but it looks like it's
the
recovering.
authority to act as they will, without
Might
so
be a
much as
reconsolidation,
a
guys, and that market could keep moving upwards.
problems arise.
Yeah, I guess going on that specific topic of conversation, you're, I guess, a fugitive from the law. What is it like, what is your mental state like because of that? And because of the targeting, you feel that you've gone...
I've been a fugitive from the law, from one country or another. Listen, since Janice has been with me, there are now 4 countries that Janice can never return to. 6 for me. I've been a fugitive from somebody my entire life because I don't like corruption. I do not like people telling me as an adult
3 years ago
what to do. It's good, Tom. Thank you for having me on. I'm very glad to be here, my friend.
So, John, we only have 30 minutes, so I want to jump right in. I got 2 quick overall questions, then I want to dive into Ghost. First question for you. Do you think that crypto actually matters and it'll be ubiquitous? Like, is crypto a virus, or do you think it's the operating system that the world's going to be built on?
Crypto is based on a mathematical formula called the blockchain. And the blockchain is the first technology that has not come from the bowels of the first world-changing technology that has not come from the bowels of a government black program within the military or from IBM, Microsoft, Apple, Samsung, or some other corporation. It came from the people. And the technology, by and large, has been open source. If it's not, we don't play with it. So open source means it's available to anybody. That what work you have done is now available to the world. That you can add to it, subtract from it, multiply it, whatever you choose.
He's all fucked up too, man.
This is
these guys on.
Well, it's a defining moment.
And he can't sit still and talk.
And the first application for the blockchain was cryptocurrency. And cryptocurrency, the first application of cryptocurrency was Bitcoin, which has far outlived its life expectancy. I mean, God almighty, it's 11 years old. has no privacy. You can't put smart contracts on that blockchain. You can't run distributed applications. For 4 years, Bitcoin was all that the people on the dark web accepted for payment. Now, the dark web, which is the criminal element of the world, and criminals always are the first to accept new technologies. I mean, good God Almighty, when the telephone came out, who were the first adopters? The mob. I mean, they had nationwide phone systems so that they could coordinate nationwide criminal activity. What about the 8-cylinder automobile that came out in 1932? Criminals, gangsters bought it. Why? You could escape the police because you were twice as fast as them.
Nobody's catching you in that. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Nobody's catching you in the V8 back then. That's
Yeah, no. If you got a 6-cylinder Buick, you're not going to catch it. An 8-cylinder Oldsmobile. I'm sorry, it just doesn't happen. So, bank robberies increased tenfold in the early 30s because criminals had the money. The police departments didn't. They had to run their cars till they were not running anymore. No, the gangsters got the latest cars. They got the latest phones. Now they're getting the latest cryptocurrency. What is the latest cryptocurrency? It's Monero. Everybody fucking knows this, people. Nobody accepts Bitcoin anymore. What was the value of Bitcoin? The value was its use as a usable cryptocurrency. And for 4 years, everybody in the dark web used Bitcoin. Why?
Anybody left watching? Might have a market reversal. It's dropping back down. I don't know how much further it's going to go, but Ethereum is definitely traveling back down to its previous points of support and resistance. I don't know about what Bitcoin is doing right now. It's going to stick with Ethereum, it looks like. Matic's turning around. It's expected to go up and back down again. Hopefully it doesn't keep falling though. Too far. Okay, since nobody responded, I'm going to end my show. I hope you guys had fun. I'll talk to y'all later. Remember, in the future, if you guys want the show to keep going and I ask you if anyone's out there, your best bet is to hit yes and let me know, because if no one responds, I will shut the show down as quick as I'm going to do it right now. Alright, thanks again. Love you guys. I'll see you maybe tonight, maybe not. Alright, bye.